Good afternoon. It is, oh gosh, is it already Friday? It's Friday, March 24th. We are in the fourth day of the Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash trial. This morning, they finished up with the doctor that was testifying via video deposition last afternoon. And then they got into the son-in-law and the other daughter of the plaintiff in this case. I am going to speed those up while the court is on lunch break and go through those two witnesses quickly, and then we will get into the testimony this afternoon. At some point this afternoon, the plaintiff will be called. We had some quirks over at my house this morning, so thank you all for your patience. Sometimes the power company's like, what we're doing today is turning off all your power, and I'm like, but I'm a YouTuber. Guess what? Sometimes they need to do what they need to do. So I knew I had some things today. Thank you all for your patience. It is time. I know this is your favorite place to watch trials. It's my favorite place to watch trials too, because I get to see what all of you are thinking. So not the son-in-law, brother of son-in-law. I think it's it might be the brother of son-in-law. We will see. We are going to get into it. I'm seeing warnings. Owens was Owensing. Oh, good. Okay. Well, at least we get to watch it at like 1.25, 1.5 speed. There's drama. Oh boy. All right. Well, we're monitoring the live stream and we're monitoring this one. Lawnards, let me know when you're coming in from what you're drinking. I have, a protein shake this afternoon because that's what I had time for. Let's go ahead and do the YouTube-y things, and let's go ahead and get right into this. Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it. It's good to see everybody. So as this witness is taking the stand, we're going to learn all about it together, aren't we? Because we're here doing the things together. Did you know, law nerds, what you did yesterday? Do you know what you did? Some of you were with me and my husband last night live. That was a whole different situation. But y'all made this the #1 stream for this trial on live trending. I never expect to be live trending ahead of like Lo-Fi Girl, and low key, not even mad about it because I love Lo-Fi Girl streams, but we were the top stream for coverage every time we've been streaming. We're going to do it again. It's going to be fantastic. Let's just keep doing that. We are the best place to watch live trial coverage. So let's get into this witness as they are taking the stand from this morning. If you want to go back and watch that painful video deposition of the doctor that said that the only way that the plaintiff could have gotten hurt that way is by Gwyneth Paltrow hitting him, you're welcome to. I missed the cross-examination. I can always go summarize it later, but I will have to listen to it. That green screen background killed me. You know what else killed me? All of the places that you all photoshopped Voldemort into. It was freaking fantastic. That doctor is eminently qualified, but the white balance on his camera was unfortunate. So let's get into this. That should be your slogan, best place to watch live trial coverage. I mean, it really is. It's because of this community, but I am the internet's favorite legal analyst for a reason. So let us go. And let us, all of you, just say a quick a little prayer, like put it out to the force that we can't deal with any nonsense with the weather today, because after power issues this morning, the weather is what's coming for us next. So let's just get on with this as quickly as we can. I'm going to try 1.5 and see how we go. If it's too fast, I'll slow it down, but I think we're good. So
Stephen, Herath, Mark with a K, Stephen, P-H-E-N is the way it's spelled.
Here, let's go 1.25 and then speed it up to 1.5. Let's all acclimate our ears and then go from there. So this is Steve. What did he say? I already missed it. My brain thinks in ADHD, but you know, we already missed it. So Gwyneth has lost the sweaters. I wonder if Gwyneth was looking at I'm going to make a comment real quick. I wonder if Gwyneth has been looking at the internet coverage and the criticism of the sweaters. The hair is more done today. The outfit is a bit more tailored. I think it's unfortunate, however, that women in court are held to a very different standard than men in court. We don't tend to focus on what they're wearing other than I like that tie or what have you. The internet focuses much more on what women are wearing in court and what their face looks like and what have you, which is just a function of our society. And I could go on about that forever. But I have seen a change in the way she dresses, and that is the only reason I am talking about how she's dressing, because she has changed her appearance. And I just wonder if that is due to the way that the internet has talked about what she's wearing. So Lawn Lumber said at the close yesterday, it was suggested she would be called before Terry. She dressed for the stand. If Gwyneth takes the stand today, that will be very interesting, won't it? I was wearing, like, I'm in my snuggly ski gear this morning because we needed to do in between, and this morning was busy. So, okay, if we're thinking Gwynny's going to testify today, we need to get the fuck moving, because we need to see that.
Good. Would you start by stating your full name and spelling it all?
Yeah, it's Mark Stephen Herath. Mark with a K. Stephen,
All right.
P-H-E-N is the way it's spelled. And Herath is H-E-R-A-T-H.
Mark Stephen Herath.
Hey, Mark. I'm Peter Sorensen. I haven't had a chance to stand up before the jury yet, so I'm introducing myself to them, but also to you.
Okay.
Good, a different
Why don't we
attorney.
Start off by you telling us a little bit about your.
I'm here for a different attorney.
I
Thanks,
went to high
sir.
school in Bogota, Colombia, in a school named Colegio Nueva Granada. And I was there because my dad was a diplomat. And
A lot
graduated
of-
from there, and then I went to school.
I want to know everything about Dad with a diplomat.
Anticipate where I was going. What college in Colorado?
Western State College in Gunnison, Colorado.
I have
And
questions.
what degree did you obtain from?
History, political science.
Okay.
Did you think you were going to be a lawyer
Then after
or a
that-
diplomat? I get so fascinated by people's life stories. I was always really good and or bad at this when I was doing trial work, because I would be like, tell me more about that. And it would be like, Emily, is this relevant? It's like, I don't know if it's relevant, but I'm fascinated. Like, I want to know all about your dad being a diplomat, growing up in Bogota, Colombia. Like, I have questions, but I get fascinated by people's lives. Y'all might suspect that Emily likes people. I like people. I like people's stories. Oh yeah, I didn't have my volume gained. So there we go. I like people's stories. I like people's life stories. Humans are so fascinating. We all experience this world so differently, right? So I'm fascinated. I want to know more. We're probably not going to get to know as much as I want.
What is kind of your work background? What did you do after college?
That's still
After
not
college,
enough.
I worked a couple odd jobs in Denver, and then I put a package in with the Navy and got hired to fly in the Navy.
So you're
Oh.
a Navy pilot.
I was a Navy pilot for 15 years, yes.
Sir, you're a naval aviator? What is your call sign? Tell us everything.
Okay, and
And thank you for your service.
I flew the A6 Intruder, which is no longer with us. It was decommissioned. It's an attack airplane, and I flew later on I transitioned to the Guard and flew the F-16.
This isn't
Sweet.
really relevant, but what was your favorite to fly?
I left them both.
I love this
Are you
attorney.
married?
What
I
was
am.
your favorite to fly?
Okay. And where do you live?
Married, chat. Married. Married.
Well, we bounce around a little bit because obviously I'm here in Salt Lake because I love to ski. But we have a summer place up in White Salmon, Washington. We're residents of Washington, and we have a house in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay. So you kind of split time between the three places here.
Best of three places, yes.
Warm, snow, other.
And we're here today because we're talking
Chat,
about
I
a
see
ski
you.
collision involving
I
Terry
see
Sanderson
you,
on February
chat.
26th of 2016. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So let's give a little bit of background. How did you first come to know Terry?
I came to know Terry because my brother married Shae, and that was around the 2000. I think it was October 2004 they got married, and soon after that I met Terry. And I'd already been coming to Salt Lake, so it was a natural thing that when my brother came to town that I met him that way.
Gotcha. So you are Terry Sanderson's, this might get a little confusing, his son-in-law's brother.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so
My
how
grandpa
long
was
have
in
you
the
known
Navy.
Terry?
Over 15 years.
Yes.
And over those 15 years, how did your relationship develop?
Well, we started. I met him because my brother and I and one
You
of my
kinda
sisters
have
used to
to be
come skiing.
arrogant to fly
And so
planes, right?
Then we started actually
A little
staying at
bit.
Terry's because it made sense. So and then he was gracious enough to allow me to, because I used to be a storm chaser, to come and stay at his house.
Tell me everything
And
about
so grew
that.
through skiing because we used to ski together as well.
Sir, do you have a YouTube
So,
channel?
As sort of storms would come in, you have, because of your occupation,
Sir?
you could fly in.
That's correct.
That's a nice life. How many days roughly in that time period, that 2016, 2015 time period?
Sir, you're storm chasing?
It would depend on the storms and stuff, but I would say somewhere between 25 to 30 days of skiing at that point a year.
And how would you rank yourself as far as your ski level goes?
Fairly advanced.
Okay. And
I
in the
want
times you got to come in and
I
stay
want
with Terry,
to go have a whiskey with this
did your
man.
family get to know Terry as well?
So my son, who also flies in the Navy, when he was 12, I brought him here for what I call his powder qualification trip. And that was about the same time that I'd met Terry. So soon after that, we started seeing him and I at his house. And yeah, so Terry knows my son, he knows my daughter, and he knows my wife really well.
And what do your son and daughter call Terry?
My son calls him Uncle Terry because my son decided to go to the University of Utah, and so he would spend a lot of time with Terry.
So he came to know Terry too.
Very well.
And so
I
is
like
it fair to
this
say
too.
that
I'm
Terry
fascinated.
treated you as family?
Absolutely.
You guys had a loving relationship.
Yes.
And as far as you know, that feeling was mutual.
Yes, it was.
Okay. You've already described some of the skiing that you do.
He does
I
look a
assume,
bit like
did you
Captain
go with
Planet.
Terry when he was skiing, or when you went skiing, did you bring Terry with you?
So when I knew Terry back before the accident,
I'm just
he had a
gonna
meetup
say,
group that he met with a lot. And it was primarily
Naval,
at
you
Alpha,
have to
primarily
have a
Western
certain
Sweden.
level
But I'm more
of
I ski both
confidence,
mountains. So some days I'd ski
e.g.
with him, some days
arrogance,
I wouldn't, but I'd
to
ski
think
with
that
him
you are
at
going to
Alpha,
take your human
some days
body
I'd
that
do
walks
it as
upon
well.
the earth and hurl it through the air in a machine, and that's all going to be fucking cool.
Yes, I did.
There is a level of confidence I
Advanced
want my
in the
pilots to have.
Did you ever notice him to, you know?
So
did
I'm
you ever
down-
see
I'm-
him
I'm
get
here
in an
for it.
accident
I'm here
or
for
have
it.
any collision or crash?
I did not.
I think my husband would sim for this guy too. I think we're all in.
Describe Terry's personality a little bit for us before the accident. in
We're
that
gonna
time
zoom,
period,
zoom.
2014, 15.
Before the accident, very outgoing, loved a good
Even the
conversation.
hair
good conversation.
screams Navy to me.
Just really enjoyed being around people. So I mean, he had the meetup group that he did. He'd go out and go dancing. So he's very, very, very active. Go to concerts, stuff like that.
Did you ever do any of those events with him or participate in any of those activities?
I was too busy skiing.
That's fair. So you found him to be intelligent?
I don't want to talk to people,
Absolutely
dude.
intelligent.
I want to ski.
Witty, sharp. Always interested in what you were doing and asking.
You guys are like guess
questions
the
about what was going on
sister.
in your life.
I can
So
take a
interested
poll
in-
if we want to
yes.
skip this.
Were you ever present at his house when he was having any sort of parties or social gatherings?
All right, let me take a
I wouldn't
poll.
call them parties. Maybe like he's a big basketball fan. March Madness, really big on that. In fact, I know he has a group of guys that they go to March. They used to go to March Madness games.
So they traveled to go see
Travel to see March Madness games, and so he enjoyed watching football. So you might have 3 or 4 people over the house, but I wouldn't call it a party.
Gotcha. So you'd watch the games with him and
Right.
sit
Putting
down
up a
together?
poll chat right
Or
now.
barbecue or something like that?
Right.
You vote.
In those times, did you see Terry being social and interacting with these friends and people?
Oh, absolutely. He was completely social. That was one of the strong suits.
Roughly how many days before the accident do you think you spent staying at Terry Sanderson's house?
Well, if you do just basic math, it's got to be somewhere over 50.
Is this going to be another witness? It's just like
You got to
his
observe
personality
him from
changed?
down-
Is that
sundown-
what we're
sundown when
doing?
you weren't skiing?
Absolutely.
Like, oh, his.
And you got to know him pretty well.
I did.
Would you say it was a pretty close friendship?
I would.
Oh, that's exactly what it is, Brandy. It's exactly it.
Did you ever worry about Terry when you went skiing with him?
I did not. It was clear to me that he had been quite the athlete when he was younger.
All of
because
you
he
are
was-
saying yes.
he was
He's
a
pretty
very strong
straightforward.
skier.
His
Did he
personality
ever tell you
changed.
about any of his
This
younger
poll
athletics?
has
He did not.
almost
But you saw him be
3,000
very
votes.
capable of anything that the
And you
Yes.
guys are saying
Yes.
skip. All right, I'm going to give the poll another minute. There's 14,000 of you
Prior to
here.
the accident, did you
choose
ever
it.
see Terry being forgetful?
No.
When you guys went packing up,
Yes,
when you guys
personality
packed up to go
change.
skiing, did you ever see Terry forget anything that he needed to
Oh,
do
we need to
something
hear
like
about the GoPro
I have
video.
no recollection
Okay.
of that, but we all forget stuff when we go up the mountain.
that? But he could make do if he did forget.
All right.
Nothing like that stands out to you.
No, it does not.
We back up just a little bit. You got, and I mentioned it kind of in passing, but what do you currently do for employment?
I currently work for FedEx as a pilot.
So you retired from the military, and now you're working for
That's
FedEx.
correct.
Are you shipping
So you're
rubber
able to
dog
come in and
shit?
chase those-
Wait. How is he? He's now a FedEx pilot. Are you flying rubber dog shit on a cargo plane? I'm sorry.
As you said earlier.
It's one of the benefits, yes.
Gotcha.
I love FedEx, by the way.
You were not with Terry skiing that day when he was.
I was not.
How did you first come to hear about the ski collision?
I actually got a call from Terry that evening. He told me he'd been in an accident. Didn't give any details at that point.
I want to hear
just
about
was concerned
this.
about how he was going to get back from Park City. And then I didn't hear back from him. So I have at that point, I had no idea. I still don't know how he got back who brought him back down the mountain.
So he was confused when he called you about how he was even going to get home.
He had no idea.
Did you offer any suggestions?
Well, I was pretty convinced at that point I was going to get another call and to come up and help him out, but I didn't.
Do you recall him asking you to be at the ready or to be ready to come help him?
I don't recollect the exact verbiage. He may have said I might need a ride, but yeah, I just was kind of anticipating that might be the case.
And was it a long phone call or was it relatively
Very short.
Just kind of informing you about the accident and that he might need a ride home?
That's correct.
Do you recall him telling you anything about his injuries?
Not at that point.
All right,
You
at
didn't hear
some
again from
point,
him that day.
That's correct.
When did you next hear from Terry?
It was the following day.
Okay.
I want to hear this
And
part.
did he describe anything to you in that phone conversation that sticks out to you?
Yeah, he said he'd gotten, it heard a scream and got hit by behind, and it fallen face forward and gone unconscious on the snow, and then had to be removed from the slope in the toboggan.
What was your reaction when you had heard how he had kind of characterized things?
Say that again, please.
What was your reaction to hearing how he had characterized what had happened?
Well, collisions are like in my opinion, the biggest risk we take on the mountain. So being hit on the mountain doesn't surprise me at all.
Did it surprise you that he had injuries from this?
No, that doesn't surprise me at all. It surprises me that what he said at that point in time was that when Paltrow hit him, and that kind of okay, and then that she and whoever she was skiing with left the scene of the accident. That's what surprised me.
And why would that surprise you?
Now, how he knew, how Terry knew.
'Cause
that
Terry
that
was
happened.
told.
Double hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I think he's just describing his memory. And why would that bit of information surprise you?
Well, because my roommate in college's mom got hit on the slopes, and the kid tried to escape, and they chased him down in Colorado. I don't know the law in Utah or Colorado right now, but it's like a hit and run, and so it's a serious offense. It's just something you just don't do.
And that has been excluded from this case. Any reference to hit and run has been excluded. You could see the annoyance on Gwyneth Paltrow's face there real quick when the camera flashed over. Any reference to hit and run has been ruled out during the motions in limine. This is why all the attorneys are at the bench. And this is why you saw Gwyneth Paltrow shaking her head at counsel table, seemingly flustered. We're going to zoom a little bit because he did say hit and run. That has been ruled out. The judge probably cured it.
There's no claim in this lawsuit based on a so-called hit and run. There's no claim before the jury based on a theory of hit and run. And the witness should refrain from using that terminology. The term is stricken from the record. And the jury should ignore the witness's use of that term.
The attorneys should have told him that.
Thank you.
Let's move on a little bit. Did you ever notice that Terry had problems with his eyesight?
All right,
Yeah,
you guys, we have over
he had some problems with one eye.
5,000
Okay.
votes.
Did you ever see that affected his skiing at all?
Negative.
Negative. Can you say negative, Ghostwriter? The pattern is full. You guys have said 76% of you with over 5,000 votes have said, let's move on to the sister or the daughter. And so that's what we are going to do. I'm going to end the poll now. We are going to honor the chat. The chat is bae. I will come back to this. I think we got a negative Ghostwriter, and that's all we need from this witness. But to make sure we have enough time to get to the daughter before she resumes testimony this afternoon, we're going to have to skip the rest of this testimony. If anything spicy happens, I'll come back and we'll get there. But I want to make sure we get to the daughter's testimony and then catch up in case Paltrow testifies this afternoon. So let's get to the daughter. Chat is bae. Chat
Sorensen?
controls. We're on 1.25. Let's see if we can speed it up in a little bit.
Hi. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I'll
the
go
truth,
back
so
and
help
look
you
at the
God?
cross.
Thank you. You can have a
I
seat.
can't close caption because I'm sped up.
Good morning. Would you start by getting your body toward the microphone position, and then give your full
mouth.
name and spell your name, please?
My name is Shae, S-H-A-E, middle name and maiden name Sanderson, S-A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N. Last name is pronounced like Harris with a lisp. It's Herath.
She sounds nervous.
H-E-R-A-T-H.
Hi, Shae.
Hello.
She
Just
looks,
as a little preliminary matter.
she
as
seems
we're
nervous.
talking, just remember to say yes or no instead of nodding or it's okay.
Yes, sir.
I know you're nervous.
Yes, I am.
She
So
sounds
that's okay.
nervous.
But what I say is less important than what the jury hears you say.
Okay.
So we're talking right now, but if you
I
don't
like
mind
this
addressing the
attorney's
jury when you're
demeanor.
answering your questions, or when you're answering your questions, excuse me, that was wonderful.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yeah, she sounds very nervous.
Why don't we start, since you've already said your name, by telling us where you went to high school?
I went to high school in Soda Springs, Idaho.
And that's where the
And
dad
it's a
lives
small
now.
little town.
And then where'd you go on to college?
I started at Utah State University in Logan, Utah.
Oh, the mic sounds
and
weird.
transferred up to University of Idaho in Moscow, Idaho.
Okay. And did you graduate from college?
I did.
Okay, what was your
Everybody went to
degree?
Moscow.
I have a bachelor's of landscape architecture.
And briefly for us, give us, after college, a little bit of your work history.
After college, I took my first job in Beaverton, Oregon, which is funny
Beaverton's
because
beautiful.
it's really close to where I was born in Hillsboro, Oregon. So I was returning back to where my roots were.
Okay.
And I worked for a small family-owned business. My boss was about 72 years old.
Oh, we can.
And his daughter also was my boss, but he was the most joyful man I've ever known. He made me laugh every day. And
Holy shit!
He passed away recently, and he's going to be missed, but he's with me in my heart.
This is real early to be this emotional.
We have tissues here.
Oh, thanks. I will be needing those.
Oh, she's very
Do you need some
nervous.
too?
She's nervous and she's already very emotional. Okay.
You are one of Terry Sanderson's daughters,
I am.
Okay.
So give us the birth order if you wouldn't mind.
That
Yes,
was
I am
fast.
the eldest of 3 girls, and my middle sister, Polly, has testified already. She's 3 years younger than I am.
You can hear the
and
breathing.
I call her my baby sister, but she's not a baby.
And we are
Her
sped up.
name is Jenny B, and she is 9 years younger than I am. And I was a mom to her, essentially.
This is the oldest.
And would you describe your sister relationship as a close one?
Very, very close relationship.
hear
with
her
sisters.
breathing how
More so with Polly because she was only
nervous
3 years
she
younger
is.
than me, and I missed out on about 9 years of my little sister Jenny B's growing up. It was kind of surprising. We would see each other on vacations and in between, but I didn't get to witness her growing up.
When you went to college, were you roommates with Polly?
I was roommates with Polly, and she had a hard time waking up in the morning, and so often I had to go into her bedroom and shake her because her alarm would go off for a long period of time. She was my best roommate. Yeah, and friend.
Okay.
What was it like growing up with Terry as your father?
Older sister's like, I'm going to tell
So
y'all what to do.
I really idolized my dad growing up because he was an extrovert. He was gregarious. Everyone seemed to love him.
She does say was.
He had this zest for life, and he
Oh, she's already
just wanted to
upset.
know so much. He loved to immerse himself in learning more and more about, especially in the health industry. He would read through his medical journals and stuff. But he was a very engaged dad. He would always show up for our events and usually stay and talk with everyone in the community afterwards for hours and hours. So luckily it was nice I could just walk home because otherwise I would be there forever. Let's see. Could you read?
I think you answered my question.
Okay, good enough.
So-
I'll keep going otherwise.
It's okay.
Stop me.
It's okay.
I will tell you that things did change later on as I grew up. My parents had a really good marriage the first probably 10 years of their life, but then things they started drifting apart. And so my dad became more of a workaholic towards the latter part of their marriage.
Right. She talks kind of slow.
So that was really I think we could feel that as a family, that things weren't good between them. I was grateful to have my sister Polly when those things would happen, but yeah, we had a happy childhood. I was loved. I was hugged. My dad was very strict, very much. We lived in a small town, so you had to behave yourself or otherwise.
Everybody
word
knows
out.
your shit.
Oh, he
Everyone
was
knows
highly
your
demanding.
shit.
Yes.
But he set expectations and
He,
hoped that you meet him?
yeah, that's exactly right. He expected a lot of us girls, and he also kept us incredibly busy, singing voice lessons and acting and dancing. And so my mom was the taxi driver, but she
Acting,
also
you
had a
say?
full-time job.
Gotcha. So did you have the opportunity to work with him at his eye clinics as well?
I did. Actually, I was so blessed because there weren't a lot of jobs in my town.
I'm so glad that you're blessed.
My dad hired me.
I like this
as
attorney.
a sixth grader. I cleaned his office 3 days a week.
I have my kids work
And then gradually, as
with
I
me
got
too.
older, he would teach me more and more of the business.
But
and
I
so
like this attorney's demeanor.
would work with the ladies and help them out and, verify glasses and make sure they were the right prescription, that sort of thing. And I cleaned lots and lots of glasses when I was a sixth grader and probably 7th 7th and 8th grade.
So you got to know your dad from a father perspective, but also see him interact in a business perspective.
I did, and
shook
he
my
was
entire
amazing.
desk.
So well organized. He ran that.
We've got about
office
a half an hour
like a
before
tight
court
ship.
resumes.
He just, everyone had a job to do,
So we're
and they did
here
it with a smile on
for a
their
minute.
face and love in their heart. And I learned a lot working with him, just about character, really. And I remember him one time, I was going down the hall, and he said, "Shae, you need to walk with purpose. When you go somewhere, walk like you know where you're going and what you're doing." And I thought, that's a good way, to live your life, instead of stumbling through life. Or
I can't put it on regular speed
I think your sisters have
because we will never catch up.
Desire to mentor. So did you feel that same feeling growing up?
Absolutely. My dad was all about trying to fill our, we sisters' heads with as much information as we could. Every road sign that had information on the history, we were pulling over and reading that, going to museums.
Oh, don't come
He
to
really,
Tennessee. That shit's everywhere.
I think he was very much about character development in us girls, the importance of honesty. Just being a good human being.
Return with honor. I hear you.
Most of it I
girl.
have to
Just
say.
a little bit. What was your dad like physically growing up? Did you ever notice him to be deficient in any way?
My dad could do anything. In fact, he tried doing a backflip on the trampoline after I had shown him how I could do a backflip. It didn't turn out so well, but he could do almost anything.
Wait, I
except
want to
for-
hear about that. What happened?
How old was he at the time?
Oh,
Frames like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, because this all was just like historical.
Yeah, just to establish its relevance.
Owens is so put out.
What time with your...
with my backflipping,
Yes.
I broke my arm in 3rd grade. It would have been before 3rd grade, so I was 10 years old, so 1980s maybe.
Thank you. So you moved out of the house after college and you didn't return.
For those of you
That is
just
correct.
tuning
I
in,
did come
I am
home for
catching
summers to
up
work
on
as
the
a doctor.
before lunch
working in your
testimony.
dad's clinic or
Court
something?
is out
Only
for another
my
30 minutes.
After my freshman year in
So
college,
I'm
did I come home
catching
and
up
work for my dad. The other
on the
years,
morning
I
testimony.
was trying to get
Did I
more
miss?
landscape architecture background, work experience, and so it was just that year.
Before the accident and in your time you spent living in the house and even up
I
until
can't
2016,
believe
you
how
ever see your dad have any problems
fast
driving a
forwarded
car?
this is and
No.
how slow the attorney still sounds.
He was the ultimate multitasker and drove a car with ease.
Gotcha. When you say multitasker, I think there was some testimony yesterday that he would read a book sometimes.
Holy shit.
Is that nerve-wracking for you?
Yeah, as a child, I was a little anxious, and when we would head to Montana, where the roads go forever straight away, he would actually have a book in his hand while he's driving down these straight roads. And I tended to be a nervous person, so I was always a little bit, probably why I got car sickness maybe, on edge when he was driving and trying to do something else. But
He was
never in an
reading a
accident, as
book?
far as I know.
He was reading a book. We heard about this yesterday. Reading a fucking book while driving.
I'm sure maybe someone else has his.
That would make me
about
nervous
him,
too.
but I don't recall that ever being a thing.
Moving forward in our timeline a little bit closer to the time of
Yeah,
this
with his
accident,
kids in the
roughly
car.
2009 to
Okay.
the time of the accident. Are you aware of any of your father's chronic medical conditions?
I recently found an email. Well, first of all, my dad is a really private person, and also he doesn't ever want to be a
you
complainer.
answer the
And so he has a
question?
tendency to keep things to himself. He doesn't share.
Question.
When things are going bad. I think he just doesn't like to be around those kind of complaining people, and so he didn't want to be that kind of person.
Complaining people?
So I really had very little knowledge about what was going on in my dad's life. He only would call us if he was in a good mood. So, but that being said, just recently I did come across a letter that broke my heart. He said that he.
Before.
Is this too much?
No, it was.
Yes.
Just objection, hearsay. Can I get a ruling?
I don't know what we're doing here, so can you ask another question?
I don't know what we're doing either.
Let's move to the day of this incident in February of 2016. How did you first hear that your father had been in a ski collision?
I believe that I got an email that said, "I'm famous," in the subject line, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then below there was a link that said, "Here is information." I may not be quoting it exactly right, from my
the I'm
friend and
famous
eyewitness.
email.
And then there was a link below.
And what did the
And,
link have?
That link below, I couldn't ever look at it because you had to be like a meetup member or something. But I have a vague recollection of actually calling my dad and saying, "Can you give me your meetup group number so I can actually look at this?" And he was able to give me that information. So I may or may not have seen what was in that link.
You don't remember the day of hitting that link and knowing what it was?
I don't
Dad
know for
being
sure
a
if I, at
multitasker
what
is
point
gonna
I
bite
looked at it.
him a little
Just
bit
a
in
little
this, I
background
think.
information. I had a ski accident
No,
3
please.
weeks prior to my dad. I had torn my ACL and my MCL. I was not sleeping very well. I had my leg propped up on a pillow
Yeah, it
with ice around my
sucks.
knee. And I also had a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old to take care of at the time. So my memory of what happened during that period is very foggy.
That's fine. I'm going to put
Okay.
up that email, or at least the paper copy of the
Oh.
email.
I've
And this is
torn my
marked as
ACL. It's
defense
not a
exhibit
pleasant recovery.
111. It's been discussed quite a bit.
I had a machine that like circulated ice around my leg.
D102 is the same thing and will be a lot clearer if you want it. Do you want it?
Oh, we're going to go through this just with this row.
Why don't you just let him try his case,
The top portion
Owens?
is not evidence.
Oh, fucking hell. Why don't you
Why don't
just
we
let
take it
him...
down and why don't you use the exhibit that has been, unless you need for some reason to enter this one, Mr. Sorensen?
This is okay as he's doing it, Your Honor. Just the top third is not evidence.
Well, I'd rather that the jury not be published a document
Thanks.
that hasn't
Yes.
been
All
entered.
I want to make you all aware that you are giving out information when we're looking on these private information.
There's no question...
Could you please
pen-
white out
Ma'am?
the email addresses?
There's no
or would
question
that take
pending.
too long?
They've already...
Or you could just fold over that piece of information?
Yeah, she's right,
Thank you so much.
but there's no question pending. She's right. They should have redacted this. They should have redacted this because her email is out there. They put her sister's diagnosis out there. They should have redacted this.
sorry,
She's
Bree.
not wrong. She's not wrong about that. But there was no question
Thank you,
pending.
counsel.
And she should have asked them to do that
discussed
over the
this quite a
phone.
bit.
They've already put those, they've blasted those up, and those are in court documents already. Because
see
I
that
have
on the
seen these
screen?
in court
I do.
documents.
And are you
They
in the
should have
Shae
done it
here? This one
before.
here?
I am.
Okay. We'll go through this a little bit, but I want
And
to
so I appreciate her asking that, but there was no question pending.
Does this appear to be the
These
email
attorneys
you're talking
paid
about with
no
the-
attention to
that
it.
You described earlier in your testimony. At least a copy. of
This
it.
is the I'm
I
famous
believe
email.
so. I can't remember the time, but I trust that more than I do my memory 7 years ago, so.
Okay. And who's Jenny B. Sanderson?
She is my baby sister or my youngest sister.
Okay.
She's not a baby.
She appears to be the first person that this email is addressed to, correct?
I agree.
Okay. And then we've
Yeah.
heard from Polly.
Yes, that is my second sister.
Okay.
This
And
is
then
a
we've
very
heard-
good
we've
question in
heard
the
from you.
chat.
Yeah,
Correct.
How did
Those
she
are the three people
know?
that this was sent to.
Yes.
They're not supposed to
going up,
watch or listen.
we've talked a lot about
It
this,
seems
but
like she's been watching
What does
them.
that line right here that I'm pointing to say?
It says, I'm famous. At
She's
what
not
cost?
supposed to watch.
And do you recall, because there's a difference here between I am famous here and I am famous at what
It
cost?
seems to
Who
me that
wrote
she
at what
has.
cost?
I added the at what cost
Okay.
when I
So-
sent my email back.
Sorry, don't want to cut you off, but so after you had tried to access this link, you responded to that email, is that correct?
I don't know at what point I don't know at what point I was able to access, or if I even did see what was here. It seemed
Yes,
like I would
or
follow
she got
through to try to
emails.
see what, because this is important information, but I don't know when that happened.
Okay. And I think you said earlier that when you tried to access this, it was a meetup group login, or you were required a meetup group login?
Yes,
Okay.
and I wasn't a member of Meetup, so I was unable to access that. But I knew my dad was.
Okay.
She might have received emails. Yesterday, I tried to
talk,
pull
this is
these
gonna be
things
brought
off the
up quite a bit.
screen when they were doing
You go ahead
it.
and read what this, what your note
But
says
these
here.
have been in court records
Dad.
as well.
I cannot believe how unlucky and how crazy this all is.
I want to hear
also
this.
can't believe this is all on GoPro. What are the chances? I am so glad you're okay. How are you feeling this evening? Love, Shae.
I'm here for the dramatic reading of the email, though. I'm not mad about it at all. Instead of just reading it in monotone, she at least put some energy behind the reading of the email. I am dying to hear about this fucking GoPro.
Now, Shae, this is an important answer, but with that, after being sent that link,
And that was
how
sent
did
from her
any reference
smartphone.
to a GoPro video come up that you responded in the way that you did?
So we did this in an opposite order. My apologies, 7 years is a long time for my brain. I received a phone call, and thanks to Gwyneth Paltrow's team, they were able to put together the timeline of things. And I had forgotten that actually I got a phone call at 6:13 p.m. that evening, and then I had a conversation with my dad about what had happened. And then the email came later on in the evening. And now I can't remember the question. Do you mind asking again?
You mentioned you had a phone call with
Yes,
your father.
yes.
How did that instruct or have influence on this response?
Okay. After my dad told me about what he was feeling and that he could hardly think, his brain was numb, and that he couldn't take a breath without feeling a stabbing sensation in his chest, and that he had rung his bell.
And you said, go to the hospital.
I believe he mentioned that with this big resort and so many people on this green run, there had to be GoPro video.
Overruled?
Go ahead, continue.
And so he said there has to be GoPro footage. There just has to be, because there was this big blood-curdling scream before I got hit in the back, and that means that a person that had a helmet cam of this GoPro would look towards the scream and catch it all on video. And so I thought, that's
What?
brilliant. You know, then we have complete evidence of what happened and who was at fault. And so I
How do
kind
you
of assumed
remember
that
this?
maybe this was GoPro video, and we could rest easy because we would know what happened.
How do you remember this
But
so
you had never,
specifically?
he didn't show you a GoPro video?
No, I've never seen GoPro video, and it does not exist as far as I know.
And now, after this, you still have not seen any GoPro video?
I have not seen any GoPro video.
So it was, and I don't want to mischaracterize what you just told the jury, but it was based on that conversation you had with your dad that you responded in this way?
Yes, so I don't know if during the time I was talking to him, if I had my leg propped up and whether or not I was interrupted by my 4-year-old or 8-year-old at the time. But when I hung up that phone, I thought there was GoPro video. And I thought that would be comforting for my dad to say, it's going to be okay, Dad. I know you are really hurting, but we've got it on camera. So I believed that there was GoPro video at the time, and that's why I said that.
All right. I want to clear this before we go ahead.
Lawrence, I've left my water bottle next to you. Could you please grab it for me?
Oh, okay.
The reason that I've laid them on top of each other here is going to be important.
Lawrence!
So this has already been...
Bring me my
admitted.
water!
This is, the jury saw this yesterday. This appears to be the post that your dad put out the day of the incident, talking about the Whitney Smith
the thing that has stuck out to me so much is that she has been saying repeatedly how hard it is for her to remember 7 years ago and how difficult that time was. She was recovering from an ACL tear. She had just had a ski crash. All of these things of why 7 years ago and the memory 7 years ago is so hard. And then she was shown that there was a phone call and then remembered that there is a phone call and then remembered the entire context of the conversation. I just wonder if this is a memory or if this is her searching for answers after a tragic event has happened, trying to remember what it must have been in the conversation and not an actual memory, but a fill-in. I'm not saying that she is intentionally making things up. I am wondering if she is searching for answers so much for her dad because he is obsessed with this case that at the time she's like, we can rest easy, there's footage. And in her mind, she's like, that must have been what I said then. That must have been what I thought then. And she is filling that in because she remembered not a lot and then this exact conversation. So it's a question mark for me. I want to see the rest of what she says.
Helped him down from the mountain. Have you ever seen this?
This is Defense 111, page 2.
I recognize this woman's smile, and I do remember he had an awful day, but this woman came to his rescue. She was his angel and taking care of him, finally, after a long time of being ignored on the mountain.
Oh, Your Honor, just strike. That's
Sustained.
what you're saying.
Sustained. Response is stricken, and the jury should disregard the last part of the comment.
Sorry.
Do you recall seeing this post?
I do. I do remember reading that at some point.
The reason I've laid these out and gone kind of old school here with paper instead of the digitals we've been showing is for an important reason.
What?
Now, I'm going to zoom in here, down below on this pre-admitted exhibit, and I want you to look at, if we can get it to zoom in a little bit. We'll focus it up.
Zoom. I want to see.
Okay. Do you see below that comments what appears to be some sort of a link?
Are you asking me? Yes, I see the link at the bottom and then the photos too.
And that appears to be from Meetup, the website your dad was posting on. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Oh, are
You
these
see
links
numbers
the
here?
same?
Yes.
Okay, you see photos, and then slash, and some numbers.
Yes.
Ah, are those links the
I want you
same?
to look at this. I want you to look and see.
4472. No, those are different numbers.
But do the photos the numbers at the end of that exhibit?
No.
With this exhibit here. Do these numbers correlate or match? any
No,
of these numbers?
267724448 matches, but 4472. Wait, go back. Go back. Come back. Come back.
Okay, it appears.
Starting with 26.
Do they
The
appear to match?
261 is the first one. Corresponds to the first one. The second one is not anything.
4472.
And the last one matches up with the exception of the last digit, which is a 2 instead of a 0.
Okay. But they're close, is that
They're
correct?
very close.
Okay.
One's right on, the other's close.
They're close. Two different photos. possibly on the same post. Thanks, Carrie.
I'll switch gears a little bit.
Appreciate
Get
you.
off a little bit away from this email. You've given your explanation.
GoPros
for
take
why
video,
you
and
wrote
they're
about
often
GoPro
worn by
videos, is that correct?
skiers.
I have a question. So the fact that the numbers matched up just
They don't
means
match.
that those two are correlated.
No.
It may.
Okay.
I'm not going to ask
Okay.
for an opinion, and I'm
Okay.
not a cybersecurity or
Okay.
not even cybersecurity, but I'm not a cyber expert, so I don't know
Okay.
if that means anything. I just think it's an interesting coincidence for now that those are.
And he can't
those are
testify to
correlated.
it, so he's asking you.
Now, you've given us your reasoning for why you wrote that line about GoPro. Is there anything else that you think may have influenced why you put that in an email?
I think I've already said, I think I just wanted my dad to have peace of mind that there was video footage out there that was going to show what happened.
But you didn't know that there was or was not.
I did not know that. And also, let me just state to the
No,
jury that my
there's
dad
no question
had
pending.
a traumatic brain
Objection!
injury when
No question pending.
he sent out that email, which is why.
You didn't know that at the time.
what's
Foundation,
that?
Your Honor.
Sustained. We do need to wait for a question before we address the jury. So thank you.
The evidence that my dad had a brain injury at the time.
Yes, the comment will be stricken and the jury's to disregard.
Struck.
Facts.
Thank you for the counsel.
Did he say
After
thank
the
you for the
accident,
counsel?
you have
Counsel.
maintained contact with your father, correct?
I have.
She wants to
Have you noticed any
explain
big
a
changes in your
lot.
dad?
My dad has quite a few personality issues.
She's
Obviously,
not
the-
allowed to do
the
what
injury
she's
to his brain
doing.
has
That's why the
caused
objections.
significant damage enough to cause his personality to change. And
What have you?
Opinion. Move to strike.
Overruled as to a lay opinion under Rule 701.
What have you seen as far as your dad's personality traits that have changed?
my dad is very insecure. He doesn't show it, but he doesn't trust his brain anymore.
Is that a hard thing for him?
It's incredibly hard because he used to be able to multitask and do all sorts of complicated tasks, and now
Read
he has a
books
hard
while
time
driving.
just following through one step at a time.
And that
he
is
used to be able to
hard.
do multiple things at a time, so it's been really hard on his personality. He feels inept, frustrated.
We
don't
should
know
let
exactly how
him
he feels.
explain
You're
how
right.
he feels.
From his daughter's perspective, I feel that his life is exhausting.
And it's hard to hear. Have you noticed things about his ability, excuse me, let me inartfully ask, have you noticed any differences in his ability to listen?
My dad used to be a really good listener, but since the accident, his brain has to work so hard at what he's going to
No,
say next
that's
that his
not-
ears just
no,
shut down.
no,
and he
no,
goes inside. He's
no.
internal, and he may be standing in front of you.
You are assuming a whole bunch of shit. You can talk about what you have seen, what you have heard, and what you have done. You are now interpreting how his brain is working. It's the over explanation for me. She is trying so hard to help him. In this case, I wonder how the jury feels about it because it's starting to annoy me.
But he is not. He's not there. He's gone inside, coming up with the argument or the next thing he's going to say.
How
And
do you
so
know that? You're not in his
listening
brain.
abilities have really been hampered by this brain injury.
That you
Now,
can
you told,
testify
in your
to.
deposition,
Your
you told us a story
observations.
about the van door.
Oh, I'm
Would
gonna get
you
annoyed.
Please share that story with the jury.
Family
Okay,
stuff is so
First
hard.
thing, my van door from the time I bought it, it was a brand new van at the time, but it always has a problem. I own a Honda Odyssey, and if you know them, the doors don't swing open like this. They actually go parallel with the body of the car.
Yeah, we're well
And
familiar
so-
with minivans.
Foundation for what time frame we're talking about. She did say after this incident.
When did you buy the car?
Why?
My daughter was born in 2012. So this happened.
So was my youngest.
After 2012. This happened
So the Honda Odyssey door, like, what?
when my oldest was 11. So it's been about 6 years ago.
So this was after the...
This was after the accident. Yeah.
So her oldest
you.
is the age of my youngest. Okay.
So
good.
this
Now
van
we know
door,
how old
because
everybody
children
can
sometimes
door.
ride in it, has an optical sensor that will back the door. The door will not close automatically, mechanically, if it senses there is something in the way, and that's to prevent a kid's arm or somebody's.
Oh my God!
something
Why are
getting
you
caught in the
explaining?
door.
Why are you explaining the thought process behind the Honda Odyssey door?
But my van door.
If you ever have to be a witness, don't do this. Also for the chat that is just coming in complaining about how fast she is talking, I hear you. I've put it up at 1.5 speed to try to catch up before lunch ends. Court's coming back in about 10 minutes. This is a lot of exposition.
Has had a problem with it, thinking that there's something there when there isn't. And there's a really easy fix. You just go to the
Do I
driver's
own a
side, and there's a
car?
manual toggle on the dashboard where you turn off the electronics part, and you can manually shut the door.
Stop
that
it.
should be
I am
enough
too
background
ADHD to
information.
talk about your fucking car right
my
now.
dad and I have picked up my daughters from school, and we're going to the dance shop to get some ballet shoes for my daughter Tia, who
She knew
is
she
about
wanted to
11
tell
years
this
old.
story.
And that means her sister is roughly six years old. So we go into the car. Oh, my dad happens to be in the passenger seat as I'm driving the van to the dance shop, and we pull up to a parallel parking position right in front of the store. And because my 6-year-old is in a booster and there's oncoming traffic, I'm paying close attention to get her out.
I'm not going to judge.
What's important is as we came out, I noticed that the van door on the opposite side, so on the curb side, had been left open. No one had shut the door, and it's downtown Spokane, so I was a little concerned that we had been robbed or something, but I took a look and everything was where it was supposed to be.
Oh, honey.
And so my older daughter Tia jumped in. Grandpa Terry's right there with her to buckle herself in, and she goes to push the button, and meanwhile I'm actually with my 6-year-old trying to get her into her car seat. So she pushes the button and it does this funky thing, which is it backs off and refuses to close. Well, Tia's known that there's an easy fix for this. You just have to hit the button. And my dad's like, oh, I could do it. I didn't know exactly what was going on at the time. I could see through, and I could hear a heated argument and anger and frustration. And my little daughter is like trying to explain to Grandpa Terry, no, my mom can fix this. And my dad's like, I know what to do. I can get it done myself. I'm the adult here. You're just a little kid. You don't know anything. And he was really
I don't know how uncommon this is in his age group, though.
laying it down hard on her. I was, anyway, what happened is with all this commotion going on, I figure out what the problem is. And I look over at my dad as he is with all of his might, like a football player trying to push one of those heavy padded things, pushing that door closed, and it is like barely moving, barely moving. He finally gets it to about 2 inches closed. And I was like, oh, and I switched it to manual. So he was able to close it. And he's like, see, I told you I could do it. And he was just belittling my little sister, my daughter, my Tia, my oldest daughter, and just going, you know, I know what to do. I'm the adult here, and just being so awful to her. And it's actually damaged his relationship with her because he was so awful to her. And I got in the front door and closed the door, and I looked back at my little daughter, and she's just red cheeked, and her tears are streaming down her eyes, and she is just so belittled and made to feel like she's stupid, and I just thought this didn't have to happen. If he had just listened to her, and said, Mom can fix this. And she was like, I knew he was going to break the door, Mom. I knew he was going to break the door. And he didn't, luckily, but it was an awful experience, and I have never known my dad to raise his voice or scream or belittle or do those sorts of things. It was just very uncharacteristic of him.
And how has Tia told you how she feels about that?
She does not like my dad. She doesn't like him.
She didn't like being yelled at. Okay.
Have you noticed any other times where you've seen your dad since the ski accident in 2016? Have you seen any other times where your dad's raised his voice in anger like he
But
was
did you
just
see him do
that
it
was
before?
Actually the worst I've ever seen, and I will say that my dad and I see eye to eye a lot, so there's not been a lot for us to argue or fight about. So I know my sister Polly alluded to an interaction that she witnessed with my baby sister Jenny. I get real
pissed when people yell at my kids that aren't me.
In which he got right in her face and said F you, screamed F you at her, which again, he doesn't talk like that, and he doesn't raise his voice and scream. That was not the old Terry that I knew.
Wait. She said that happened to Polly. Polly said that happened to her. Hold on. That's a confusing change between the two.
That she witnessed with my baby sister Jenny, my youngest sister Jenny.
He was screaming at Jenny.
In which he got right in her face and said F you, screamed F you at her, which again, he doesn't talk like that, and he doesn't raise his voice and scream.
Because Polly said that yesterday.
That was not the old Terry that I knew as a dad.
You had never seen that growing up with
No, not at all. He was so patient.
Have you seen or known your dad, since you brought up your sister, Jenny.
Yes.
And this incident the jury heard about yesterday.
Yes.
You know the family dynamics in your family, right?
Yes, I do. It's complicated.
Every family is. There's people that are maybe closer to one another.
Tell me more.
Is that your perception?
I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your...
So in every family, there's relationships that are closer, or maybe some that are further away. Is that your perception?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you characterize your father's, from your own opinion, your father's and Jenny's relationship?
Before the accident or after the accident?
Let's say before, and then we'll ask after.
Okay. My sister, Jenny B, is neurotypical, and she...
Conference at your bar?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so they're going to a sidebar. This happened yesterday where what does she want to say? They're going to sidebar. What are you trying to do? They're going to sidebar. This has nothing to do with you. Sit there. Polly was easier for me than this witness. So they're at sidebar because there is
All right, this appears
there are things that have been ruled out about Jenny. So
to be a good time to take our lunch recess, so we will do that at this time, returning at 1:30.
y'all, we did it. We are caught the fuck up. Look at us. Look at us managing our time like adults, or at least like normies who don't have ADHD. All right, let's see what the court says, and then we're caught up. Lunch is supposed to be back in 2 minutes. Yes. All right. No, there's more. We're going to hear what the court has to say.
Ms. Herath, if you could just remain here for just a moment. Thank you.
Oh, there goes Gwyneth.
All right, so Ms. Herath, there's a lot of medical experts in this case,
Okay.
and you're not one of them.
It's true.
Oh shit. There's a lot of medical experts in this case, and you're not one of them. Yikes.
And so we want to be careful that your testimony limits itself to what you observed,
Okay.
Yes.
and maybe opinions that you formed based on those observations.
Okay.
But what we don't want you to testify to is a medical diagnosis of Jenny.
Here, I'm gonna slow this down a little since we are almost caught back up. This judge is being very patient, but he still is a little, you're not one of them.
mental health diagnosis of Jenny, or I guess describe what you've seen with her in terms of a medical diagnosis or medical terminology. Does that make sense?
We don't want that last one. Is that what you just said, Your Honor?
I think I'm a little
Yes,
confused.
we do not want you to be explaining what you've observed with Jenny in terms of a mental health diagnosis. Like a person with this mental health diagnosis I see Jenny doing these things that are like a person with this mental diagnosis.
Okay.
But rather,
Okay.
just what did you see?
Oh, what do you notice about her? Okay.
Well, what have you observed? And what, and you're certainly,
Was the key word that you didn't want to hear was the neurodiversity?
I think that probably triggered the concern.
Because that's more of a medical terminology?
I'm not sure.
She said
Okay.
It doesn't sound
neurotypical.
like
I
an
think she
everyday
meant
observation, though.
neurodiverse.
You're right. Okay, I understand.
I could see you translating. If you made an observation about Jenny, and you're using that term to describe that observation, I could see you translating that into everyday words
Okay, I
as to
see.
what you saw and what you observed.
Okay.
But in terms of using a medical
She
sounding
should have
name,
been
I guess, or
prepped.
label,
Okay,
that's
She
what
should have
we
been
need you to
prepped.
avoid.
okay.
By the attorneys.
Counsel, okay with that instruction?
Yes, and I just want to make one other
I don't
statement
think
that's
he's
separate
that-
from this.
Just a
I
minute.
don't think he's
then.
that
I
comfortable.
don't want to conflate the two. Are you okay with that instruction to the witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Mr.
we're
Owens?
making copies. My staff has advised me that somehow with the help of I'm not even going to misspeak, except someone has accessed that link
Yes.
that we've been trying to get.
The internet.
Well, right.
I'm going to hand out copies.
Why don't we do this in chambers? And if you need to put something on the record, we can do that after that.
Sure, and I'm not even prepared to. I've just been advised that that link has been accessed. Not a GoPro link, but the
photo.
the
Yeah,
actual
because
link.
the
It's just that
internet's
this
going to
witness
internet.
is
How the fuck did
under
y'all
the
not get that
exclusionary rule, and
done?
I'd rather not discuss it in front of this witness.
Correct.
Fair enough. Should we meet at,
He said
When do you
chambers.
wanna meet?
1:15,
Oh,
would that
shit,
be enough time?
counsel.
sure, in chambers?
Yeah, let's start in chambers. And if you could make me a copy.
Yeah, we're making some copies. I just got handed it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Making copies.
Thank you. You're welcome to
All
go
right.
take lunch or whatever, but you're still under the exclusionary rule as a witness,
I
not to
think-
discuss the case with
I think
other
this witness might have
witnesses.
watched some of the footage.
Thank you.
Making
you so much.
copies. Brandon's like, it took 7 years for them to access, yet the internet found it in literally 5 minutes. Exactly. It seems that nobody bothered to type in the link. Court is just coming back from lunch. I'm going to do a quick swoopy dupe so we can break between the two and try to figure out why this isn't back. I see it on one feed that it's coming back, but on my other feed, it's not coming back. Hold on. Let me just make sure these feeds haven't swapped. And let me see where we're at. Oh, it panned to the door and then it panned back because the plaintiff was walking into the courtroom. Miguelina, are they back on any feeds? I don't know why I saw it on this feed that the plaintiff came back into the courtroom just a few minutes ago. Oh, let me back up and find that, and then I'm going to swoop because we saw, oh, it doesn't really matter. The plaintiff walked back into the courtroom, or it looked like the plaintiff walked back into the courtroom briefly. But Court is not back yet. I've got the feed up in real time. So I'm going to do a quick swoop and we'll go from there because court is still on lunch break and we got caught up. So what we started with this morning in 1.5 speed was the daughter of the plaintiff talking about, again, his memory and behavioral changes and other changes that she has noticed with him. But she has very much gone into, well, his brain stops doing this, and she's very much trying to diagnose or explain in a medical way what's going on, which is why we saw the court saying what you can't do is exactly what you're trying to do. We are just getting into questioning regarding the sister, Jenny. What we have heard is that Jenny is not coming to testify. She had been subpoenaed and is now not coming to testify. We heard that in previous days. So it will be very interesting to see if Jenny comes to testify or not. I am not sure what's going to happen, but Jenny has been thrown under the bus by her sisters. The attorneys were starting to put medical diagnoses on the record yesterday. Gwyneth Paltrow's attorney stood up and said, no, this is not what we're doing. And today we did see this witness advocating for herself and saying, you know, when you put these up there, you're putting information out there. I don't know how she knows that, and I wonder if it will come up on cross-examination, whether or not she was told, whether she was emailed, whether somebody reached out to her, but she knows that they were putting up these email addresses yesterday without redacting them. They had put up yesterday, and I am almost hesitant to say it because I don't want the internet to internet, but they were putting up medical records yesterday that still had social security numbers on them, and I was very frustrated with it. These attorneys on both sides, this is criticism for both sides. These attorneys on both sides have seemed to give zero fucks or at least zero awareness of the fact that this is being broadcast. And it pisses me off because Gwyneth Paltrow's attorney well knows that the cameras are on them and has bitched about it multiple times to the court. Your Honor, the cameras are in my client's face. You're putting somebody's social on there. And they didn't think to redact any of it. And that's really frustrating to me. They know. Ugh. Just a little bit of concern, a little bit of compassion, and a little bit of forethought goes a really long way. I think we saw a lot more consideration for this in the Murdaugh trial, and we do see more consideration for this in criminal law because there is so much concern for safety. They were very mindful of it in Depp v. Heard. Depp v. Heard are both celebrities. It's surprising to me that the court is, or not the court, that the attorneys aren't mindful of it here. With all of that, the internet's gonna internet, and they apparently found the GoPro link. Or the link from the post, the meetup post. This I saw around the internet yesterday. So Kim Finley said, you mean professionals should behave like professionals? Yes, and have a little bit of forethought. It's really frustrating. It's really frustrating. Sinbad said, Owens isn't Ben Chu. A lot of attorneys aren't, but being mindful goes a long way. And when you see an email address, redact it. And you can redact it and give the unredacted to the court, and you can both agree, and nobody's disagreeing. There is no controversy over who these emails were sent to. These emails were clearly sent. Everybody knows they were sent. So I am not seeing court back yet anywhere. So I know some of you are saying court's back. It's not. I am on a couple of the different direct feeds. Court is not back. Could they get in trouble for not redacting? Not really. There's no court order. Emily, the meetup link is in your subreddit. I have a subreddit. I forget that there's a subreddit. I will go look for it, but I think we're going to see it come in court. So I'll look for that in a little bit. I'm going to get to some questions. We've got some super chats, but we also have over 22,000 of you in the chat. So here's what I want to remind you. First of all, don't forget to do the subscribing things. I love having you here. I love having you as law nerds. We have been called a small channel by some of the networks, I would like to prove to them that that is not true. So let us gain subscribers and then take over the world with our wonderful Law Nerd chat. Don't forget to go ahead and like and subscribe. Also, there will be some things coming that you have been asking for in the Law Nerd shop. If you want to know, lawnerdalert.com is where you need to go. This email list will keep you in the loop. It is free. Our text crew does not work international. We have a large international audience. It's why I end up awake in the middle of the night to be on television in the UK. So if you will go ahead and sign up at Law Nerd Alert, if you choose to stay in the loop and if you want to stay in the loop, I'm here for it. So lawnerdalert.com is where you want to go. I'm not going to blast who called me a small channel. Just know we have taken that to heart. And so now we're like, well, touche. It doesn't matter. We have more live concurrent viewers than any of the networks. And that is funny to me because our percentage of live viewers is very, very high. All right. Daffy said Law Nerd Alert does not make sense. It does make sense. We keep you in the loop. That's where our alerts come in, or at least it makes sense to me. Kim said severe PTSD and social anxiety. This chat is my people. Kim, this chat is my people too. When I started on the internet, all I wanted was community, and this chat is our community of glorious and vast difference, of neurodivergence, and of the people I like to hang out with most. Susan said, Emily, you're number 2 under YouTube Live. We are number 2 in live trending. I know we are. So let's see. I'm going to keep going. A couple of you have asked to see the Law Nerd Alert. We have just a moment till court comes back in. I know all of you will let me know. So you can alert. Why did you all break Law Nerd Alert again? You might have broken Law Nerd Alert again, because as I'm trying to get there, it is 4:04. So give it a minute. When it gets peaks in activity, this has happened like 3 times. It frustrates me every single time. But when you get to Law Nerd Alert, you just need to go and sign up here. I will also give you the other link so we can hit it in multiple ways. But the Law Nerd Alert, you can get signed up for free. We take good care of all of your things, and I will keep you in the loop. All right, court is coming back.
Yes,
so
Ms. Herath,
if you can't get into Law Nerd Alert right now, give it just a moment. We have some new things coming to the Law Nerd.
He's running to the bathroom like Steve Owens. I don't think we should start without him or start without me. It may just be a 30-second delay, but I just hate to come right.
Can we take a moment to appreciate this defense attorney? This defense attorney had said, Your Honor, Steve Owen ran to the bathroom. I don't think we should start without him. That is very, very considerate, saying counsel's not here yet. Can we give it a moment?
Comment. This applies to both sides. Sometimes someone's running to the bathroom like Steve Owens. I don't think we should start without him or start without me. It may just be a 30-second delay, but I just hate to come running in and the jury's over.
I appreciate that. Don't bring in the jury till all counsel are present.
I'm getting an okay from the tables. Like it's okay to begin. So I guess let your table know. Don't start without me. Okay. If you have to leave.
Okay, I just need to gain up.
Absolutely. Yeah. At any time.
The witness is back on the stand. They are waiting for Gwyneth Paltrow to come back into court, and is now walking back into court. I don't know where Mr. Owen is. He might be in the restroom. So the jury is walking in. And away we go. As the jury's walking in, I'm going to zoom so we are in real time. All right, we are in real time.
Shae, before we broke for lunch, we were talking a little bit about your family, about some of the relationships.
Seems like Owens is still in the restroom.
Questioning.
I forget the question now, but I remember we were talking about family.
Just to bring us all back, kind of what we were talking about. Have you ever observed, and I'm not going to ask you for any sort of medical opinion or any expert opinion, I just want you to tell us what you have personally observed in your family and the family dynamics between your father and Jenny. What are those?
I think they have a hard time communicating with one another. I think because of my dad's traumatic brain injury, and I'm speaking of after the accident. Before they also.
Just objections, making causative connections to the accident, which are medical opinions. So if we could say factual.
Sustained. You can certainly use the accident counsel as a demarcation point
Yes.
in time, and the witness can as well.
Yes, the witness can.
So,
Let
Do you
me,
wanna-
let me ask a question, please.
Okay.
oh, get ready.
So after the accident, what have you observed about your father and Jenny's relationship? Again, not any sort of expert opinion, but just from a sister's
She wants to
perspective. What have you
explain.
witnessed?
She can't stop
I
explaining.
have seen that my dad and my sister do not get along. They have a hard time communicating to one another. She thinks very differently than you or I may think, and she really comes from the heart. And also, my dad is a bit of a fixer, and so he wants to help Jenny, and Jenny doesn't believe she's broken, and I don't believe she's broken
Well,
either. She just
it's
sees
very
the
annoying
world a
if somebody
different
was
way.
going to fix.
But that causes a lot of problems with their relationship. And also, I think after the accident, my dad has a hard time hearing, in that he is always thinking about what he's going to say next. And so oftentimes he doesn't hear the other side of the story. And a person feels like they are not being listened to in that case. And that is a big frustration, not just
He's
with
a
Jenny,
fixer
but
on
with
top of being a
other
doer, a goer, a
people
poster, a
in the
skier,
family.
traveler.
Thank you. And you mentioned
Somebody
the way
calls
that
him a
Jenny
pusher.
sees the
I'm yelling
world.
bingo.
Have you ever had a situation where the two of you have viewed an event and your perceptions of that same event, that shared event, was totally different?
That's human. That's being human. It's called humaning.
There was a time when the three sisters got together for a little gathering at my mom's house when my mom wasn't there.
Your Honor, could we just clarify pre-accident or post-accident? And-
Yes.
Let's see.
That's very helpful for Mr. Owen to
This
keep
is a good
complaining.
question. I don't have
The attorney is not asking the questions as to time, and it very much matters.
a clear recollection, counsel, on what
Who is she
what the
addressing?
it's probably around the time
She doesn't know.
of the accident.
So she doesn't
but
know.
we're talking about my sister Jenny and not my dad.
It doesn't
The
matter.
story doesn't involve my dad whatsoever.
It doesn't
At
matter.
this
We still need to know when it
memory
happened.
I have. There was a time when
She
the
does
three of
not
us
remember
girls were
time, but she
sitting
remembers
on
that
my
phone call
mom's
clear as
bed
day.
downstairs, and for some
That's
reason
interesting.
Jenny B was very upset with Polly.
Cross-examination is going to be a
She was
mess.
very angry, and she was yelling at Polly, and I could not understand where Jenny was coming from. I didn't understand why she was so angry with Polly, because she's really good friends with Polly. And she was tearing Polly down, and I thought, where is this coming from? I do not
Did a
understand
bit of that on the stand, didn't she?
why you're so upset and, frustrated with her. And it felt awful because I kind of looked over at Jenny, and she had kind of a glazed over look in her eyes, and I was like, wow, something is really different. I can't put a finger on it, but something
What
is
does
really
this-
different with the way
Okay.
that she's experiencing this right now.
Yeah,
And
Polly was
it's-
trying to regulate
I'm sure that's
Jenny.
her truth at the time, but it didn't feel like my sister Polly deserved to be treated like that. It was really hard.
Thank you for sharing that.
Can we get a time frame? She told you she didn't know.
Can I phone a friend?
No,
Oh, fucking hell.
not right now.
I think we can do that on cross-examination. She already said it was around the time of the incident.
Cross-examination.
I'm going to move on a little
Cross
bit.
is going
Okay.
to be a mess.
Last little bit of questioning.
This
for
witness
you.
is nervous, but it's not coming across well for me.
You mentioned that your father was very organized
She
before
wants
he ran clinics,
to over
and you watched what he
explain.
did while he was running those
And that's
clinics.
hard.
Yes, I did.
Have you, comparing that time before the accident to how he is now today in his multitasking, how have you seen differences?
Huge amounts of differences. There is no way he could ever run an office right now under his current situation. There's just too many moving balls, and he has a hard time just, getting from point A to point B.
Balls,
He
you say?
tends to get distracted, and I think his mind, his
No.
thoughts are like
Objection.
a pinball machine being from one end
You
to
don't
the
know
other.
what's going on in his brain.
And there's no
No.
rhyme or reason for it, so
Ma'am?
he would never be able to do that. I think he's incredibly knowledgeable, but he's not able to complete a task from the beginning to end. He gets distracted. I
feel
don't
attacked.
know how he survives, actually. So
And before her testimony yesterday, have you and Polly ever discussed the changes in your father that you both have observed?
Oh my God, my devices
the
at home
accident?
think I was asking for
let me
H-E-L-P
make sure I understand your
and
question.
are trying
You're
to call
wondering
them
if Polly and
EMS.
I have ever talked about things that we've
No,
talked,
cancel.
or the differences that we've seen in my dad before and after.
Yes,
Is that
thank you
correct?
for- yeah, thank you
Okay,
for
I just want to make sure I understood. So yes, of course, we're sisters and we're in this together, and we want to find help for him, and we also need to be compassionate and understanding about what he's gone through. And also realize that when bad things happen, there's a reason for it, that this is not my dad. This is an alternate version of my dad.
This is very hard for her.
So
I don't
if
doubt
she
that, but
expressed
she
things
very
to
much
the
wants
jury
to help.
yesterday, and
it's coming
you
across
obviously
like
don't
she
know
wants to
exactly
help.
what she said.
No.
But would you find that you tend to agree with her assessment of how your father is now?
That is a defective
Sustained as to
question.
relevance.
I'm gonna have to
further
remove
questions
the
for now.
digital
Okay.
devices from my
Thank
office
you.
as I'm yelling at the screen. Oh, and now they're approaching. As my digital devices think that I need some type of help, which I don't. Y'all, just be compassionate to the witness. No name calling. I appreciate it. We are now voir direing the witness.
We're going to take a minute to get set up. Is that okay?
No, we are crossing. I didn't realize he was done. So, I appreciate no name calling. We can talk and evaluate her testimony. I don't know how this will come across to the jury. She is very much trying to over-explain. She's trying to help her dad, and that's going to come across. I think the first question should be, are you trying to help your dad? So I don't know how we got to cross so fast, but let's see if we're in real time. There we go. I think I had paused twice, so.
Okay.
Oh, good.
You mentioned your dad needs to be dealt with compassion. Did you say that?
That my dad needs compassion. I think every human being needs compassion.
All right. You understand my client says your dad plowed into her back?
I did hear that.
When?
Do you agree that if she's been falsely accused, she deserves the jury's compassion?
Sustained.
Objection argumentative, I think is what he said. That was sustained. Nope.
Help me out.
She has no problem pausing on cross.
Are you saying
She's not
your
happy.
everything about your dad's personality was good before the ski accident, and everything about your dad's personality was bad after the ski accident?
I don't think it's that black and white.
Yes or no?
I am not saying that.
The jury
All right.
can't rule on sympathy.
So let's
That's
slice
exactly
that
right.
in half now. There were problems with your dad's mental health prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I don't know that.
All right. There were
This sister is the
defects in
oldest
his
sister.
personality prior to the ski collision. Do you agree?
I do not know that.
All right. So
Oh boy.
I am trying to sort of reconcile these answers. So I heard you saying you're not saying your dad's personality, everything about him,
Just BKZ,
was
thank you for the gift
perfect
of
before.
memberships.
True?
Could you restate that question? It was confusing.
It is confusing. Sorry. I feel like the wet blanket in your family, exposing unpleasantries because your family is painting an unfavorably positive view of your dad.
Stop
before
explaining.
the accident.
Ask a question.
That's the preface.
No.
Overruled.
Do you understand why I would do that?
I'm not you, and I can't be in your mind and in your situation, so I don't.
But you were in your
don't know your
dad's
perspective.
mind.
Do you agree, though, if we're saying the ski accident utterly changed his life? You're saying that, aren't you?
Utterly changed his life.
Are you saying that? Yes or no?
I can't answer that.
She's parsing the words much more carefully on
Is it
Ross.
fair in your mind, at least, to look at your dad before versus after the ski accident?
That's what she's been doing.
Like in terms
That's
of...
not a question, I'm sorry.
Is it fair? Like on anger, on emotions, on relationships,
Oh,
on all these
shit.
things you've been saying.
We're gonna be here
are
all day.
Different. Do you agree that we ought to at least look at how things were right before the ski collision?
What a different
and then
affect
talk
on
about
Cross.
what they are now?
That's a portion of the time, yes.
Okay. So those, I'm trying to do that in my next hour or two. I'm just letting you know.
In the next hour or two, sir? The next hour or two of Cross? Get a fucking
Do you understand
snack,
the
y'all.
concept that if someone is struggling from 26 chronic
He's gonna
medical
ride out the
conditions,
rest of the day.
that it may actually impact their mental health?
I don't. Do I understand that?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Okay. Do you agree that it might?
It depends. I mean, this person gets a hangnail a lot. And
That's
also,
not a
I
okay.
don't have his medical records. I don't know anything about his medical records unless he's shared them with me, which he is a very private man.
This is a tough spot for you to be in.
Did you watch your sister's testimony? The sister was questioned a lot about medical records, and she seems to be really leaning into, and I don't have his medical records either. Did you watch your sister's testimony, or did you talk to your sister about your testimony? He better ask her.
Shared them with me, which he is a very private man.
This is a tough spot for you to be in. Do you agree this is unpleasant for you?
It's not the first place I would choose to be right now.
I mean, you love your dad. You want him to stand by him and support him. Is that fair?
I do.
Even still, when you heard that he was demanding $3 million, you were shocked by that number. Do you agree?
Those are your words, not mine.
They are your words in your deposition. Do you recall this? Shocked. I was shocked.
If my deposition said it, then it must have been said.
Did you say it? Did you read your deposition in preparation for today?
I have not committed it to memory.
Do you remember? Do you remember a lot of questions about that you thought it was like, seemed like way too much money?
Those were not my words.
All right. Well, we'll get...
I mean, if you want to pull that up, those words in my deposition, I would defer to you and to the deposition.
Oh, we're going to get to a lot of pulling up the deposition, aren't we?
111, page 44.
That's a received exhibit, right?
Oh, boy. They're
Page
like,
what?
okay, ma'am, we'll pull it the fuck up.
It's exhibit 111, page 44.
Has that been received?
Okay, I'm kind of here for this Cross today. Normally, he really annoys me, but she's annoying me too, and I'm here for the battle of the wills. It's late on a Friday. My whiskey's in the other room.
Has not been received.
I might go get it.
I move for its admission.
Any objection?
Let's get it. Let's ride.
Coat of arms.
I'm here for Sassy Court. I'm just here for Sassy Court today.
We've checked this irrelevant. Yeah.
So how do you do this, Your Honor? How do you want to do it? I've got a Terry. I can explain, or we can come to the bench.
What do you mean, how do you want to do it?
If,
You're the fucking lawyer.
I mean, is it
You
relevant?
ask questions, she
I think
answers
highly.
them.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and proceed
Okay.
if that's the objection, and I expect the relevance to be shown.
Your binder, can you turn to, can I come, do you have a defense binder there?
I do not have a.
Oh, goodness.
Exhibit 111, page 44.
Your Honor, how do you want to do it? Do your
Conditionally
job,
received
sir.
upon showing relevance.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, ma'am? Ma'am, may I approach? She fucking said yes. He's asking the court's permission, not yours. Ma'am, you are not in charge of this courtroom. I'm going to back that up because I am so fucking shocked that when he asked the judge to approach, she answered yes. Who does that? Okay, I'm backing up. Apparently her. This is wild.
Or it is conditionally received upon showing relevance.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let me show you this document.
Okay.
Have you seen this document before? Do you recognize it?
That's funny. I think she just assumed it was about
I have
her.
not seen this.
Did your dad, were you Facebook friends with your dad?
I am, yes.
And were you on February 1, 2016, just weeks before this accident?
I don't recall when we became friends on Facebook.
Were there
Facebook
times
will
you
tell
weren't
you.
friends with your dad on Facebook?
I just don't know at what point.
I don't
in
know when I
our
fucking
life
friended
together
people
I became
on
friends with him
Facebook?
on Facebook.
5 years ago. He says he's writing to his daughters. Do you see that? The second note down? I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you see that? He's talking to you.
Yes, I see
Posted
that
about it
in
on
the
Facebook?
post.
Okay, Your Honor, and Terry Sanderson in his deposition identified this document and said it is in fact genuine. So I move for admission.
Defense Exhibit 111, page 44.
True.
It's been received.
Thank you. James, could you bring that up?
Thank you, James. We appreciate it.
No pleasure in finding these defects in Terry and your dad prior to the injury?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you understand I take no pleasure in finding defects in your dad's mental health prior to this injury?
Okay.
Okay, take a look at that document. James, could you bring that up? And maybe just do the first top half, James.
Thank you, James.
Your dad recognized this, that he posted this as,
He did.
Oh, shit.
This is the first time I've seen it
all right.
that I can remember.
My
And that's a
family's
straight jacket.
coat
And
of
does that sound
arms
like your dad's sense of humor?
ties in the back.
Poking fun at himself, I suppose.
And mental health, like that he's in a straight jacket.
Oh, gosh.
Does that sound like your dad's humor?
Yes.
My dad
Just
has different kinds of humor.
Say yes, because you know it is.
I don't know that it really does fit him.
That you know it is. That's
And then
circa
he did a little
2006
note to
humor.
the daughters here. Terry Sanderson, I'm sorry to break it to you in such an impersonal way, darling daughters. Do you believe you received that?
I don't recall ever seeing this post. I was a busy mom
All
of a
right.
4 and an 8-year-old, and I did not really check into Facebook a whole lot.
All right, we can take it down. So,
You know that was his sense of humor. You know it was, and I don't think it.
I think
goes
maybe the
against
best way to
him.
do this is
It's a joke.
comment on things.
I also
Jenny
think
said,
it goes to
and
his sense of
ask
humor
you
with "I'm
if,
famous."
you also observed
I think
that.
that's his sense of
Okay.
humor.
Okay.
Her trying to protect him doesn't help. If she had just said, "Yes, that's his sense of humor," it makes the kind of "I'm famous" sarcastic remark make more sense. You guys, law nerds, I am being told that we are now
He
number
seeks
one
attention.
on live
This is all
trending.
before the accident. Do
Thank
agree
you for
that your
being
dad
here. Don't forget to
Was
subscribe.
a seeker of attention before this accident.
Oh, he's a
He liked
seeker.
attention.
He's a doer, he's a poster, and he's a
My
shower.
dad
Yes or no,
likes
please.
affection, so if chosen between having a hug and not having a hug,
Sorry.
he'd love attention.
I think I didn't enunciate that very well.
Okay.
Attention, not affection. So
Okay.
he seeks attention. He likes attention. Do you agree or disagree? And then I'm going to move on regardless of what you say.
Okay. Sometimes.
Do you think the notoriety of this case would makes him feel powerful? I'm not using the deposition.
Overruled.
Could you re-ask?
Yeah,
the
do you
question?
agree with this idea that the notoriety of this lawsuit makes him feel powerful?
I would say no to that.
That he suffered from anger issues before the ski accident.
Disagree.
That he assaulted a man, literally punched a man in the face.
I want to hear more about
to that
this.
extent. Yes, sir. That's true or it's not true.
That's not true.
Oh, you don't know about that.
Why would
asked
Jenny
my-
tell me
She
that?
doesn't know
Why would
about
Jenny
that.
tell you that?
Yeah.
She may have gotten wrong information.
Your dad thought someone was having an affair with your mother.
Oh, the family
and went
drama of it
and
all.
punched him in the face. Punched him. I guess I don't. Maybe I'm assuming the face. You've never heard this before? Yes or
Don't
no?
assume, counsel. You know
It's
what
a
they
pretty
say about
egregious allegation. So I'm
It
wondering,
really is an
have you ever heard it
allegation.
before that your
I-
this is your own mom we're talking about?
I
You know what
know.
they say about
So-
Yes or
assumption?
no? I've heard it before. I've never heard it before.
I've never heard it before.
If you
All right.
don't know, don't say.
It may have happened and you just don't know.
I was not there at the time. This is not something that was something we talked about around the family dinner table.
Okay, because you're
If
You're
your dad
deflecting
punched the
from the
dude
mask.
he
Did
thought
your
your mom
mom
was
have an
having an
affair
affair
on
with,
your dad?
your entire family would know that shit. Come on. Isn't
well,
this
I'm
the
trying
kind
to
of stuff families
plant
talk
the
about?
foundation here of I don't know if my
The objection was sustained.
okay. I'm going to flip the question and see what the judge says.
Okay.
Did your dad have an affair on your mother when they were married?
Well sustained. Just move on, counsel.
Thanks.
Yeah, what the judge
Hey,
is
do
going to
you
say
agree
is
with
move the
this statement?
fuck on.
That your dad would
Poor
push
Jenny.
the boundaries of speed when he drove prior to the ski accident.
He was reading while driving. Don't try to make
Define
somebody.
push the boundaries
He
of
would
speed.
he would frequently exceed the speed limit.
Oh, counsel, come the fuck on.
Overruled.
He would
Go ahead.
exceed the speed limit.
I'm trying
He's
to ask
reckless.
simple questions.
Stop
So,
it.
could you restate that question?
Did your dad speed a lot?
Did your dad feel
the
the
car.
need
No,
for
he did not
speed?
speed a lot.
All right, let's. This will help me too.
Asking better questions? Yes,
When
I will.
did you leave home? At what age?
I left for college at age 18.
All right, and you moved out of state, or was that in the same state?
I moved to Utah, so out of state from Idaho. to
Were you not
Utah.
paying attention?
And
She
how
went to
many
U of
years
U, and then
was
she went to
Jenny
U of I.
At home with your parents after you left.
Did you not listen earlier?
That's a great question. My sister was 9 when I left, and so she was there
9
from
years
age
younger.
9 to 18.
All right, and were you close to her during those 9 years?
I was closer to Polly, but
Polly
from
being her
age 0
roommate.
to 9, I really treated her like she was my own human baby. So yes, I was close during those first 9 years.
So you mothered your sister.
The last 9, though.
Can we all just talk
Oh,
about
From
when
nine
I
what
to
went
weight
away
therapy
to
is?
college,
I'm wondering if you were close to
To
Jenny
maybe
during that
reestablish
time.
some family boundaries.
I would say our connection
Boundaries.
diminished because of my distance and only seeing her during vacations.
I'm going to remind you all
And
there's a
that's
reason
when
I didn't
your
do family
parents'
law.
marriage. Again, I take no pleasure in
This
this.
kind of
but
stuff
you have a
exhausts
first. Sounds like the first half of your parents' marriage was pretty good, and the second
Good.
half was pretty bad. Is that fair?
I would agree. We had
Okay.
good days and bad days, but that's a good generalization.
All right, and Jenny was
This is
there
normal
during the
family
bad
shit.
part, and you were not.
That I think it would be harder to be in Jenny's shoes than my own.
So my
Okay.
question, just to be clear, is Jenny was there during those hard years, and you were not.
That's
True?
a good reframe because she didn't answer it. Just answer the question. Jenny was there when their marriage was falling apart, and you weren't.
I can't say that for certain because I wasn't in her shoes. I wasn't experiencing what she was experiencing.
Did you ever observe your dad being
She's
domineering
not gonna give an inch.
prior to the ski incident?
Have you ever
No.
called him anal retentive? We're going to get back to the butt in 1 second.
Jenny describes your dad as being domineering before the ski accident. Do you disagree?
That was her truth.
So, what's the answer? I disagree, or I don't agree.
I can't speak for my sister.
Okay.
You sure could speak for your dad
was
earlier.
he ever emotionally or verbally abusive to you prior to the ski collision?
No.
And after? Yes or no?
No.
That's
Okay.
fair.
And
I'm
then,
feisty today.
Jenny describes.
It's the end of the week.
your,
I tend to get a little feistier.
Essentially, emotional and verbal
This witness is
abuse
hiding
to her
something.
prior to
And
the ski incident.
You can feel it, but it's
don't dispute that, do
needling
you?
at me. Just answer the questions.
Could you rephrase that question?
And then I don't have to feel
Sure.
like I'm.
Jenny describes.
This feels like pulling teeth.
Your dad being emotionally and verbally abusive to
That
her
shouldn't be
prior to
pulled.
the ski collision, and I'm wondering, you do not dispute that, do you?
Objection, hearsay, sustained.
She is very finely parsing things, and this
If you
counsel doesn't
have
do a good job of
information
asking
that
clear
would
questions.
Tell me that's false. I want to hear it.
I'm glad that you want that. That's
I
great
guess
for you.
I'm not following your question. I'm really sorry.
If, I'm
thought
going to
this-
say a statement, and you tell me. I know that's true. I don't.
I know that's right.
My
I
staff is
miss-
telling me Jenny never used the word punch. She used assaulted.
Your
So
staff.
I'm going to put that on the record. Thank you for the clarification.
Are they in your earpiece? What is happening,
If I
counsel?
asked you
What?
the same questions about assault
He's giving
versus
Elaine right
punch,
now.
would your answers be the same?
It's giving
I
Elaine.
can't recall the question right now because I'm currently answering this question in front of me. So
Thank you. Do you believe your dad was hyper-focused on success prior to the ski collision?
Whose success? And what do you mean by success? Ask better questions, get better
No.
answers.
Okay. Do you believe that he was controlling of Jenny in an unhealthy way?
no.
He's got an earpiece.
He was constantly overstepping boundaries that she set
This is
to
fair.
protect her mental health. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
Yeah, she definitely, her demeanor changed very quickly on cross. Remember, just remember,
Sustained, the way it's phrased.
she has had to deal with Owens before because she did a
Do you
deposition
agree
with him.
that even prior to the ski
So
incident,
she
you would
knows
keep
what's
your
coming with
father
him.
at a distance to protect yourself?
That's
Me
compound.
personally?
You're gonna get
Yes,
bad answers
No.
if you ask
emotionally
bad questions.
protect yourself.
No.
Okay, so let's be clear. After high school, each of the daughters
She
moved
shouldn't
out
be
of
helping
state?
him.
Is that fair?
No. Ask about each one.
When I graduated from high school, I moved to Utah. And I believe my sister was a junior in high school when she took a job as a page at the White House, and not the White House, obviously, at the Capitol in Boise, Idaho.
I'm gonna answer this
So-
when we get a break.
I'm not certain on this, but I believe Polly left when she was 17 to go to Boise.
Out of state?
No, she was
Oh,
in
gotcha.
state.
How about, let's say, the 1 year before the ski collision, all the girls were out of state. I should say women. All the daughters lived out of state.
We
from
watched
your
the
dad.
car door story earlier. I did.
That 1 year prior,
At the
yes,
beginning of
we all
stream.
were living in
And
a separate
I heard
state.
you say he was very good multitasker when you lived with him. True?
He was excellent.
Yeah. And how many years ago was that?
Well, I have to count on my fingers, sorry.
Sure.
Don't apologize. I would have to too. Like I would just. My answer would be time is a construct, and I don't know. She's answering well on cross. It annoys me, but she's answering well on cross because she is very narrowly parsing his answers. She didn't do that on direct. She
30.
very much over-explained. So, it's interesting to see the different.
34 years
math
if
should
my
be outlawed.
brain math is working right
All
now.
right. So 34 years ago, you observed that your dad was really organized and ran a very successful optometry practice in Soda Springs, Idaho. Is that all true?
Yes, good job remembering all that.
It's hard. All right.
Snaps for counsel.
He was
Gosh.
not, at the time of the ski collision, running
I'm
a
gonna need a
successful
drink.
optometry practice. Is that true?
That is correct.
All right.
Was he
And
retired?
in fact, he had retired many years earlier.
Yeah. I was going to say, wasn't he retired?
Well, you tell me how many years.
She's like, fuck,
I
know.
don't recall
Over
exactly
5?
when.
I don't remember the year my dad retired.
I'm
if you
not
ask
certain
me.
on the date, so I can't tell you.
I went
but
to
it
his
feels
retirement
like
party.
he's maybe been out of practice for 10 years.
Right.
think I
That's
was
my
married when I
thought,
went to
too.
his
Kind of
retirement party.
2010-ish or thereafter.
don't remember.
Sounds about right.
You can talk to my dad. He
And-
will know.
And part of the reason he retired was because
The
he
whispering
lost
is
vision in
a
one
bit
eye. Do
sassy.
you agree?
No.
Okay. Would you be surprised if he told me that in his deposition?
Would I be surprised? Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Do you recall him being in a major dispute with his business partner when he left his optometry practice?
Ooh, tea.
Okay.
Don't object,
Your
it's
Honor,
tea.
I'll
It's actually
try
relevant
again.
to his personality.
Are you aware? One thing you've said is that your dad's relationships with others have worsened since the ski collision. Is that true?
For the most part, yes.
So I'm going back and asking about some of his relationships prior to the ski collision.
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
I'm following.
So do you recall he was in a dispute with one of his business partners at the time he left Soda Springs, Idaho?
I didn't know specifics. I just knew that things did not go as planned and as promised.
So I didn't ask for specifics. How about
Oh,
general?
God.
He was
Owens.
Yeah. So I'm not saying I don't know specifically, or
They
I
did,
just want
Paula.
to know at all. Do you know generally?
I want to
that he
know if
was in
this
a
sister watched her sister's
dispute
testimony.
with his business partner?
Julian, who are we
when he
rooting
left
for?
Soda
Sass.
Springs, Idaho.
We're
No,
rooting for
I
Sass.
didn't know that for sure.
All right. Why did you say not specifically? So tell me
Why
what
did you
know
couch it?
generally.
So we're rooting for Sass.
I don't know enough about what was happening to make any sort of judgment.
Tell me what you know.
That
You had a lot to say earlier.
So I need to answer.
Yes.
Okay. So
Are you
could
looking for a way to not
restate
answer?
that question?
Yes, you are. You're looking for a way to not answer.
I don't know if I can. I said, what do you know?
Ask for readback.
What do
That's
you
what
know
the court reporter's
about
for.
a business dispute with your dad?
I didn't know it was a business dispute. I knew
did you
my
know?
dad was having troubles with Mr. Brown, and I didn't know much more than that.
Do you recall he actually wrote a letter to the editor in the Soda Springs, Idaho newspaper? Do you recall
About a
anything
business
in that
dispute?
regard?
No, I did
Oh.
not.
Overruled?
No foundation. So we can't go any further with that. Ask him about those things, though. Like, so you had a business dispute and you flinged your business partner in the local newspaper. Like,
Have
that's
you-
the level
this
of
trial's
petty we're
now
dealing with,
day
right?
4. It seems like 3 weeks, but it's 4 days.
Ask her if
Have
she
you watched
watched.
any of it?
Yes.
I haven't.
And have you ever read your sister's depositions? I apologize if I've asked you this before.
You didn't.
No.
Okay.
She hasn't watched it, she says.
Are you staying with your dad literally like last night, tonight?
He is running a VRBO, yes, and I am staying with him.
Did you
He's
talk to your
got great
sister?
reviews, 5-star reviews.
Ma'am.
Are you saying he
Great.
personally or the place you're renting?
I'm trying to be funny, and it's not
Landing.
coming across as
No-
being
no
funny.
problem.
I'm staying with my dad. He's letting me stay there.
No problem.
Okay.
Did you talk to
All
your
right.
sister about her
the
testimony?
GoPro email, we're getting sick of looking at it, so I'm not going to pull
Yes,
it up.
you're right.
But
Oh, dear.
your understanding after talking to
She's
your
having
dad
her moment.
was
Wait, can I just make it clear that that whole VRBO thing, 5-star reviews, that was all just a joke, but
Yes.
I'm under oath and he is not actually doing that. So I just want to make it clear for the record that that's not happening. And I
What the
apologize.
fuck
Okay.
just happened?
humor, and especially dry humor, doesn't come across on the transcript very well.
I know,
So,
I understand that. I
that's fine.
apologize.
Is it fair to say that after your call with your dad on the date of the incident, you understood that there was a GoPro video?
That was my understanding.
The jury's just going to be like,
Because
ma'am,
that's
are you
what I
taking
wrote
this
down.
seriously at all?
And you also wrote, "I'm so glad you're okay." Did you write that?
I did write that.
All right, so after talking to your dad, I think the incident was just before noon, and your email was like 9:30 at night. Does that sound right?
I think.
Just
the
ask her.
phone
You love
call
your
came
father. You
through
want to
at
help your father. You want to
6:13.
protect your father.
Right.
You want your father
And
to
I only know
conclude this
this
lawsuit
because of the
successfully
deposition.
because he's obsessed with it. Just
And
ask that and move
email, I
on.
think, came through at 8 o'clock
Those
or
questions.
so at night.
Just
His
those.
did, and yours maybe 9:30.
Okay.
Counsel.
I think we're on the same page. So
Counsel,
when he
I
called
have
you
a
about
plan.
6 hours after the collision,
You love your dad.
your understanding was
You want to
he's
protect
all
him.
right. Is
He's
that
obsessed
fair?
with this lawsuit. You want it
What
to resolve
I
in
was
his
trying to
favor
get
because he needs that
across-
Can you say
validation.
yes or no and then explain?
Okay. Can you ask the question again?
Sure. At about 6 hours after the collision, you talked to your dad, true?
True.
And then your impression was he's okay.
I didn't know
She doesn't wanna
enough
say it.
at that juncture
She
to know
doesn't
what
wanna
was
say it.
wrong with him.
Because
So
her
yes or
impression
no?
was he's okay.
Your impression was, I'm
Just
glad
be
you're
truthful.
okay. That he's okay.
You can explain
I'm
truthful.
glad you're alive.
No, it doesn't say that though. It doesn't say I'm glad you're alive. All right, I'm going to
That's
try
a little
one.
morbid
I'm-
to say. I'm glad you didn't die, Dad.
I'm gonna try one
I was
more
trying to
time.
lift his spirits.
Okay, we're not allowed to argue, and I don't want to argue.
Okay.
So let me just ask a question. I assume at 6 p.m., 6 hours or so after the collision, one of your first questions is, "Are you okay?" And he said, "Yes." Do you agree?
I bet
no,
she doesn't
he did
remember.
Not say, yes, I'm okay.
All right.
Then why did you say
I'm
I'm,
sure you
glad
asked
you're
that
okay?
question, right? Are you okay?
In the email, I did.
No. Now I'm talking
No,
about
on
the
the
call at
call.
6 p.m.
I do not recall what I said 7 years ago.
Right, but isn't this like I was in a ski collision? Isn't
You
your
recalled the
very,
other
very
call.
first question like, "Are you okay?"
Oh my gosh, what happened?
Right? Are you with me? One of your very first questions is, "Are you all right?" Isn't that true?
I may have asked him that question.
You remembered the other
And he
phone call
said,
perfectly,
I really got my
flawlessly.
bell rung. I can't think straight, and it hurts when I breathe. I get a stabbing sensation in my ribs.
Hey, law nerds, look at
I
that.
don't want to be hyper technical. This is why people
We
don't
banged,
like lawyers.
thanks.
But I think earlier you said,
There's other reasons.
"I
with
rung
you,
my
sir.
bell." Is that what he said?
Thanks, law nerds.
Not I rung my bell. I really had my bell rung, or something to that effect.
Okay.
I really had my bell rung.
We'll go with that in just a minute. Now, do you want to? Should we pull up your
Let the new law
deposition where
nerds
you
know what
say,
banging
"I'm
means. Thanks, law
shocked"?
nerds.
I was shocked to hear that he's asking for $3 million because I thought
Yes,
it
let's.
seemed like a lot of money.
Yes, let's.
Should we pull that up, or are you going to
Yes!
concede that statement?
Fuck yes, pull
if
it
it's
up.
in the deposition and I said it, then I trust you.
Well, that's nice
Pull
of you.
it
Thank
up.
you. I accept your trust. But I can't testify.
Mm-hmm.
So if you dispute it,
up.
we're going to pull it up. And
Okay.
if you don't dispute it, we'll move on.
Let's move on because I trust that what
She
you have in
doesn't
the
dispute
deposition
it.
is what I said.
So
All
you
right.
said that seems like a lot of money.
Separate from the ski collision, everything, did you ever think to yourself, all right, Dad's going to get older, and then he's going to need
That's the
more
court.
help.
That's not us.
So throw out the whole ski collision.
Mm-hmm.
As Dad gets older, he's going to need more help.
So overruled.
And $3 million
Did I
would
ever think
sure
about
help
it?
with that.
My dad, prior to the accident, is very young and agile and active, and I just never thought about what I didn't think that far in the future to know about. I guess it's inevitable that we all get old. I have a 102-year-old grandmother that just went to the rest home. But at that point in time, I had never thought about.
I haven't heard the phrase rest
my
home in a
dad's,
very long time.
what will happen in the future for my dad. I just thought he would live forever.
For instance, well, that's not a healthy thought, though, is it?
You're right. It could be disappointing in the end.
It's always going to be disappointing if you think my dad's never going to die.
Oh,
Isn't that
fucking
true?
hell.
Setting myself up for failure.
Is the 102-year-old, by the way, is that on your mom's side?
That is.
Yeah.
She's my Native American link.
Lewis, thank you so much. I very
Now,
much
your
enjoyed
dad
being on
had
the Lorraine show in the UK.
two
It was great.
unhappy marriages that ended unhappily, ended in divorce. Do you agree?
I can't agree to that. Not the way you stated the whole question.
All right.
It's because it's compound, ma'am.
Did
That's
he
not your
He
fault.
did have 2 divorces.
That's his fault for asking compound fucking
Well,
questions on cross. That's on
Do you
him,
know
not
any
you.
event where actually police were called with the second marriage? Do you know anything about that?
Sir?
No, I do not. Are you getting your facts straight?
I'm
I have a
asking you
question.
about facts.
Excuse me,
and I
there's
have
no
to have some
question
basis to ask
pending.
the
I know,
facts.
Ma'am?
But let me keep going.
Okay.
Ma'am, there's no question pending. She's real snarky for a
Would your dad
witness.
send you emails? You don't care about my side of the family.
Oof.
Did he ever send you those?
I've seen that email come through.
Oof. Oof.
Would it surprise you if Paulie felt like he was not fit to drive even before the ski collision?
If I'm the jury, I would be real annoyed
Would
with
it
her right
surprise
now.
me? Rephrase that again?
Would it surprise you if Paulie felt like your dad was actually really scary to drive with?
Even before the accident is what
I
you
would
said.
have to be in Polly's shoes.
Okay. You
And I can't
described,
speak for her.
were you ever personally present where he's
He said, would it
driving
surprise you?
70 miles an hour while reading a book?
A long time ago on a Montana state highway.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
Way to couch it.
And that made you nervous as a kid?
It did. But he never had an accident.
Terry, the plaintiff has not testified yet, so that
As far as
hearing
I know.
should be up later today or
Your
Monday.
sister yesterday said something to the effect like, Dad took risks with skiing. Do you know anything about that? Like prior to the ski collision, that he took risks?
He is going the
I don't
distance.
agree that he took risks when he was
Using
skiing.
it
He
for
was very
speed.
careful.
I appreciate the
He
cake
had been in a
reference.
collision before. Are you familiar with that?
What kind of collision?
Yeah, let me back that out. Did
Yeah,
he
ask
injure
better
his knee in a
questions.
ski accident?
There we go.
I know he has an injured knee. I did not know how it happened.
All right. How about throw out the knee? Do you know of your dad ever having a ski accident in which he hurt himself?
I do not recall my dad hurting himself in a ski accident.
And I want to be clear that I don't know of a ski collision where he collided with someone else. So I'm just talking about him
Solo collision.
Did he fall down on a ski run?
and hurt himself.
Not that I know of.
All right. Now, multitasking while driving, for instance, driving on an interstate freeway while reading, that's not good multitasking, right? That's bad multitasking.
I would agree completely.
Yeah.
I agree.
And as people
Chad, do we
get
agree?
older, it's not uncommon, is it, for them to need to focus more on
Thank you, Sharina. I'm glad we're
an
twinning.
activity instead of multitasking? I think it's just general common sense.
Overruled?
Do you
Could you
agree?
re-ask the
Sure.
Counsel,
Do you agree
why
that
don't
just
you
as
let the
people
court
get older,
rule?
they might get
You're
less
not
good
the
at
judge,
multitasking
Owens.
and have to focus a little bit more attention on doing one thing?
It seems like a good practice.
It's a good practice probably for all of us, isn't it?
Amen.
Okay.
Was that a yes? Sorry, that's
There's
me being
been some
snarky.
talk
I'm using
about
eyes,
your dad
sending
after
lots of
the
love and
ski
light your way.
collision, somehow falling and being knocked out for 45 minutes. Do you know anything about such an event?
Can you rephrase or
Yes.
restate that question?
And I'll state it even broader.
Okay.
Do you know after the ski collision of your dad, like being knocked out?
No.
All right. In his deposition, he described 3 major events since the ski collision. One was that getting knocked out. You never heard of that?
Getting knocked out. No.
She just said
Another
no.
was cutting himself by accident.
I have heard that.
And he said it looked like a crime scene. There was blood all over the place.
Is that what he said?
I don't think I made that up.
Okay.
Oh my God,
Anyway,
counsel.
Because I
Well-
got that photo and it scared the bejesus out of me.
Okay,
The
did you
image.
get it after it was all cleaned up and pretty? Because I'm not sure
What?
which photo you're talking about. I think I've seen one of the place. Was it on his inner thigh?
Did they start flirting?
I don't know
What's
exactly.
happening?
He's not
What-
shown me where that
What
happened.
just
Okay,
happened?
just so we're on the same page.
The
I'm
judge
not
is
sure
like,
what photo you're talking
what
about.
is going on?
What photo did you see?
what photo did you see? Are you talking about the gross one or the cleaned up one? What is
After
happening?
Mark saved my dad's life, my dad took a picture of the bathtub, which is where he was holding up, I think, waiting. And it was awful. It was
Okay, and
awful.
it's not Gwyneth's fault that he cut himself and had to go to the hospital. True?
What?
There's
It is?
When did this happen?
Well, sustained as to relevance.
Okay.
What is happening? Counsel, what time in the world, like where in the world is Carmen Sandiego with these
The
questions?
third major
when
event
did he
your
cut
dad
himself?
described to me was an accidental overdose of his own medications. Do you know anything about it?
yes, I do.
Oh gosh.
And they had to administer Narcan to reverse the opioids in his system.
That's true.
And are you blaming Gwyneth Paltrow for that?
How could I?
Sustained as to relevance?
The court's like, move the
The
fuck
day of
on.
the event, we've seen a few
The judge is
pictures,
jealous that he doesn't have a screaming goat.
but I think you've seen.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
One you
We have the sound
described where
effects.
he was in the Instacare, smiling in a
Okay.
wheelchair. Do you recall this?
Was he attention seeking?
I didn't.
I recall it or I don't.
I don't know the location. I do recall seeing my dad with a smile that I've never seen on a person's face before.
And that was
why
the
was
date
it
of
weird?
the incident, right?
I don't know. I don't have a recollection of when I got that or what day it was.
Well, you brought it
When it
up
was.
when we were quizzing you about your memories.
Mm-hmm.
And a picture of my dad in a wheelchair with a big smile.
Is he trying
Right?
to ride out
Yeah,
the
recall
rest
that?
of the
cheesy,
day?
not him smile. Yes.
I wonder if he's trying to ride out the afternoon. It's only 2:30, sir. You're not going to get there with this witness. You're going to have to move
Okay.
on.
Do you recall your dad describing Gwyneth Paltrow as Godzilla coming?
He didn't say that.
Like Godzilla was coming
he
after
said
him?
sounded like.
No.
Okay, I didn't
And
make that up.
he
Godzilla
said it in
was
the press
coming.
conference. It
Is
says
that what you
it
understood?
sounded
your dad
like.
to describe to you.
No, I've read that
in
transcript,
terms
counsel. That's
of,
not what it says.
Gwyneth.
No.
All right. When you said Godzilla in your deposition, which I'm looking
She was
right
clearly
at
talking
it,
about
Yes.
the Eminem
what
song.
were you referring to?
So
Music.
I believe in a
Music.
video that I watched of my dad talking about the collision that essentially he's skiing down
And yes,
the
Chad, it
green
was King
run
Kong.
with the
Okay,
beginner.
I don't want the
runs.
whole story.
Okay,
I want
essentially,
Godzilla. When
what
did
he
your
said,
dad tell you about
what he
Godzilla?
said is I heard a scream.
You asked for the whole fucking story and you've misquoted it. Owens, A, get your shit together. B, maybe write down your questions. You have her deposition. You have their depositions. You have all of the depositions. Don't just write out your questions and then fucking ask them. He said it sounds like King Kong coming out of the jungle. What is happening with this attorney right now? I'm losing my mind. And now I just want to go listen to Rap God. Okay, let's move on.
Beginner.
Okay, I don't want the
runs.
whole story.
Okay,
I want
essentially,
Godzilla.
He asked for the
When
whole
did your
story.
dad tell you about
What
Godzilla?
he said is I heard a scream from behind me, a blood curdling scream, and that blood curdling is my word. Like Godzilla was coming.
King Kong.
And then he was hit directly between the shoulder blades
And you
and
don't,
driven to the ground.
and you personally don't know what happened that day, right?
I was not there.
Woosah.
And your
saw.
dad, after, he says, after the collision, he doesn't remember things for a while. Is that fair?
What? We're not recovered yet.
I wasn't in his body. I don't know what he does and doesn't remember.
He
Okay.
really did say it sounded like
He
King Kong
got
coming out
his
of the
information
jungle.
From his ski buddy, Craig Ramone.
It's
Is
in
that
my
fair to
podcast
say? Is
episode
what
this
happened
week.
After the collision.
I did not have
Immediately after.
Godzilla on my.
Can I have you ask the question again?
I'll try it. Sorry if I was inarticulate.
You are.
Is it fair
at
to
the
say
moment.
that your dad got all of his information about what happened after the collision in the minutes after from Craig Ramone?
That's true.
Foundation, she can't speak to what
Sustained?
That's also fair. I might need a whiskey.
When you said you saw a video of your dad, that was at a press conference he held. Is that true?
I don't recall. It's a long time ago. That I
Did your
watched.
dad?
You recalled a lot.
Sorry to interrupt you. Were you done?
I am done.
Did you tell me that your dad was not used to Googling his name and having lots of search engines
Used to it or not used to it?
results come up?
relevance.
Overruled?
What is he Googling himself because he's famous?
Did I
now?
tell you that?
Right.
Can you say that again, please?
He's so confusing. This is not on her. She's not being evasive in some of these because his questioning style is difficult to follow. I
Your
get
dad
it.
would send you links after he filed the lawsuit about press that was mentioning him. Do you agree?
He would keep me informed of what was
He
going
should
on.
ask, do you remember?
And he kind of thought it was cool that his name was in press.
Seemed to like
Do you agree?
attention.
I don't think he said that it was cool.
He's
He
asking if
told
it was
me
your perception.
He
but-
thought it was cool
Ah.
that he was in a ski collision
She
with
doesn't-
an accident, with a celebrity.
She doesn't
He told
wanna
me that
say
in his
that.
deposition. Does that surprise you?
That surprises me that he would say that.
Me too.
Does it surprise you that he would think that?
Would you remember what he said?
His exposition is inappropriate, but it's funny.
Do you agree you would have a better memory of how your dad was doing immediately after the accident at the time you sent the email 9 hours after the accident than you would like today?
She's surprised
better
he would
memory?
say it
Right.
Most
out loud.
likely.
Has your dad told you that even now he comes up with new memories of what happened about the accident that he hadn't had before?
Interesting.
Overruled?
Could you please ask the question?
Would it surprise you to hear that your dad said that he still comes up, well, last time when I deposed him, he's still coming up with new memories of the accident?
Improper use of the deposition.
Sustained?
I'll just move on and ask your dad that. So it's a
Good.
little hard to.
Objection
Through you.
to counsel's exposition and commentary. Laura, thank you for the super chat. Laura says, oh my gosh, I fell asleep while watching this, attorney. I don't want to know what I missed because I know it's irrelevant. They're getting to whether her dad is thrilled by the attention of suing Gwyneth Paltrow and how cool he thought being hit on a ski slope by an actress was. He
When your
has not
dad
asked
wrote
his...
"I'm famous" as his
There we
first,
go.
that was his, I guess the call at 6:30ish or something, and then an email at 8 or so, right? Those were his first contacts with you?
I can't remember the order. I think we determined the phone call happened first.
Right. And from that, you got, he's okay. And from the second one, he wrote, "I'm famous." Fair? Those were your first two contacts with him after the collision?
I saw a comment about
I
how
can't
he's getting away with all
remember
this snarky
exactly without
commentary.
looking at the deposition, and
Opposing
you guys
counsel's
figured that out for me.
opposing
You
counsel's
mentioned
not
that your dad
objecting.
was an extrovert.
and the judge
that-
hasn't
Does that generally
admonished
mean
him again.
He likes people, he's outgoing,
He gets energy from being around other people.
but also he likes attention. You told me that. Is that true of your dad even before this?
Oh my God, asked and answered.
Ask and answer.
Sustained.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, I forgot that.
Glad we're all on the same page. His commentary
He likes to look,
is so
even before the ski accident,
off
he liked to always
the
look
chain.
the best he could.
It's just
when interacting with
wild.
others. He took some pride in that.
Most judges wouldn't put up with it. I'm
He took
surprised
good care of
opposing counsel
himself.
is.
And have you seen in your...
I will say it could be a strategy because if it's annoying the jury or opposing counsel perceives that it's annoying the jury, they will let him go because it makes him seem kind of snobby and elitist and condescending. And if they want the jury to feel that way about Gwyneth, they're going to let him do it. So that's why they might be letting it go. So there's strategy here and there might be strategy here, but he's getting away with it because it's not being objected to.
Dad's some measure of pride as his limitations, physical and mental limitations, have increased with aging.
I'm having a hard time understanding your question.
Sure.
Same, girl.
You understand generally with this concept of as people age.
He comes across as kind of condescending, right?
There can be limitations imposed on them physically and emotionally. Is that fair?
Even his face is
As
condescending.
a person ages, that's correct.
All right. And
like-
have you observed in your dad, separate from the ski collisions, some measure of sort of loss of pride in as those things have occurred?
We're talking about before the ski accident, correct?
Sure. Yes.
No.
All right. Did he consider himself like I'm never gonna grow old? I'm gonna be as active as I ever was.
Is he never going to give you up? He's never going to let you
think when
down?
He
He's never
lost
going to
his
run
parents,
around?
so he knew that death would be inevitable someday.
This would be a hard line of
I don't know
questioning
if that's answered your question.
about your father's perception of his own mortality. Would be very difficult to talk about an aging parent who's had an accident like this. That would be a very difficult line of questioning. He should tread carefully on that. Because it's difficult.
My staff tells me I'm getting long, so I'm gonna try to move this along.
Do you have an earpiece? Are you getting
Okay,
text
thank you.
messages? Who is talking to you? And why are you just giving a play-by-play? That's my job. Owens, don't come for my gig. I like what I do.
Do you believe your father has a clear recollection of who hit who in the ski accident?
He has a clear recollection of hearing a scream and getting hit from behind,
So this
and he
is-
was knocked out.
This is literally the question from your deposition, so I'm going to read it and see
Okay.
if your answer
Okay.
is yes. Do you believe your father has a clear recollection of who hit whom in the ski accident? And your answer?
And my deposition was yes.
Okay. And would it surprise you if he takes
Candy,
the stand in like
they don't
2
have the
hours
GoPro.
and says, no, I don't?
I
Would
have
that
to be
surprise
honest.
you?
When would it surprise you?
If he
You.
contradicts you in like 2 hours.
Would it surprise
Actually,
you?
as I reread my deposition, I thought, you didn't even answer that correctly. Of course he doesn't know who hit him because he got knocked out.
But
So
that was your belief.
Ah.
from
that
the
was my
question.
belief at the time, and I was like, I didn't read that question or hear that question correctly.
And you did have an opportunity to make corrections to your deposition, did you not?
I did.
And you did not make that correction.
Sheila with one
I
big rock.
actually
Did
took.
you
Straight up.
make that correction or not?
I made the corrections, and
Did you?
I did not submit that in time because I was told by my dad's attorneys that that will be a red flag and to just drop it.
What?
And I did not submit that revised.
So did you make
Oh.
other corrections to your deposition that your dad's lawyers told you not to submit?
Oh, shit.
I had made,
Yes or no?
That looks bad.
did
Did
say
you
that
make
again.
other corrections to your deposition
bad.
that your dad's lawyers told you not to give me? Yes or no?
Wrap this up, Owens. You got what you needed.
I
Wrap it
made
up.
corrections.
Wrap.
The answer is yes.
You've
It's
got to
not
wrap.
a simple yes and no.
Well,
You've got to wrap it up. Get
I'm not
this line.
happy if you made corrections to your deposition that were never sent to me.
Get this line
So
of
I'm wondering,
questioning.
you made corrections to your deposition And you gave them to your dad's lawyers?
Oh,
No, I did not. I did not give them to my dad's lawyers.
They told me not to, because if I gave them to them.
Can I rely on your deposition here?
Can you rely on it?
Good.
At the moment in time, I believed that my dad knew who hit him. As I reread it later at home, I thought that you answered it wrong, Shae.
All right.
So
what are some other corrections that you've made to your deposition that
I've
never heard of until this
I
moment?
can't remember. I think one was that they kept calling Zakia Jackie. Some mostly were just minor clarifications.
I was going to freak
I
out.
might be a little irritated in hearing that you made
Counsel,
changes that I never got.
objection.
Yes, no one got them.
Why? Why
They
did no
never
one?
got submitted.
Because you were told not to.
Your dad was a workaholic. Is that fair?
Later
Oh, shit.
in my life, he became a workaholic when my parents' relationship was not as good as it used
This
to.
makes it look like they're hiding something for me. Does this make
Your
it look like
dad,
they're hiding
prior to
something
the
for
ski
you?
collision, forgot to tell you that he loved you very much. Do you agree?
I'm going to have you restate that.
These are your words. Your dad forgot to tell me
Yes.
that he loved
I'm going
me
to put up a
very
poll.
much.
Let's poll this.
Is that true of your dad prior to the ski collision? Just say yes or no, please.
My dad.
He could say it's a yes or no question. He needs to be firmer with her. He needs to channel his inner
I
Camille
don't
Vasquez,
Growing up, I'm not
And-
making this quote up.
lay it down.
Growing up, he forgot to tell me. Sure, I can. Page 78, line 16. I'm not trying to.
Counsel?
No, if it's
You
there
hit-
in the
I want
deposition.
the quote.
You
He
hit your
forgot to tell me
points.
he loved me very much.
You hit your
Do you
points.
agree? This goes to his level of affection after the ski.
Oh, no, you hit your points, sir. Leave it with
Overruled?
impeaching her entire
So just say yes or no,
deposition.
and we'll move on.
Can we trust what you say?
I'm sorry. One more time and I'll do my best.
How do we
I
trust
may not
you?
be able to answer yes or no.
Have you been told what to answer
Your
here today?
dad?
Follow up.
Okay, quote from you.
Mm-hmm.
He forgot exactly what I just said.
78 what?
78, line 17. He forgot to tell me he loved me very much. Did you say those words?
This isn't
Yes.
the serve you think it is. Can you go back to her being
The whole
evasive?
sentence, you just half
Maybe
a sentence.
that could be helpful.
He did hug you.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Are you
Let's
impeaching the
take it.
witness, or what are we doing here?
Yeah, what are
Why
we
don't
doing
why don't we
here?
take a recess? It's time for the afternoon recess, and we'll address it.
Oh, gosh. It feels that he is so locked in whatever he's thinking that counsel is not present in this line of questioning. Drop the fact that the defendant might not have given her a hug and bring it up with him. What you need to do is follow up on, so there were other corrections that you never submitted and you didn't submit them because you were told it would be red flags. So you were okay with your deposition
quick
being
break.
inaccurate. Has your testimony in front of this jury been inaccurate? What else do you need to correct? How can we rely on your testimony? There's a lot of
He's not
questions.
here because,
Totally reasonable. Let me see.
I mean, this has gone way beyond the scope of direct.
Yeah.
Well, the scope of direct is not limited by time. It's limited
Correct.
by topics.
We were
Correct.
25 minutes.
Certainly less than a half hour.
Half an hour.
Less than.
Oh, my gosh.
What time?
No! Don't go to the seal. The court is still happening.
Your flight is at.
Back it up.
God.
So when do you need to leave?
You're not going to make your flight. You're in
I'll
court.
let you work that out with the lawyers.
Yeah,
Thank you.
right now.
Woo! I had a whole line of questioning for this as I was yelling over the court as they were wrapping up. This witness has a flight at 5:30. It is 2:45 in the East. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Here's the problem. With your deposition, for all of you that have not given a deposition, actually, let's, for all of you that are new here, hello, law nerds, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Thanks. I appreciate it. When you give a deposition, you have the opportunity to read and review your deposition, and you are told that if anything is an error or if anything is different or if anything came across wrong, you have the opportunity to correct it and submit the corrections. What she said on the stand is, I actually wanted to correct that and I wrote out all my corrections and then I didn't submit them because they told me it would be a red flag. So the plaintiff's attorneys told her it would be a red flag. So she did not correct her deposition. And then he kind of let it drop. He's like, can you understand why I'm so annoyed? It's not about you, counsel. It's not about your feelings. You are not the main character. Answer or ask the questions. So what else? What else did you not say? What else did you not do? Ugh. Law and Lumber said you can't change answers if the answer was accurately transcribed, only errors in the transcription itself. She wanted to submit corrections to her answers. And even though it's wrong corrections, she should have still submitted them though. And they said it would have been a red flag of her trying to change her answers because she wanted to change her answers after she reread it. So I think it's very interesting to see that she wanted to do that and they told her it would be a red flag, because it would be if her reading it back going, no, that's not what I meant. So she, and the way it came out sounded bad, but if she's like, no, this doesn't make sense, she can say it. But yes, she said the quiet part out loud. She also said that she was surprised her dad said that he thought it was cool that he ran into Gwyneth Paltrow, because she knows her dad thinks that. Her testimony came across to me as very protective of her father and very evasive. When we've got families, it's just different. It's just dealing with family stuff is different. This feels like a big red flag on all of the testimony, and I wish he would have followed up on it more. He did ask her if she'd watched any of the testimony. She said no, but her answers were very aligned with her sister's. And I would have asked, and I really wish he would have asked, how did you know that we were putting out information with the exhibits when you weren't in court today? And he never asked, because how would she know that that information was being put out? Did you get emails? I think I would ask, and I think I would ask the court to inquire off the record about it. But her testimony has not come off well. And if the jury is going to be told by Gwyneth Paltrow's team that this is a cash grab, that this is manufactured, that this defendant is obsessed, or this plaintiff is obsessed with suing this defendant because he can't let it go and he's so outraged, he should be asking about that. You want to protect your father, don't you? You know your father is obsessed with this case, don't you? And maybe he'll do it at the end. And you want to help your father in this case because you love him, don't you? And then sit the fuck down, Owens, because there were some good moments for the defense in this cross-examination, and it's time to stop, because the more he gets back into the weeds, the more those high points get lost and the jury gets annoyed with the lawyer, not with the witness. You want the jury to be annoyed with the witness, not with the lawyer. So we are going to get to some questions. Again, Law Nerds, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for subscribing to the channel to stay up to date with all of my live trial coverage and some new items coming to the merch shop. Don't forget to sign up for lawnerdalert.com. It is up and running. The Law Nerds break things. The Law Nerds also have us, or we were, I don't know if we still are. You guys can tell me, but we were number one on live trending. Oh, nope, H3 knocked us off. That's okay. That's okay, H3. So we have shifted around on trending. We'll get back there. Don't y'all worry about it. So thank you for making this the best place to watch live trial coverage. Let us continue on. The Law Nerds do break the internet, and I appreciate it. Let's get to some of your incredible questions while the court is on break. All right. Louise Lemon said, what does it mean to treat a witness as hostile, and could it apply to her? Not yet. Well, okay, no. This, let me back up. No, you can't treat this witness as hostile because this witness is already hostile. What it means for a witness to be treated as hostile is it means that the witness that you have called, so if you are the lawyer for the plaintiff, or if I am the lawyer for the plaintiff and I call a witness and I need to be able to cross-examine that witness, different jurisdictions have different procedures to ask for that. And you ask if you can start treating the witness as a hostile witness, not meaning an angry or emotional witness, meaning an opposing witness. You treat them as if you are cross-examining them, as if the other side called them. So it's more treating them like an opponent witness, but it's called treating them as a hostile witness. They're already cross-examining her. She is already the opposite witness. So they're already cross-examining her. So they don't need to treat this witness as hostile because they get to cross-examine her. Treating a witness as hostile is for a witness you call that you need to cross-examine. And when you cross-examine a witness, you can then ask those leading yes/no questions that we are not seeing happen here. Well, this witness does not ask great yes, or this counsel does not ask great yes/no questions. Mike asked, has Dr. B recovered from last night? He is a trooper. That was so fun. He's still mortified with the books that we read last night, but everyone has recovered well because the whiskey was so good. I hear the court. We're going to keep asking questions. Question, can the lawyers get in trouble for some of the snarky things they say? Yes, the court has not brought it up to them. By the way, I live in Utah and welcome all the law nerds during your stay here. Thank you, Moo Boy Moo. We appreciate your hospitality in the fine state of Utah. We'll all go get
Mr.
cookies.
Owens, you may proceed.
We're going to try the crumble and the dirty dough.
Go ahead.
What is happening?
He had.
I don't know why we're a little behind in time.
Did you tell me earlier in your deposition that your dad was well respected in the community until he had
I'm going to catch this up.
An affair? Go ahead.
Did I tell you
or no?
that?
Did you tell me your dad had an affair and he was respected in the community until that point? And then he was not?
I did tell you that.
If he had an affair, he would no longer be respected in the community. I understand that. I went to 1.5 to catch up. This is a free people top. So the chat can let you know. Chrissy said, daughter left me with I'm going to protect daddy vibes.
Your dad,
prove that over reaction and memory issues.
Even with his
Just
hearing
maybe
aids, he would need to lip read. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that.
His team is passing him notes.
My client tells me to land the plane, and so I'm quit. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
What? My client tells me to land the plane, and so I'm
Hopefully you'll make
done.
your airplane.
Thank you.
All right.
No more questions.
Does the defense have any reason to
This
call her back?
witness is
Okay,
done.
so you're completely
What the
released from
fuck
any
just
legal obligation
happened?
here. Thank you.
My client has told me to land the plane. Gwyneth is like, be done.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to call Gwyneth Paltrow.
Holy shit! It's happening! It's happening! It's happening! It's happening! It's happening!
You swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Holy
the truth.
shit,
So
that
help you
went
God.
fast.
Thank you.
I have whiplash. That happened
Good
so quickly.
afternoon.
Oh my God. And Gwyneth Paltrow takes the stand. I'm going to give a little less commentary because I want to hear this.
Evening, doesn't it?
I've been inside all day. I have no idea.
You and me both. Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, my legal name is Gwyneth Kate Paltrow Falchuk. That's Gwyneth Kate Paltrow Falchuk.
Great, thank you. May I call you Miss Paltrow?
Sure.
Okay, fantastic. As you've seen the last few days, we always have the witnesses give background information, tell about yourself, etc. I have a feeling that everybody in the courtroom knows who you are, so we're not going to go through all the background. We're just going to kind of cut to the chase. Is that fair?
Sounds fine.
All right, wonderful. Let's just talk about skiing. My understanding is that you are pretty much an intermediate type skier.
I would characterize myself as intermediate.
Okay, you've been skiing since you were a child.
I have.
Okay. Do you do black diamonds, blues, greens? I'm not really a skier, so you've got to kind of help me out with
Do you
this.
taste the rainbow?
I prefer to do more blues than blacks.
Okay. And blue is intermediate, right? Under black?
Yes.
Okay. And the bandana run where this accident occurred, it was a green run?
Yes, to my recollection.
Fantastic. So as an intermediate skier, would you say that you skied enough to at least be familiar with the rules of skiing?
I think so, yes.
All right. And what are those rules?
I think, use common sense, ski safely, be aware of other skiers around you.
They need to establish this for this case.
What about skiing in control? Is that something that you need to do?
Yes, absolutely.
The plaintiff
You have
called
to
Gwyneth
give the
Paltrow.
right of way to those who are downhill.
Yes.
Okay.
They're allowed to do that.
You also have
This is
certain
a-
responsibilities if you're in a collision.
This is
that
a
fair?
civil
Yes,
case.
which I learned more about post the collision.
I bet. You've probably been hit over the head with all of that information since the time, right?
Indeed.
Okay.
This lawyer comes across as much more personable. This is a
so
good
let's talk
choice to
about
pick
those
the
things.
female attorney. This is
Did you
very
know
strategic.
the rules at the time of the collision that if you're in a collision with someone, you need to give your name and information, contact information?
So
So because
clip,
I was
green is
hit by
easy,
Mr.
blue is
Sanderson
intermediate,
and he
black,
was at
double black.
fault, I assumed
was
that
at fault.
Eric, who was our ski instructor, who was there at the time, who was overseeing the event, he said, I'm going to leave all of your information. And he said, you should go ski down because my kids were waiting for me.
And I appreciate that, but my question was, did you know of
This is
the
direct
rule
examination,
of skiing
so-
if you are in a collision that you need to share that information?
Your Honor, this is irrelevant. This is not a part of their negligence claim.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. At the time of the collision, were you aware of the rule that if you're in a collision, you need to share your name, your contact information with the person that you're involved in a collision with?
I don't think I was aware of the rule.
Okay. Were you aware that there is kind of a rule of common decency to do that?
I would not have left the scene without leaving my information, and my information was left.
Did you provide that information?
No, Eric Christensen, who was the ski instructor with us, said he would leave all the information.
You don't know if he did or did not, though, do you? You weren't there when he did.
Well, subsequently, I know that he did.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking when you were there at
This
the
is
collision.
direct.
You didn't ensure that it was given. You weren't there when it was given.
This is direct.
I was not there when it was given.
All right. And it's also, I think you even admitted in your deposition that it's the rule of common decency to make sure that everybody's okay, exchange information, and to follow those skiing rules. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about that day after I get a drink.
Okay. I'll have one as well.
Do you have what? Oh, we have
This
I
is
do,
going to be
thank you.
very interesting. And this attorney is going to have to do a direct examination on someone that doesn't want.
So I just want to kind of set the
To be
stage.
directed
You're
by
skiing
her.
that day. My understanding, it was a nice conditions, beautiful day.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Sorry. And Deer Valley, we know that Deer Valley is always immaculately groomed.
I wonder
conditions on
what-
slopes.
Good conditions.
I wonder if this
All
is the
right.
attorney that did
You
her
were skiing
deposition.
that day with your daughter, Apple, correct?
Yes.
Moses.
Mm-hmm. My son.
That's a
And
yes.
Brad Falchuk, who was your boyfriend at the time, now current husband.
Correct.
All right. And his two children.
That's right.
Right. And his kids were the same approximate age as yours on the day of the ski collision.
They all remain the same age.
That's a
As each
very,
other.
very good point.
We're like the Brady Bunch. Girls are the same age, boys are the same age.
All right. And back then, it was 12 and 9?
11 and 9.
11 and 9. All right. Fantastic. And the day of the collision, I think you had been to Deer Valley twice prior to that
I
time?
believe so.
Okay. And this was the first day of your ski trip.
I think that's correct.
Okay. And I don't know how many days you were there, but I know, at least from what you've told us, that after that first day, you also skied the next day.
Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Sanderson was at home, you were skiing.
I don't know.
Okay. Fair enough. So the children, all four of them, had lessons during that trip.
That's right.
Okay. Would you agree that those lessons were fairly expensive?
They were.
Okay. Do you remember about how much they were?
She is not deemed a hostile witness. They would have
I would
to
have
ask
to
for
check.
that,
Whatever
and
the
we're not
Deer
there
Valley rate is what we
It is.
paid.
Okay. If
She's
let
like,
me know
"My
if this
people
is
handle
about
that."
right. At least from what I saw in your deposition, the total bill was around $8,980. Does that sound about right for 4?
She has no
I
idea.
think that misstates the evidence. I
She
think
literally
that
has
was
no
for
idea.
both families.
For 4 kids.
I would honestly have to check,
Okay. All right. That's fine.
but it's very expensive.
Very expensive.
Very.
Right. And then tips on top of that.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming, and you're under oath here, that you're a good tipper.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Fantastic. I wouldn't expect anything less.
Oh, gosh.
All right.
I don't know if
so
this is
let's
cringe
talk
or
about
not,
your
or
daughter
if they're just
Apple.
trying to make
She
it less
was
weird.
11.
She was?
Okay. And her instructor was Carrie Oakes.
That's correct.
All right. And Apple at the time was a good beginner.
Yes.
Okay. And your son, Moses, he was 9 at the time.
Yes.
And he was more so of a real beginner.
Yes.
All right. And his instructor was Eric Christensen.
Correct.
Okay. And I think both Carrie Oakes and Eric are coming next week.
I believe so.
Sure.
All right. Fantastic. So 3 days ago, can you believe it's been only 3 days?
No.
Me neither. So 3 days ago, Mr. Owens, in his
Sorry, that
opening,
was snarky.
talked about risky behavior,
sorry,
risky
maybe not sorry.
skiing. And he made mention that, of course, Ms. Paltrow was not skiing recklessly, not taking any kind of risky behavior because her children were there that day. Do you recall him saying that?
I think it does misstate my testimony, but
You shouldn't
Well,
be
it wasn't
testifying at
testimony
all,
that you
counsel.
my
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you answer the
For
question?
thinking the same way I'm thinking.
If I remember what he said,
No, just maybe do you agree with that? That on that day of the collision, you were not engaging in any kind of risky behavior, especially
Correct.
because your kids were there.
I was not engaging in any risky behavior.
Okay, but also, and I think your counsel made mention of this in opening, that
Yes,
especially
she's
because
a
your children
tipper.
were there.
She's tipping.
I don't recall him saying that.
All right, well, did your children being there make it so that you especially would not engage in risky behavior?
I didn't engage in risky behavior.
The
I
plaintiff is
wouldn't
back
with
in
my
the
children
courtroom.
or without
This is the
my
first
children
time we've
there.
seen him.
Okay. And
Well,
kind of
since
in
opening.
life.
This
I mean,
is the
I'm
first
a mom,
time he's been there
right?
since
I've got
opening.
a couple kids, actually about your age, and one of them, not your age, your daughter's age. Sorry, I'm not that old.
Oh, gosh.
When my kids are around, I kind of behave myself a little bit better, especially when they were younger, than on average. Would you agree with that?
I've always been very open and honest with my kids.
She's like, I'm always well behaved on the ski slope.
I think, they know me very well.
Right. And would you agree that you have engaged in risky behavior with your children present?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
I just took a big drink and now I have ice in my mouth. Why are we approaching right now? What risky behavior? What's Gwyneth been doing? Other than putting ozone up her butt. Like, what risky behavior? The vagina candles? Her website sells vibrators. Are we going to talk about that? Like, what risky behavior do they think they're going to catch her in? Wearing 4-inch stilettos? Define risky. I want to know. We're going to get to some questions while they're up at the bench. That attorney is grinning quite a lot. What is happening in this courtroom right now? Why are they digging through papers on the ground? Why are there always lawyers on the floor? Christina said, trying hard not to give some psych insight into this historical deception of dad. It's interesting to see, and I know that it's hard. Twinkle Toes said plaintiff seems like the kind of person to read a book while driving and then have road rage when he's in a wreck. Everything is someone else's fault. He's back in the courtroom for the first time. Can we talk about that? Here he is all of a sudden. They knew they were going to call either him or Gwyneth this afternoon. We heard that from friends of the channel, Law and Lumber, and others were saying, oh, at the end of the day, they said they might call Gwyneth. So she was ready to be called today. It is 3 o'clock there. So we've got about 2 hours of testimony for Gwyneth today. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and do so. And if you have someone who are like, hey, you have to watch this. This is like the most important part of the entire trial. Go ahead and send them a link. So we need to do it together. Owen says at the end of someone accessed the link yesterday. Oh, someone accessed the link yesterday. Yes, and they dealt with that in chambers today. Nieves said, is the lawyer that stated her sister's diagnosis not liable through HIPAA? No. So it applies to medical providers, not lawyers. Those things were provided in a court context, but there was not a lot of graciousness given to privacy. So could that party, the sister Jenny, complain to the attorney licensing agency or whatever? Yes, that could happen. Could there be a complaint about the privacy issue? Yes, that could happen. But it's not through that mechanism. That applies to providers. And once those records are turned over to lawyers, the providers aren't responsible. Emily D. Baker, she has a Freud slip, abused daddy and her daughter, but kept saying sister. Oh, during that fight, she kept saying sister when they were talking about the door of the minivan. Question, Emily, can we get a follow-up live with you, Law and Lumber, and Runkle going through this? Loving their commentary in the chat. I'm here for it. I am exhausted with streaming, but I'm sure we can figure something out. But live streaming takes it out of me. It's been a very busy week. I did not expect to be streaming this much this week. Haunted Door Story. She kept saying little sister and correcting herself to little daughter. She did say that once or twice. I don't think it was a ton, but she did say that. But also with that kind of stuff, when people are nervous on the stand, they are nervous on the stand. So I give a little bit of leeway there, but her testimony did seem evasive. So we'll see what the jury thinks of it, if anything. Maybe. Gwyneth has to be mindful of the jury watching her during this time. It's got to be very hard to just sit there and wait. Jenny wanted to stay private, but her family and lawyers are putting it out there. Disgusting. Robin, thank you for the thoughts. Emily, love your shirt. This is from Free People. The sisters throwing shade at Jenny is not helping their credibility as a witness. It feels gross. It does, especially if Jenny doesn't end up testifying. Can we watch the live from last night? Can't find it. It is on lawnerdsunite.com and it is linked on lawnerdsunite.com. So that's where last night's live lives. That was a perk over there. Why Gwyneth Paltrow leave before the judge? Johnny Depp, Amber didn't. It is a different court, different rules, different scenario, and different things have been set up and put in place for this case to allow for that. They've had some egress issues that they've been complaining about with photographers outside the courtroom and the like. So we've seen some of that frustration here. So different courts, different rules. Just because I think I've finally gotten it. Just because I've been saying just BKZ for like 5 days at least, if not months. And it just dawned on me. Thank you for your patience with me and my reading. I imagine a big part of this is struggling with now having 2 allegedly neurodivergent people in her life, especially with one having been neurotypical for the majority.
So the objection is sustained and the jury should disregard the question.
That's fair. I heard risque and not risky at first.
Okay. So you're on bandana, correct? It's a green run.
It might look that way to the jury,
Carrie. You're relatively familiar with that run, correct?
It might look that way to the jury.
Yes, my children
Adam, thank you for the
like
super sticker. That's very kind.
Okay. And the accident happened towards the beginning of the run. Is that accurate?
Not at the top, but...
Sure, but not at the bottom?
Correct.
All right. And it sounds like from what I have heard and reviewed, you had done about 4 to 5 runs that day, and you and kind of the group were going to go get some lunch with everyone.
Adam, we will do this at the next break. Don't worry, I'll get there. I'll get to that question.
Talk about as you're skiing down. Apple, we've talked about she was 11. Moses was 9. Mm-hmm. Did your children, when they were skiing or doing anything that kids do, like to ask you to watch them?
We're not DEFCON red just yet.
When they were very little, I remember, watch me
My
jump
kids
in the
still ask,
pool
"Watch
and
me."
things like that. When they were more like 4 or 5 years old, that sort of age.
So when Moses was 9, he didn't say, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," or "Mom," I don't know what he called you, but
Mama.
"Mama, mama, watch me do things."
Not that I recall on that day.
Okay. Do you remember testifying that on that day, that's exactly what did happen?
What?
I don't remember.
All right, and I'll show you your deposition in just a
What?
second. So in fact, you remember the deposition, right?
Yes.
It was actually during 2020. It was during COVID.
Yes.
So it was via Zoom. We've never actually met in person. It was kind of on the video. And you were asked a question a number of times, were your children asking you to watch them? And you said no.
Thank you for everybody who
I
has
think
gifted
you-
I don't
memberships.
remember
This chat
them
is
saying,
tremendously generous. I'm so
watch
glad you
me
got
on
one.
that day.
Okay. Well, do you remember that in that deposition, then we played you parts of
If
Carrie
we get to
Oakes's
30,000
deposition?
So, Your
viewers,
Honor, this is improper.
if we get to 30,000 live
What's the
concurrent, I'll give
question
out some
that's being
memberships too.
Contested,
We're just kind of going through the history here.
not through the deposition.
What's the legal?
I'll allow a few questions.
What's
I think
the legal
counsel was referring
foundation?
to what was going on during depositions, but
Yes.
please get quickly to the
What's the
question.
legal foundation,
Absolutely.
Owens?
Do you remember during
What are
your
the
deposition
grounds?
being played just a portion of Apple's instructor, Carrie Oakes, her deposition, wherein she said that,
what
yes,
is the question?
Moses was saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me."
What is the question?
That she was saying, I
What?
don't remember, that while they were skiing, they were saying that?
Yeah.
I don't remember that, no.
All right, okay. And so you don't remember then changing your testimony
What?
in your deposition, admitting that that is what happened?
I'm sure if Carrie Oakes said, I'm saying, I don't remember him saying, watch me, watch me.
Okay. Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you a copy of your deposition.
I'm gonna need my reading glasses, unfortunately.
You should have absolutely
about
brought
that.
them to the stand. I wonder
I don't
if she
think
left them
there's
on purpose.
a contradiction here, Your Honor.
It makes
She
her
said,
seem very human.
She doesn't recall.
It's very
That Carrie
relatable.
Oakes said something. So I don't know why we can't just move forward.
I don't either.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you.
The judge disagrees,
Could you turn?
Owens.
Let's see.
Those
here.
are different glasses than the other day.
To page 122 of your deposition.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to read the question that was given by Mr. Sykes. Everybody's going to know it's Mr. Sykes who asked the question when I read it. Then I'm going to have you answer. Now, Ms. Paltrow, and this is, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm starting on line 4.
Okay.
Okay. Now, Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true? Isn't it true? I'm just a country lawyer here. Okay. Isn't it true
Why is everybody
that
a
your kids
fucking
wanted to
country
watch you
lawyer?
ski? Or pardon me,
I'm
that
a city
the
lawyer.
kids wanted you to watch them ski. Isn't that true? And your counsel, he objected. How did you answer that question?
Let's read the objection, Your Honor, if we're going to do this.
Objection was vague as to time.
Do you want me to rule on the objection? I mean,
If we're going to read it, then we should read the objection.
Yes.
Okay, read it.
Yes, the objection said vague as to time.
Yes.
Yes, and then how did you respond?
I said, I can still watch my children ski and be skied directly into my back by someone,
And then you continued.
Oh, the sass.
which is what happened.
Exactly.
Wait, glasses over
So
hair?
you were watching your children.
I've
when
never put my
you
glasses
alleged
over my
that
hair.
you were
Is this what we need to
skied
do?
Directly into your back by someone.
My daughter was down the hill. My son was to my left. So I was skiing. My eyes were not fixated only on my son when Mr. Sanderson skied directly into my back.
Okay.
She is
And
not
so
going
when
to
Miss
budge.
Oakes, who's going to testify next week, said that your son Moses was saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," that's who you were watching, right?
That's vague as to time, Your Honor.
Right.
That's not
right.
vague as to
Yes.
time.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yeah, that's
Thank
not
you.
Vegas to time.
Sorry,
I
what was
don't
the
think.
question?
When Moses is saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me," that's who you were looking at when you were when you were skied directly into your back?
I do not recall Moses saying, "Mommy, mommy, watch me" on the ski slope.
Okay. Well, Apple was down further, right?
Yes.
She didn't see it.
No.
Okay. And Moses, he was the one, at least according to Carrie Oakes, was calling your attention.
Okay.
Okay. 9-year-old, did he want more attention to have somebody watch them rather than 11?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Moses was skiing above you, though, right? He hadn't gotten down as far as you.
He was on my left.
And up.
I was on the right. He was, oops, sorry.
What did she knock off?
He was on the left side of the
Glasses
slope.
got knocked.
Yes, I believe kind of a little bit uphill.
Okay. And that's where your attention was when you were hit, allegedly, in the back.
Oh.
I don't know where my attention was the moment I was struck in the back. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, that's what you said, which is what happened.
He struck me in the back. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Okay, I know, but you said, I can still watch my children ski.
Yes,
and he's
meaning
directly into my back by someone, which is what happened.
Why did you have
Yes,
to let her
exactly.
What's the
finish?
pending question? It sounds like they're saying the exact same thing.
What's the question?
The question is, you were watching your children ski when you were struck in the back.
So that's asked and answered, Your Honor.
Overruled?
I was skiing and looking downhill as you do, and I was skied directly into by Mr. Sanderson.
And your 9-year-old son, you will admit, was on your left and up a bit.
To my recollection.
Okay. All right. And Carrie Oakes is the one who says that he was the one calling your attention.
You'll have to speak to Miss Oakes.
We will. All right.
I'm sure you will.
So, I want to go through the accident a bit.
Yes, if her son was
Because
uphill, she wouldn't have been looking downhill.
we did this over
and if
video.
her son was uphill and she was looking,
we
she
didn't
would have
really get
seen
to act
somebody.
it out a whole heck of a lot.
Why they're saying
But I want
she
to
was
just kind of
looking
talk
uphill.
with you first
Great.
and see if this is your recollection of how it happened.
Your Honor, I think this is improper. She should just ask her what happened.
Yes.
Then if
Well,
she testified
counsel-
contrary to that
Counsel,
earlier,
you are
then
you are the first person to
cross-examines
do
her
this.
with the deposition.
And
That's
what's
fair.
the objection?
What are the grounds?
Improper use of deposition testimony.
It is.
It's a party. Under Rule 32, it can be used for any purpose. You may
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you.
Well, there we go.
You were going along relatively slowly. Is that fair?
He's like, no, you're a party.
Yes.
We're using
Okay.
your depo
I'm just
for
going to kind of
everything.
ask you a couple
Sure.
questions. So let me know if anything I say is not accurate. Okay.
Okay.
So you're going down relatively slowly when all of a sudden you heard a strange rustling noise behind you.
Yes.
Okay. And you felt like a rush of air in a strange way.
Yes.
Okay. And 2 skis slid in between my skis.
That's correct.
And all of a sudden, there was a body from the whole front of a body pressing into my back.
That's right.
Okay. Like,
Which is so odd.
we'll talk about this in a minute. And there was a man behind me pressing into me. How did you know it was a man?
Because he was making some strange noises that sounded male.
This is
And
odd.
he was large. So I assumed it was a male.
Okay, he was large.
She was large.
I felt all my back
Okay.
pressing.
Okay.
Because
All right,
that
there was a
plaintiff is
man
not
pressing
large.
behind me, pressing into me. I was
This is so
extremely
weird.
upset.
Well, I was confused at first, and I didn't know exactly what was happening. It's a very strange thing to happen on a ski slope. And then
I agree.
Ma'am?
and I froze, and I would say I got very upset a couple seconds later.
Okay. Let me just continue on here. I just want to make sure that I got this all right. I didn't know if it was an intentional assault of a sexual nature.
Right.
Okay. Was he grinding and thrusting or something, or just the noises? What
Compound.
What made you think it was a sexual assault?
So that was a quick thought that went through my head when I was trying to reconcile what was happening. I was skiing and 2 skis came between my skis, forcing my legs apart, and then there was a body pressing against me, and there was a very strange grunting noise. So my brain was trying to make sense of what was happening. I thought, is this a practical joke? Is someone like doing something perverted? This is really, really strange. My mind was going very, very quickly, and I was trying to ascertain what was happening.
Okay. I think you said, I didn't know if it was an accident, but he was groaning and grunting in a very disturbing way.
Yes, there was a sort of groan coming out of his mouth.
Okay. Then you said, I froze.
Odd.
Yes.
We kept skiing.
Right.
We went to the right.
Yes.
We came crashing down together.
That's right.
Okay. You said this man was behind me on the mountain. My knee and our skis were still sort of tangled up.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Our bodies were almost spooning.
You could hear her lawyer
and
saying,
I moved
telling
away
her
quickly.
to say yes.
Yes.
And my knee splayed open, and I was completely in shock.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to stop there.
Okay.
And if the court and Ms. Paltrow, if you don't mind, since, again, when we did this over Zoom, would you mind stepping down and us kind of acting this out a little bit so I could get a good feel?
Let's see. Can we approach Your Honor?
Sure.
Oh, hell. Can we act this out? I'm not saying the testimony is odd. I am saying the behavior she is describing is odd. It's just such a strange thing. I understand what she's saying, but it's just the circumstances are odd. But acting it out is could go very, very badly. I'm not surprised her attorney is arguing about it. But anyway, we're going to find out more about the plaintiff's noises and grunts. I'm going to answer some questions while we are here. We had gotten this amazing super chat from Adam McDonald and then a question, and I said I would get to that. Adam said, first-time caller, long-time listener. This is my first time watching the Gwyneth case. How does assumption of liability play into this, and has this been addressed yet by counsel? Assumption of liability does not play into this. This is a negligence case between the two parties. The ski resort and all of that has been removed from the case. So assumption of liability would be on the ski resort part. This is negligence, saying that each party was negligent. They owed a duty to the downhill skier and then breached that duty by skiing recklessly. So that is where we are. For those of you that are just joining, we have over 28,000 of you here. If there's somebody you have to watch this trial with, get them into this chat. This is the best chat on the internet. 1010 would recommend. Tell them now, bring them here. You could also like and subscribe if you would like. But if you are just catching this case because you're like, holy shit, Gwyneth Paltrow's on the stand. Here's what's happening. Terry Sanderson, the plaintiff who is now sitting in court, sued her for a 2016 ski crash. He is saying that she was skiing out of control and crashed into him from behind, causing injury. He was the downhill skier, therefore he had the right of way. The uphill skier, Paltrow, was negligent in hitting him and breached that duty of care. Paltrow countersued for $1 and said, no, in fact, I was the downhill skier. You hit me. I was not skiing out of control. Paltrow had four skiers or 4 ski instructors with their party. And those 4 ski instructors, one of them says that they witnessed the collision. The plaintiff had a friend from a meetup group and said he witnessed the collision. They have very different remembrances of how this crash went down. Each witness said that the other witness did not see the crash. So here we are dealing with the crash. So that's what's happening. Are they turning the courtroom into a ski slope for reenactment? I have no idea. I sure hope so. Could he have been having a stroke? Just me, Nicole. There's no evidence of that. I'm sure they will ask, but there's no evidence of that at this point. But what we have heard is that Gwyneth Paltrow has been skiing since she was 3. Terry Sanderson, also a lifelong skier, but blind in one eye and has some hearing difficulties. Everyone was wearing helmets. The injuries to the plaintiff.
The court doesn't mind if I act it out, correct?
Let's just get a sustained.
Yeah, the objection was sustained as requested, but you're welcome to move around the courtroom.
Wonderful, thank you. Do you have a microphone?
Oh gosh. This is fascinating. Can't imagine being anywhere else on my 50th birthday. Christy, welcome as we see, Gwyneth Paltrow on the stand saying that she is not the one at fault.
Okay, Ms. Paltrow, so your
see
counsel
how it
doesn't
goes.
want you to come down, so I'm not
Your
going to ask
Honor,
you to come down.
that's inappropriate.
Inappropriate.
The judge sustained the objection, so she shouldn't comment on what I want. It's what the judge wants.
The objection was sustained.
Strike it.
I am going to
Strike
try and
it.
be both you
Strike
and
it.
Mr. Sanderson at the same time.
Let's
Fair?
have Bob. Bob can be.
Your Honor, let's have Mr. Sanderson. He's here. Let's
Ew.
have him come.
I don't want to.
Ew.
We're not going to
Ew.
reenact what happened. I think
Ew.
you can ask questions.
Oh,
and if,
God.
if you want to stand and move around in order to help
Perfect.
you with those questions, you can do that. But that's as far as we're going to go.
That's not a problem at all. All right, so since
Oh,
you're not
God.
down here, may I ask how tall you are?
I'm just under 5'10".
Okay, I am so jealous.
I think I'm shrinking though.
You and me both. I have to wear 4-inch heels just to make it to 5'5".
Well,
So
they're very nice.
well, thank you. So all
What
right, so
is happening
as
here?
of right now, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
skiing
Gwyneth
down. Can you
Paltrow,
tell me with my
bitches.
legs? I don't know. Again, I'm not much of a skier. Are you snow plowing? Are you parallel? Kind of orient my legs first of all. Sorry.
I love seeing a
can do
husband
this,
and
I
wife
can
in the
do this.
chat.
Not snow plowing, just
Okay.
skis.
All right.
It's hard for me to see where you're standing.
May she come down just to see?
They want the
You
jury
can-
to see how
Is-
tall
is
she
that
is.
Where
okay?
you can see better. You can walk further forward, Ms. Van
Oh,
Horn.
sure. Great. No problem. All right. So
Laura, I was reading a super chat. Today is not my birthday. It is the chat's birth. It is.
The
it
jury,
is
you can go ahead and
Lawnard's
stand or move
birthday.
wherever you feel you need to see
They
what's going on
cannot
here.
make her reenact what
all
happened
right.
behind
So
her. They cannot.
are my feet oriented correctly?
Here is the sheriff.
Go ahead
being
and tell
like,
me
what the
how
fuck
to
is
move 'em.
happening?
I think, skiing down, going to the right.
Okay. So
Jen, I
about-
understand
Probably
this.
a little bit further apart.
I don't know if
Like
Gwyneth
that?
will be able
And
to
then
explain
two
that.
skis slide slowly between my skis.
All right. So my feet are about what, a foot apart?
Leonard's, y'all make
Would
my
you say
day
18 inches?
every day.
Probably.
Okay. And you believe that two skis slid right between?
That is correct.
Okay. And so all of a sudden you see these two skis coming in between your
Yes.
legs. I would have freaked out too.
And I did.
Okay. So the skis are coming. How
the
far
fuck?
did the skis?
Owens is the king of commentary, and now he's like, can we not have commentary and just the questions? Sir, just check yourself for a minute, Owens. You are the king of commentary. Well, no, that's not true. We are the kings of commentary here, but still.
So the
Cringe.
skis are coming. How far did the skis get in between your legs before you guys fell?
His body pressed up into my back.
Okay.
So I froze. I don't know exactly how far the skis would have come through.
Okay.
Because then I noticed his body pressing against my back.
Okay.
And then it was probably a few good seconds, and then we fell to the right. Somebody must have caught an edge.
Okay. So when you guys are,
doesn't
when
know
you
what
froze
caused the
and
fall. I
you're
think that's fair.
skiing together, I think you said at one point it was like you were spooning.
Well, when we fell down, we fell. I fell on his body. He fell on the ground. And so it was kind of like a spoon on the ground.
Okay, that
Okay, so-
actually makes a little more sense.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
They want the jury to see the height of the plaintiff.
Well, now that Mr. Sanderson is here,
That's why he's standing there.
and I don't need you to do anything, Terry, but
She fell on
just
him.
for comparison's sake, I'm in my heels. We're about
fuck.
the same height, about 5'5" with heels.
Have him testify.
Roughly.
Oh, tell me I'm taller, please. Okay.
Is this a fucking
we've got
stand-up
Mr.
show?
Sanderson that's about 5'5" that comes in back of you, and you said that you felt something huge. What was your word
No,
behind
just
you?
a big
A big
body.
A big body. All right. And was it just the front of his body that touched the back of your body?
I couldn't see in the back of my head,
Sure.
but I felt a body press against my back.
But there was no grabbing, like he didn't like grab your waist or grab your arms?
No, not at all.
She
No.
felt
Like
someone
that.
behind her
Okay.
when they shouldn't have been, and she was like, what the fuck is
So,
happening? I get
ski
it.
slide between, you kind of freeze.
And this lawyer's
you
back is to the jury
you
the
end
whole
up-
time she's doing
maybe
this.
your skis kind of cross. You end
So
up
weird.
going down. Would you agree that Mr. Sanderson fell to the ground and then you fell on top?
I don't know if it was simultaneous. I don't remember.
But you didn't fall and hit the ground, correct?
I don't remember exactly where I hit,
Okay.
but I fell
She's
over.
saying they fell
All right.
to the
And
side.
with Mr. Sanderson.
Right. And Mr. Sanderson fell and hit the ground.
She's
Yes.
saying they fell to the side and he fell first and then she landed. So they turned as they went down and that he was behind her and then fell. They have a reenactment when they get, Paltrow is saying they fell sideways. He's behind her and
All
he
right.
fell
So
this way and took her down. Like he caught an edge and took her down.
going back here.
That's my understanding of the testimony.
You guys are on the ground. Now you
And
you
he did hit
realize
his side.
right?
That
And
makes
you're not
sense.
saying to the jury that this was in any way, shape, or form a sexual assault.
I am not saying that.
Okay.
I'm just saying what went through my mind for a split second when it was happening.
All right, great. So you're down on the ground, and then you started yelling at him.
I
That
don't
makes
remember
sense.
if I started yelling at him while I was on the ground. I remember pushing away because I was very upset, and it was still very strange to
sense
me
that she's
it
upset.
happened.
Why are you fucking
And
touching me?
I pushed down the hill, and I turned around and I said, and I yelled. at
Why are
him.
you fucking touching me is
Did
probably
you
what you would
scream
yell.
before you went down?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I would scream, why the fuck are you touching me? Like, no, touchy.
So if others heard a scream, you wouldn't. That wasn't you.
No, I froze. When he slid between my skis, I absolutely froze. And I don't remember yelling or screaming until
In
I
your
was
brain, you're
very
going, what the fuck,
angry
what the fuck,
at what had happened.
Okay.
I
and
get it.
so
I
you
get
guys are
that,
on the ground.
absolutely.
And then you said to him, I think you don't know if you were up or if you were still on the ground, but he was still on the ground, right?
Yes.
When you said, what are you doing?
Yes.
Okay. Like,
That
why
makes
did you do
sense.
that?
Yes.
And he said, I think you skied into me.
Yes.
And that's when you were furious and said, you skied directly into my effing back
That makes
at
sense.
the top of your lungs.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I apologize for my bad language.
No way. If somebody
And,
skied
well,
into
in
me,
fact,
I would
you
yell
were
at them too.
screaming that so hard, you were worried that Moses was hearing you.
Yes.
That's exactly what I would absolutely yell.
And after you were screaming to him, isn't that when Mr. Sanderson said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry?
He said, I said, you skied directly into my effing back. And he said, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Right. And that was you screaming at him while he's on the ground still, right?
I was yelling at him.
This is the
Pretty
first time
loud.
any of this makes any sense
Pretty
to
forceful.
me.
I was pretty upset.
Right? You're
Yeah.
small but mighty. Actually,
I
you're
would
not
have been
that small.
fucking pissed.
So when he said, I'm sorry, would you agree that he kind of mumbled it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then
this
you
makes sense to
remember
me.
Eric came over, Eric Christensen.
Yes.
This
who
makes
was
sense to me.
Moses's instructor.
Correct.
Okay. And that was when you were concerned that, oh gosh, Moses is close by. He's hearing me yell obscenities at this man.
Which is not my custom.
Right. And I think you said that. And at some point, the man stood up and we were all sort of talking.
Yes.
What conversation did you have with Mr. Sanderson standing up?
I wasn't having a conversation with him. Eric was helping him up and asking if he was okay.
And we're going to hear from that witness.
Eric eventually yanked him up, right? He pulled him up.
He helped him up.
Okay, he didn't get up on his own accord.
They are
He
saying
helped
that
him.
he was
And
never
were you
unconscious.
still standing right there when he helped him?
I believe I was, yes.
You sure you hadn't skied down a little bit?
I might have skied down a little bit. My son was
Let her
down a little
answer.
bit, and my now husband came over at some point.
Okay.
So I remember moving away from Mr. Sanderson after he collided into me and we hit the ground.
Okay. And do you remember, we heard from Craig Ramon, he was the first individual who testified. Do you remember him coming to the scene?
I do not.
You don't remember him at all?
No,
You don't remember him being there or asking you, are you okay?
I do not.
Okay. You don't remember him asking Terry if he was okay?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right.
This makes sense.
And then
Her reactions make sense.
I think what you've said is Eric told you, I'm going to handle this. And that's what I think you've said people do. They handle things for you.
I mean,
I don't believe I said that.
You've never said that?
I believe what I said was in the acting world, that's a world of representatives. So you have an agent who represents you. And so if they say, you know, I'm going to provide information, you allow somebody to represent you. So when
She's used
Eric,
to
as
people
an
handling
accredited
shit.
Deer Valley ski instructor, said to me, I'll fill out the paperwork.
She's
He
like, "Of
knew
course."
also that my daughter was at the bottom waiting for me to come for lunch or at the lunch place.
And so Mr. Christensen handled it for you.
Mr. Christensen stayed and filled out the report, made sure Mr. Sanderson was okay, and said to me, you can go ahead.
If somebody
How-
says I'm
how do
handling
you
this,
know
I
that
would have
if
done
you
the
weren't
same
there?
thing.
Because he told me.
Okay. That's what he told you.
Yes.
But you weren't there to see it.
He told you you can leave. He wasn't there. I objected for him. I don't understand.
Counsel
Sustain.
can't
Go
testify.
ahead with your questions.
You weren't there when the paperwork or the
She was
exchange of
in the
information was
shower.
given. Fair?
Fair.
All right.
Because I was in the
And
shower.
would you agree that Mr. Christensen did not see the incident, didn't see the collision?
Correct.
Her
He
testimony
just
is
saw us
going very well,
right
I think.
afterwards.
Right. But, and in fact, nobody from Deer Valley saw the collision.
Correct.
Your kids didn't see the collision.
That's right.
Okay. The only person that, and you may not be aware of this, the only person who says that they saw the collision was Mr. Ramon.
Yes.
Okay.
She phrased that well.
The way you answer that makes me think that you don't believe that he saw it.
I
She doesn't believe that
did
he saw
not
it.
believe his testimony.
Do you believe that he saw the collision?
No. I don't believe that he saw what he thinks he saw.
Ms. Paltrow, why would he lie?
This is a man.
Goes to motive, Your Honor. But, perhaps that's not the right objection under the rules, so.
Yeah,
let me
maybe
be
the
quiet
legal
and withdraw
grounds.
my objection.
Can you answer it?
What the fuck
He
is happening?
said he was 40 feet away and colorblind. I don't know how he can be positive about what he saw, especially with how much he changed his story.
Well, what does colorblind have to do with anything? My husband's colorblind. We tease him all the time that he can't tell red or green.
Ma'am, how would
but
he know who
what
was
does that
who?
have to do with not seeing who hit who?
Well, if you have two people in ski gear with helmets on and you're 40 plus feet away, I'm not sure how you can discern who is who.
Okay, well,
And
if
I
you-
can tell you that he didn't, because Mr. Sanderson categorically hit me on that ski slope, and that is the truth.
and I'm sure that that's what you believe. I'm not saying
Because
that,
it's the truth.
She's like, that's
I'm
your
not
truth.
saying that.
Yikes.
Let's get a question.
So
Oh,
you and Mr. Sanderson, if you're almost 5'10", Terry's 5'5", pushing it.
Your Honor, that's facts not in evidence.
Counsel, you'll have an opportunity to redirect or to direct examine, so go ahead.
If
counsel.
you two stood next to each other, do you think that somebody would confuse the two of you?
I
She said
don't
we were in
know. I'm telling you
Ski
what
gear
happened.
with helmets.
Okay. All right. So you're screaming at Terry, worried that Moses hears you. You admit that you were shaken up.
Yes.
Okay. You don't recall Mr. Ramon being there
I do not.
or asking you if you were okay?
I do not.
Did anybody ask you if you were okay?
I remember Eric Christensen asking me if I was okay, and Brad, my now husband, asking me if I was okay.
Okay, and when you talked to Brad, he was down further, right? Down with
Yes.
Moses. So none of that took place where my client was.
He came over to me after the fall.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you don't have any kind of medical training.
No.
Okay. You don't know what injuries Mr.
Have you ever
Sanderson
played a
did
doctor
or
on
did
TV?
not sustain in
Please
the
ask her
accident?
that. Please ask her that.
Okay.
Please ask her that.
Are you aware now that you've sat here the last 3 days that he did sustain 4 broken ribs?
This woman wants to have her yuck
Aware that he
moments, her
sustained
like
a
yuck,
concussion?
yuck, yuck, her
Yes.
giggle moments.
Are
Ask
you
her if she's ever played
aware
one on
that he
TV.
had to be taken down on a toboggan?
So
What's
we
the
should be clear,
objection?
like, does she know as a result of this
Counsel, what is the
testimony,
legal
or
grounds
does
for
she
your
know
objection?
personally?
Would you clarify your question?
Yeah, sure.
Counsel, what is the legal grounds?
How did you learn that he broke 4 ribs?
Through all of this.
Okay, and to make it clear, I don't want to find out anything that your lawyers told you. That's attorney-client privilege. We can't. So anytime I'm asking you, I don't want you to tell me what your lawyers have told you.
Okay.
That's a fair clarification.
Through the court proceedings, is that fair?
That's fair.
All right. You learned that Mr. Sanderson broke 4 ribs.
Yes.
Okay, and that he sustained a concussion.
Correct.
Okay, that he was taken down on toboggan.
Yes.
Did you learn of that day?
No.
Did you inquire?
What is your name again? Sorry. Kristen?
Yes.
Sorry, I was going to say Kristen.
It's all right.
I think you have to keep in mind.
Why is she
when
calling the
you're
lawyer by her
victim of
first
a crash, right? Your psychology is not necessarily thinking about the person who perpetrated it.
Who hit you?
So the answer to my question is no,
No,
you did not
I
inquire.
did not.
Okay. Did you ever ask, hey, how was that guy that ran into the back of me? Is he okay?
She might not
Did you
have
ever
given a
ask
fuck.
anybody from Deer Valley about that?
I did not, because at the time I did not know that he had
hit me.
sustained injuries like that. I thought it was very minor on the day.
Because he got
And
up.
you didn't stick around long enough to find that out.
I stuck around long enough for him to say he was okay, to stand up, that he told Mr. Christensen he was okay.
She's
And when
handling her
he was
testimony
helped
well, I
up by
think.
Mr. Christensen, again, you weren't right there. You were down a ways.
Just a few feet down, yes.
Could you tell if Mr. Sanderson was still dazed or unsteady on his feet?
Or confused.
I could not. I don't know.
Okay. And again, you didn't leave your name, address, contact information. You didn't fill out any paperwork in connection with this accident.
Eric did on my behalf.
Right, but I'm asking about you personally.
Well, it has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. After the incident, you skied down, went to lunch, and then my understanding is you got a massage.
So after the accident, I met all the rest of the kids at
I
lunch.
need a
We all
massage.
gathered, we had lunch, and I still felt very shaky, and my knee was bothering me, my back was bothering me, so I decided to go in early and get a massage.
Okay.
Well, if
You
somebody
never
had hit
did
you on the
seek any
ski
kind of
slope.
medical treatment for your knee or your back?
No.
Okay. Now, at the scene, before you skied down
I appreciate that
and had
Paltrow is not
lunch,
trying to make more
there was
out of
no
what happened.
indication that Mr.
She's just
Sanderson
answering the
knew
questions.
who you were. Is that fair?
Actually giving very
I don't know.
easy to follow
I
testimony.
think, well, you testified there was no indication of that. You were wearing goggles, a helmet.
Yes,
Okay, kind of looked like everybody else on the slope.
that's always my intention.
Okay.
I would imagine that's
Probably had a better ski outfit, though, I bet.
very
I still have the same one. I just have one.
Okay. So nobody on the hill would be able to recognize you. Is that
These,
fair?
like moments
Maybe your
of
family and friends.
I have been recognized on ski slopes before.
Okay. Do you recall testifying in your deposition that no one on the
Gwyneth,
hill would be able to
I
recognize
got recognized on a Disney cruise.
That would be the idea.
Okay.
But I do
But
have purple
sometimes
hair.
paparazzi has a way of figuring it out, is my point.
Okay. So your testimony to the jury here today is Mr. Sanderson skied into you.
Yes,
That is correct.
All right.
amongst other things.
Craig Ramone, you said he's not telling the truth or you don't believe him.
Correct?
I
That's what she
don't.
said.
I'm telling you that what he said is not what happened.
Okay. So in other words, if somebody says something that's not what happened, they're lying.
He is not telling the truth.
All right.
I don't know if he knows he's lying, but I'm telling you what he said is unfortunately not the truth.
All right. Well, in addition to Mr. Ramon, you've sat here when some of the experts have testified.
Mm-hmm.
We had Dr. Gibby, and we heard Dr. Bame. I always want to say Baum or Bohm.
Yes.
Really? We always want to
heard
say
their
Bane.
testimony that the only way that Mr. Sanderson's ribs could have been broken where they were is that if he was hit from behind. You disagree with that?
I think it misstates their testimony.
I guess
don't know if
I'm
that
not sure what the
misstates the
objection is, but it's
testimony.
overruled. The jury will have to remember what the testimony was.
That means you get to answer. You disagree with their testimony?
Absolutely, I disagree.
Okay. What medical training do you have to disagree with that?
I'm just telling you the truth of what actually happened.
Okay.
That's all I can do.
All right. And you
good
don't
answer.
have any other witnesses who sought to support your position, correct?
Well, I have a lot of witnesses who saw the split seconds afterwards and the positions of the bodies on the mountain, which would indicate very clearly who hit who.
Okay. Do you have any witnesses who saw it?
Who saw the
The
collision?
collision?
No.
All right. And you're not trained in accident reconstruction?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Neither am I. All right.
What?
So,
Y'all.
Ms. Paltrow, isn't it true that this was an accident that you caused?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree that you are accident prone?
So, Your Honor, can we have a bench meeting on this?
Why don't we take our recess now?
Pam, I'm going to tell you why I disagree. With respect, because you're saying after the collision doesn't prove anything. Here's where it can, just to think about. The plaintiff said he was face down in the snow for 5 to 10 minutes, unconscious. That was what he said. And that's what was alleged earlier. And then his witnesses have changed that timeline of how long he was face down in the snow unconscious.
Mr. Owens?
What happened after does matter because it contradicts the plaintiff's story, because he said he was face down in the snow unconscious for so long. So it does matter. And we'll see. But I think her testimony is going well. I know there's going to be people who don't like her, but I think she is coming across fair. And concise and clear, and she's not adding. It doesn't feel like she's trying to push. She's just saying, this is this. The attorney, though, and I don't know why the camera's shifted, but the attorney, though, is coming across very much as like, I'm only 5'5" with heels on, girl. Like, I get it. It's so...
Your Honor, why are we dealing with things that have been addressed?
Let's listen in.
Specifically on pretrial motions.
Yes.
And I have to object.
Oh, yes, you have to object, counsel. It's so hard to
Number
be you,
14.
boo-boo.
Previous unrelated injuries.
The court's ruling on that was that it appears the plaintiff does not intend to inquire into the areas covered by that motion. I think it was represented to the court and the motion was therefore granted. The ruling would be revisited if the defendant opens the door to these areas of evidence at trial. What's the relevance? Let's say she's clumsy. There's been no testimony that clumsiness in any way contributed to the accident.
That's true.
Your Honor, we also mentioned during that court hearing that questions were asked repeatedly in Ms. Paltrow's deposition if she was accident prone, to which she said, no, I am not, which she has admitted a number of times that she is. So this is all impeachment evidence, and that's when the court said, okay, that's impeachment. Please provide that information to counsel, which I did. He has all of the articles, etc., and the video where Ms. Paltrow went on Jimmy Kimmel saying, yes, I am accident prone. I am always running into things.
Oh.
Which is I'm a moron, which is very relevant to this case.
How?
We have another TV show
because we
coming in.
believe that that's exactly what she did. Is she ran into things like she always does. She was asked if she ever said that. She said no, and we have impeachment evidence that she has.
But you've got your accident reconstructionist did not testify that.
Correct. Correct, Your Honor.
That her clumsiness somehow
played a part.
Played a part in the cause of the accident.
It's not just clumsiness. It says she's running into things and that she's accident prone. Absolutely. That's the heart
Nobody
of this.
said that. The heart of this is not that
And
she's
the
accident
point
prone.
is, she
Okay.
was asked a
I'm trying to
number
listen
of
without
times in
judgment.
her deposition, were you...
And that part I think I see as collateral impeachment.
Mhm.
So I don't see that as, I don't see that as your avenue to get the evidence in. The closest, I guess, is your theory of the case, but you've got no expert and no one that testified that clumsiness somehow played a part in the accident. So it would just be argument based on kind of fringe impeachment.
It's not clumsiness. It's being accident prone and always running into things.
Okay.
Which is what we contend she did in this case.
All right. Let me hear from Mr. Owens.
Oh, yes, let's. Oh, yes, let's.
We shouldn't pretend that we have not had this fight before. I'm in deja vu from 2 months ago when you already ruled on this.
Let's not
The
pretend.
judge, Your Honor, said the
Bring
ruling
in
will
Jimmy
be
Kimmel.
revisited if defendant opens the door to these areas of evidence.
Bring
at
in
trial.
Kimmel.
That's part of
Let's not pretend.
page 13.
I'm waiting for him to
I
say
didn't
my
even have the
friend.
motions around because we've already had it granted, so why would we need to go dig and find out what our motion said? So, Your Honor, Ramon didn't testify that she looked clumsy, for instance. Ms.
That's
Paltrow
true.
never says, did not say, I've never been clumsy. Anyway, you've ruled, and we're in deja vu here.
We're in deja vu is not a
Under
legal grounds, counsel.
Rule 404, evidence of a person's character or character trait is not
Wait,
admissible.
we have 30,000
to prove
live
that on a
concurrent. It's time to
particular
gift
occasion,
memberships.
A person acted in conformity
Thank
with
you,
the
everyone.
character or trait.
Don't forget to subscribe.
And under the court's motion in limine decision, it indicates on page 13,
It is time to give some
motion
memberships.
14 pertains to her public appearances and previous unrelated injuries. That's the previous instances of that I believe that Ms. Van Orman's referring to. And the court's order says it appears the plaintiff does not intend to inquire into the areas covered by these motions, and the motions are therefore granted. The ruling will be revisited if the defendant opens the door. If that occurs and the plaintiff wishes to present any of the categories of evidence, he must first address this with the court out of the presence of the jury. And I guess there wasn't any request. Is that what your motion that is pending relates to, that you want a clarification?
No, that's regarding the ski expert.
Is there also video from the James
But what
Corden
about prior
show?
inconsistent statements, Your Honor? I'm entitled to ask her if she's testified.
Tina
that
and Laura,
she's
thank you
lied
for your
under
gift of
oath a number
memberships.
of times, and I want to be able to show the jury that
Sanderson, I want it withdrawn this moment.
Well,
she has testified
just a moment.
inconsistent.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Well, counsel, I'm talking, okay? Have a seat.
Oh, shit.
Okay, the statement that you just made, do you want to rephrase that?
Yes, absolutely.
We're going back. I'm sorry. We just need to hit the replay because the way that everybody just lost their shit and I didn't get to appreciate it appropriately. So we're gonna back that up. I need to see that one more time. Your Honor, this is slanderous and I demand it gets withdrawn. All right, hold on. Let me gain the volume up a little bit. I rarely pause live trials, but this is a moment. So we're doing it. All right. We need to do this again.
And I guess there wasn't any request. Is that what your motion that is pending relates to, that you want a clarification?
Oh my God,
no,
oh my God.
that's regarding the ski expert.
Okay.
But what about prior inconsistent statements, Your Honor? I'm entitled to ask her if she's testified. She's lied under oath a number of times, and I want to be able to show the jury that
Sanderson, I want it withdrawn this moment.
Well,
immediately.
she has testified
just a moment.
inconsistent.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Well, counsel, I'm talking, okay? Have a seat.
Co-counsel was grabbing his jacket.
Okay, the statement that you just made, do you want to rephrase that?
Yes, absolutely.
She has
made prior inconsistent statements. During her deposition, Ms. Paltrow was asked a number of times, 3, 4, 5 times.
That may be on this issue. That
Yes.
may be, but to me, without some witness tying it into the essential
That's how evidence works, counsel.
elements of this case, or the essential issues in this case, I see it as collateral impeachment.
Even the fact that Mr. Ramon has testified that she skied into Mr. Sanderson, as in she is also walking into walls, etc.
The ruling was,
The
my
ruling
understanding was that the
stands.
plaintiff was not going to inquire into the areas covered
You
by the
said
motion,
that.
which included that.
Counsel,
the
if you
previous
fucked up in your
unrelated
motions, that's on
injuries or
you, not them.
Other instances of conduct. So I'm going to stand by my ruling. I haven't revisited it. I think it's a good ruling. So.
I'd like an apology, Your Honor.
He demands an apology.
I'm sorry, all I'm saying, there were inconsistent statements. I am not trying to slander Ms. Paltrow.
You just said she
nor
lied
what
under
she said
oath,
By
babe.
any which way, form or form.
We accept. Thank you. My client says she accepts that.
Okay. Thank you.
I demand
Let's
an
take a short break
apology.
and come back maybe 5 after.
Woo! Court got fucking spicy. How do you walk that back? She has lied under oath multiple times. Your Honor, that is slanderous, and we demand an apology. And one was given. Wow. Did she lie under oath? Did she misstate? We're going to see that after the break. Sussex Sandra, you always ask the best questions. No, the jury was not there for any of that exchange. The jury's already out. But they did just accuse Gwyneth Paltrow of perjury, and Owens almost lost his mind, and his co-counsel was like grabbing him to sit him down. Oh my goodness. Court is going to continue to get spicy. There's no way Paltrow is going to be done on the stand today. It is almost 4 o'clock. There's in the mountains. So we've got another hour today. We are on break. Woo! Gwyneth Paltrow is on the stand. I'm going to answer some questions. We have over 30,000 of you here live. Don't forget to do the YouTube-y, likey, subscribey things. I appreciate it. Owen's era of "Do you know who she is so cringe. It is a bit cringe. I also, Candy is right. I was asked who I was rooting for earlier today, and I said I was rooting for sass. I might have said snark. And I am here for it. Like, I am rooting for Court to be sassy, and Court today has been sassy. Like, sassy. So I'm here for the sass. It's very interesting to see how clearly Gwyneth Paltrow not only stands her ground, but how calmly she's saying, this is what this is. So if the jury believes that she is being wrongly accused, they're not going to interpret her annoyed facial expressions as being improper. If you think you've been dragged through all of this and it's improper, then they're going to understand, of course she's irritated by all of this. She has been dragged through this since 2019. And if they believe that she is being falsely accused, they will understand her annoyance, or they will interpret it that she is too busy to be here. But I wonder if that'll play to her favor at the end of the day, with the jury saying, you know, if she doesn't think she's right, then why not just settle it? Why put herself through this? If you are Gwyneth Paltrow and you are a celebrity, why put yourself through this? You have the money to pay it, right? Why put yourself through all of this if you don't 100% stand by your version of the events? So it's wild, and today's going to continue to get wild. So JJ said, I can't wait for SNL to make fun of this. Can't believe what I'm watching. Once we got to the lawyer with the handheld microphone, like it was a stand-up or a morning show, like I was ready for the audience to be like, Jerry. Like it just got so weird. And the like, you're 5'10", I'm jealous. It's just so strange. It's just been so strange. Shorty Mama said all these strange questions aren't normal, right? This is very odd. This is very odd. Very, very odd. I don't know who Rita Rudner is. I apologize, but that is who that reminds you of. Just because she's an actor by profession, it does not make her untruthful. Please be kind, law nerds. It does not. We have seen actors by profession who we have believed and those who we have not believed. If he was uphill, he would look taller. That's also a very fair point, Cammie, to remind you of the slope of the hill would put him up a little bit higher on the hill. But if they are back to back, maybe not. And she also said she felt the body behind her before it turned. I don't know if the witness testified about their type of color blindness, but they did talk about the fact that the witness couldn't tell like reds from greens and stuff. And the argument on his cross-examination was that it was potentially making it hard to tell who was in which ski gear with helmets and ski clothes, who was who. If he was face down in the snow spooning her, his skis between hers, how did she get up? They talked about the ski instructor helping them up, but she also said she landed on him. So when they fell, it sounded like if Plaintiff is back here, this is how her description sounded. Plaintiff is back here and hits Gwyneth Paltrow. And then somebody catches an edge and they fall this way, and Paltrow lands on top of him. He lands on his side. She gets up, then he gets up. The witness said he's face down with his head in the snow, unconscious for 5 minutes, and no one did anything, which I found difficult to believe on a ski slope. If somebody's face is face down in the snow and they are spread eagle on a slope and unconscious, I find it very hard to believe that no one did anything and waited for him to just like get up. That's very hard for me to believe. They said his skis stayed on. So we'll see whose version the jury believes. I want to hear from the plaintiff, but the length of time they said he was unconscious and face down was very odd to me. It was very odd, especially when there are ski instructors around, that he would be just face down in the snow for 10 minutes unconscious and no one does anything. And then he gets up and then he skis down the hill and then gets tobogganed down the hill. The timing on it was strange. Amy, it's so good to see you in the chat. Amy said, it was me, Emily. It was me who recognized you on the Disney cruise. There were a couple law nerds on our cruise. It was delightful. And it was obviously is absolutely the best. We had so much fun. It was such a lovely time. Take me back. Take me back. Question, EDB, did you see her face on that one? Wowzers. Oh, she was offended by it being alleged in open court that she had perjured herself. Attorney sounds like Aaron from Better Call Saul. So the lawyer just reconstructed an accident and then said that she's not an expert in accident reconstruction. I rate this lol a 10. It is a good lol. GP has provided the only consistent testimony. Paige, it seems that way in this case. Desiree said, if the lawyer is contending that Jimmy Kipple's sworn testimony, she said she claimed to be a klutz on TV and not in her depo. Well, we have seen television come into play in trials like this when statements made on TV contradict testimony. That could come up and let the jury decide, look, you said this here and you said that there. Kathy said he was accusing her of hitting him and talking to her. Did his lawyer just flip-flop on the whole face down unconscious thing? They're going through her chain of events. Adam McDonald said it is very difficult to tell who someone is in full ski gear with a helmet on. Bandana is also usually a very busy run. Thank you, Adam. It sounds like you have experience at Deer Valley. I have been to Deer Valley, but not in a very, very long time. I think that what I remember from the complaints and from reading other documentation is this was a very busy run and that day was a very busy day. And that's part of it. Colleen said Roman drawing yesterday had T uphill. Excuse me. Shae confused sister and daughter. Shae didn't live there for 34 years. How could she know what was going on? Not a GP fan, but this is a money grab. And I think both things can be true, right? For all of you that are off put by Gwyneth Paltrow, both can be right. Like both can be right. You can be off put by Gwyneth Paltrow. It doesn't mean that she's at fault here. And again, Gwyneth Paltrow, I would imagine, knows how some people perceive her. And I think it's fair to say, why would you put yourself through this and risk a jury also thinking that you are an untouchable, celebrity? And and do all of that if you weren't in the right. So we will absolutely see. And I see a lot of that. Not a GP fan, but I believe her. Her testimony makes sense to me. So we'll see what happens there. Let us continue. This is a shakedown, Terry Gotti. And that's, the daughters talked about this plaintiff being obsessed, and I can't get that out of my mind either. This plaintiff being obsessed with this accident. This accident changed the plaintiff's life. I can see, let me rephrase. I'm not sure if I can see Gwyneth's attorneys arguing this well, but I can see the argument that he caused this accident and simply cannot accept that his life has changed substantially. I very much believe that his life has changed substantially due to this accident and due to this collision. I don't know who caused it. I am trying to wait until we get all of the evidence in to even start to think about which one makes more sense to me. I think his life has absolutely changed. I think there's an argument there that he might have a hard time accepting that he caused such a devastating collision on himself, and he is trying to just put this on the other person and say, they caused this, they did this to me, this can't be my fault, my entire life has changed, and not able to even come to grips with that. And then you see him saying things like, I'm famous, and then you see him saying things like, you know, I'm famous, and keep sending all the links. Oh, I see them back in court. Thank you, chat. They're back up at the bench again. So yes, they are back in court, but they are also back up at the bench. So let's see if they say anything when they come back in. So I think Paltrow's attorneys very much need to argue. He cannot accept responsibility for this. Yes, it changed his life, but that is not Gwyneth Paltrow's fault. I don't think they will be able to get there well. So let's see.
Jury is on its way.
They immediately want a sidebar. These bitches always want a sidebar. They're like, wait, you get a sidebar and you get a sidebar. I like it much more when they put it on the record. Ocean said, I feel like her personality is off-putting, but she seems very believable. She does seem believable. I think by comparison, this witness seems much more straightforward in responses than the previous witness. Gwyneth Paltrow doesn't seem like she's hiding from her testimony. She doesn't seem like she's being evasive. She very much seems like she is answering the questions asked, but standing her ground. And that's where we're at. And they're going to paint, or Paltrow's team is going to paint the plaintiff as someone who is obsessed with this case, who did an entire ass press conference to talk about it, and then kept updating his daughters on his own press coverage. And that might be more off-putting to the jury, because they might say, what are you supposed to do? So you're a celebrity and you go skiing and someone runs into you, and then they start cash grabbing you. What are you to do? So I wonder if it'll bring some empathy for her from the jury. Or they will think, well, she's an actress. She has 4 ski instructors. Of course, they're taking her side. She's paying them like $8,000 to be there. And then, you know, of course, they're going to protect that. That's where the money's coming in, and she won't take responsibility, and then find the need to hold her accountable.
Can my client retake the stand? Yes, please.
Can my client retake the stand? So
I think the jury's coming.
The jury is...
Okay, you can bring them in.
Oh, she was like skipping quickly to get to the stand. I'm at 1.25. The jury's coming in. I had been a little bit behind because I forgot that I had paused earlier. I wonder if this lawyer understands that a person can describe themselves as accident prone and not be responsible for every accident in their life. It's a good point. But everything you say in your life is going to come up when you're in a trial like this. Oh, Octo, good to see you. Guess who's #1 on trending again? Well, yay. We keep trading spots.
Ms.
This
Van
is
Orman,
like
you
a
may proceed.
weird
Yes, thank you.
L&W episode.
So, Ms. Paltrow, I want to shift gears a little bit.
It is. Good
and
to
talk
see you,
about
Matt.
kind of.
Good to see you, Enchanted Wolf.
This was where my whole.
Objection was sustained.
He wants the jury to hear.
I'm sure it was on the record whenever it was there. I don't recall.
Okay, I think we just said now would be a good time for a bench meeting, but
the objection was sustained.
Okay,
gosh.
Moving on, shifting gears. Right. So, Ms. Paltrow, the reason I got involved in this case in the first place was your counterclaim. So I want to talk with you about the counterclaim. Is it true that you feel it's unfair that Mr. Sanderson has brought this case against you?
I do.
Okay.
That's
and
fair.
He has deterred you from enjoying the rest of what was a very expensive vacation.
Well, I lost half a day of skiing. Yes.
Right. Okay. And
anything else?
I think that's what your counsel has argued as well, that you had a full day pass, but you can only ski a half a day.
Yes, I went back down after lunch.
Okay, right. And that's when you had lunch and you got a massage.
Yes.
Okay.
Are they trying to
didn't get your knee checked out, didn't have any
downplay
kind
it?
of medical attention?
She wasn't injured.
No, it didn't feel acute in any way. It felt just like I had overstretched my knee and I had sustained a blow, but it didn't feel like it needed medical attention.
Okay. And you're bringing this claim for $1.
I am.
Okay. In fact, your counsel, do you still have that dollar bill?
Oh gosh, are you asking for cash, counsel? Do you need it?
I'm not even gonna respond to that. Nah, I don't need it. Sure.
Wait, what did he say? Wait, what did he say? Damn it, I was talking. Emily, your mouth. Hold on, we're pausing it because he probably made the same fucking snarky comment I did, because now we're all in this world of snark.
Did medical attention.
Okay. And you're bringing this claim for $1.
I am.
Okay. In fact, your counsel, Steve, do you still have that dollar bill? That
Yes, I'll let you use your own.
I'll let you use your own.
I'm not even gonna respond to that. Nah, I don't need it.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't need it. You saw Mr. Owens wave that $1 around, right?
I did.
This
Okay.
is ridiculous.
$1 in symbolic damages. Is that accurate?
It's an actual dollar that I'm asking for.
Okay, but you also have testified when I asked you questions in your deposition.
I feel like
that
everybody.
$1 is symbolic. Do you remember me asking you
It's
about
symbolic because the damages would actually be more.
that? Okay, but remember.
I feel like these attorneys want their moments so bad in this trial. I don't know. Did they all watch Depp v. Heard? Do they want to be the next Camille Vasquez? I feel like these attorneys want their moment. And Gwyneth Paltrow is the only one in this courtroom who's like, the fuck, I don't even want to be here. I don't want this moment at all. It's so uncomfortable for me. Is it uncomfortable for you watching these lawyers right now? It just feels like everybody wants that moment. Do they want to be TikTok famous? It's so weird. Do you think the juries are off put by this?
Me asking you, is it symbolic? And you said, yes, it is.
Yes.
I'm so off
And I
put
asked
by
you
it.
as well, you learned about that through Taylor Swift because she asked for $1 in symbolic damages, right?
And I think I said at that point I had not been familiar with it, but I since am.
Now you are. But at the time, a couple of years ago in 2020, you didn't know anything about Taylor Swift's $1 symbolic damage lawsuit?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
Yeah, what is the relevance?
Because I asked her about it at the time, and she denied it.
And she's going to shake it off.
Right.
Can you
Shake
answer
it
the question?
off. Shake it.
I was not aware at the time.
Are you good friends with Taylor Swift?
No,
It's you.
Overruled?
You're not good friends with Taylor Swift.
I would not say we're good friends. We are friendly. I've taken my kids to one of her concerts before,
I want to take
but
my kids to one
we
of her
don't
concerts. I just
talk
want to
very
go.
often.
You've never given Miss Swift personal, intimate gifts for Christmas.
What do you mean by intimate? Did you give Taylor Swift a vagina egg? What? Why is Taylor Swift involved? Excuse me. Taylor Swift would like to be excluded from this narrative right now. Leave Taylor Swift alone. I want to hear about these gifts. Was it the gold vibrator? I want to know.
Relevance, or I
Sustained
would
as
like
to
a
relevance.
bench trial.
Well, she's just said that she wasn't friends with her, so I'm inquiring on that.
Ask her about Oprah. I mean,
Ask
her about Oprah.
Sustained. Please move on.
Fucking hell.
You're telling the jury that you are here asking for $1.
I am.
That's not totally accurate, though, is it?
Send it to Daryl.
What do you mean?
Well, the
I'm
jury
gonna-
isn't going to be deciding this, but you're also asking the judge to award you attorney's fees for
Inappropriate.
over hundreds of thousands of dollars. Isn't that true?
Ma'am, tread carefully.
Your Honor,
Inappropriate.
the judge has made a ruling on this issue.
Yep.
It will be a separate event.
Sustained as to relevance.
The relevance is, Your Honor, that they have...
If you want to argue the relevance, we should do it up here.
Absolutely.
Ask her about Oprah. Holy shit. I'm going to speed this up so we can get through this sidebar. These attorneys have gone buck fucking wild today. Damn. She was just, they want to ask about all the celebrities. Look at her. This is wild. This lawyer is going to, here was my criticism of Owens. My criticism of Owens at the beginning of this trial is that he's not humanizing Gwyneth Paltrow because he's been kind of aloof and he's been condescending. But I think this female attorney might actually humanize Gwyneth Paltrow to this jury by just being embarrassing. She's fangirling. She just wants to talk about the other celebrities. I wonder if the jury's sitting there going like, oh, and so this is what the celebrities have to deal with. This lawyer might actually do more for Gwyneth Paltrow in this trial than Gwyneth's lawyers have done. It's wild, but this is so wild. We did not see this type of behavior at all in Depp v. Heard. This has gone a completely different direction. The lawyers in Depp v. Heard all felt like they were trying to downplay the celebrity of it all. They were trying to humanize it. This does not feel like that at all. And the judge at some point is going to lose his patience. Okay, we're going to catch up to real time here, I'm sure. Let's see if we're caught up to real time. There we go. Let's answer some questions because this trial has been wild. Shannon said this trial, OMG, been crossing my eyes until the rainbow glasses in the corner superimpose on the witnesses. That's fair. That's fair. The logo glasses are there. Victor, man, good to see you. These attorneys aren't professional enough to be Camille. Fair. Christina said, I'm looking for my jaw. I've dropped it and I can't be bothered to find it. I am stunned. Oh, we might have to go to DEF CON.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. And I'll restate it because I know it's been a little while. So it's not true, Ms. Paltrow, that you are just asking for $1. You are also asking, and this is not for the jury to decide,
for legal fees,
for the court to decide later. You're asking for your attorney's fees in this case, which could be quite substantial. Is that not true?
So
It's a
I'm
yes-
asking
it's a yes
for
or no.
$1 for me and then reimbursement of attorney's fees, which is a separate thing.
to
And
deal
that
with
could be a
this bullshit.
substantial amount, correct?
It's expensive to be sued.
And when your counsel got up waving that $1, don't you think that's a little bit of a mischaracterization?
No. Calls for legal
I have
conclusion.
one more question on this issue, and this is now 3.
Overruled. Go ahead.
That's the wrong
Don't you
objection.
think that that's $1? That's a mischaracterization, isn't it?
I took it as I would receive that $1, which is all I am asking for.
That's a good
Ms.
answer.
Paltrow, isn't it true that you've misrepresented a number of things today to this jury?
Absolutely not.
No other questions.
That's it?
Owens.
Oh, boy.
You've been here every minute of this jury trial. True?
True.
And you're intending to be here every
Legal
minute?
Bites, I'm sorry that
next
Nightbot
week?
got you. It was the
I am.
caps.
Have you enjoyed yourself?
No.
I've
I
learned a
have.
lot.
I have.
Who hit who?
I've enjoyed
Mr.
myself.
Sanderson hit me.
I need a snack.
The comment was that Mr. Sanderson doesn't take criticism well.
You're
Do
gonna
you
call
take
her
criticism well?
In my profession, after all these years
Do you take criticism
of
a
being
lot?
in the public eye, I think I take it relatively well.
I can't imagine being an actor and
You
not
keep sending me
taking
notes.
criticism well. Oh gosh, this is weird.
I didn't cause these damages.
That's
Right?
absolutely correct.
Do you feel some empathy for Mr. Sanderson and his declining
Counsel,
brain?
you get to cross-examine
You
your
know,
own
I
client.
really
Do
do.
better.
I feel very sorry for him. It seems like he's had a very difficult life, but I did not cause the accident, so I cannot be at fault for anything that subsequently happened to him.
So his daughter got up and said he was cursing out her daughter. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
Did you cause that?
I did not cause that.
Did you give him brain injuries that were evident on his MRI in 2006?
I did not.
All right, let's start on a happier note. Let's bring up that picture of you and Moses.
You just cross-examine her. And why are you asking about the
While
things
that's
she's
coming
told
up,
you?
did you personally take a selfie with you and your son?
I take selfies with my kids all the time, yes.
All right, and we're going to pull it up in just a minute. You know what picture I'm talking about. Did you
Yes.
personally take that photo
I did.
on the day at issue?
I did before the accident.
Okay, and it's hard to
We
tell
wanna
who
see-
the 9-year-old is there.
Excuse me, we
Thank
want to
you.
see.
Are you on the right or left?
I'm on the right.
We want to
And
see.
Moses is on the left.
Excuse me, Court
And
TV.
are
We'd
you
like
going
to
up
see.
the ski lift?
It looks like it.
This is Defense 86. If we haven't moved for its admission, I would like to do so.
No objection.
Defendant's 86 is received.
And I notice, do you have a helmet on there
I do.
and goggles?
Yes.
Did you always that day
I wanna
while
see
on the
it.
slopes?
Yes.
Mr. Ramon testified, for instance, you were not wearing a helmet or goggles or any face covering whatsoever. True or it's not true?
I think you can see the evidence that I was wearing a helmet and goggles.
So
Just
answer my
answer the
question.
question.
Sorry.
Is it true or not true that at the time of the collision and in the aftermath, you were or were not wearing a helmet
I was.
and goggles?
Correct.
Did you ski at all that day without a helmet?
No.
Is that for anonymity? I'm saying it wrong.
Anonymity.
Thanks for
Anonymity?
saying that. And also for safety or both or what?
It's for safety primarily, but yes, I like to, when I'm skiing, try to keep a low profile.
I imagine that could be
You
hard.
were asked about. Well, let me back up even further.
Okay.
You told me you learned to ski at Alta.
I did, actually.
Tell me a little about that.
My father was, he loved skiing, and he had learned later in life. And so he was determined for my brother and I to learn how to ski when we were young. And he used to do these really sweet one-on-one ski trips with us where he would take us to various destinations, and Alta was one of them.
And then he died young, true?
Unfortunately,
And
yes.
did you stop in his 50s? That's how I'm in my 50s, but
Thank you,
I'm
counsel.
in
Did
my
you-
50s.
did you
It's very
stop
young.
skiing for a while?
I did. I was pretty devastated by his death, and just being in the ski resort and on a chairlift, it was difficult for me. So I avoided it for a few years until I had my own kids, and then I heard his voice in my head thinking I should teach them how to ski.
And Brad Falchuk, you were dating him at the time?
Yes.
And now married to him?
Yes.
Were you skiing with the Coldplay guy, according to Ramon?
Beach vibes. If it
No,
makes you feel any
no.
better, this is not a waste of taxpayer money.
Coldplay
Really,
guy.
these attorneys are
The
paying
Coldplay
for.
guy, I believe,
The Coldplay guy is
he's
your
referring to my
ex-husband.
first husband, Chris Martin. He's the singer, and
This is a civil trial, so
he's
the
a guitar
attorneys
player
pay
and
for
piano
quite a
player
lot of it.
in the band
or the
Coldplay.
parties.
Thank you. And did this?
I love that the Coldplay guy has come
kind
up
of blending
as the
of
Coldplay guy.
family's trip have some significance to you?
Yes, this was a significant trip for us. It was the first time Brad and I were introducing our kids and doing something together as to see if we could blend families.
That's a big deal.
There's an implication that at the time of this collision, you were distracted. Were you distracted?
No,
Were you paying attention to where you were skiing?
I was.
Was there anyone in front of you?
There was not.
There's an implication that somehow you're looking at Moses up the hill to the left while you're skiing downhill.
So are you
Were
acting it
doing
out now,
that?
counsel?
not.
You wanted to act it out? The dude in the back is sleeping.
Carrie Oakes.
Can you
of
see him in
Deer
the back?
Valley does
Do y'all see
something
the
in her
sleeping dude?
deposition about
He's like, what
kids
is Paltrow who?
wanting you to see them or something. Were you in fact?
wish we could get a zoom in.
Like, did you all meet at the top of the hill?
I think we were 6 in our group plus our ski instructors, so we would always meet that day at the top of the chair and kind of plot out where everyone was going.
Great. Okay, the 6 people. Let's just make sure we know who they are.
Myself, Brad, my stepdaughter Isabella, my daughter Apple, my son Moses, and my stepson Brody.
Okay, and then you had paid for each of the 4 kids to have their own individual instructors.
They were all very different levels, so Brad paid for his kids and I paid for mine.
All right. The $1 that I'll probably waive in closing, but not this minute. Were you
Okay.
were you planning to ski the whole day?
I was.
This
And
goes to her damages
Did you
claim.
send a little text after lunch?
Yes.
Can you bring this up? And I'm going to give this forward.
Chat, y'all are making me laugh.
Have you been admitted? So good question. D110 is the text.
What? Why is it blown up like that? You have a screen.
No objection.
Exhibit 110 for defendants is received.
Okay.
These are kind of hard to see, and James is going to bring it up.
James is like, the fuck I am. James is like, why don't we just do it digitally like I keep telling you? Owens, I keep telling you to do it digitally, and you just don't listen.
83A is the better copy, I guess.
Poor James is like, why the fuck are we doing this?
So, Gwyneth, do you have a defense binder there?
I just have my deposition.
I actually feel kind of bad for James.
I'm gonna hand
James
you
is just like, can we
binder.
stop with the poster board?
Can we move to admit 83B?
Put them on the overhead.
No objection.
Put them on the
Defense Exhibit
Elmo.
83B is received.
Today
A
has
little hard
garnered
to
some
see.
court watchers,
Okay.
but not that many. I'm surprised. Well, they're all here.
And
Hello,
James, can
court
you
watchers.
pull up the last
Don't forget to like and
sort of
subscribe.
this?
Go ahead and
I think
subscribe
we
if
need
you
to go
enjoyed
back just a little more to
James.
put a date on it. Do you recall I asked you, hey, did you text anyone that day? Do you remember this?
Yes.
Did you say it
And
exactly like
this
that,
is your own
Owens?
personal cell phone copy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and there's a date.
Holy shit.
Sorry, it's a bad copy.
Yeah, no
February
shit.
24. Sorry. February
Fucking hell.
26, 2016. Is that
Oh.
is that in fact a true and correct copy of your phone screen?
Yes.
And
Jesus.
who were you texting with? Do you recall?
Eric Christensen, the ski instructor.
All right. So
We went down.
we went down
Bandana.
So you'd
That's what that
already
looks
been down
like.
that very. Oh, my board. Can I get my board?
What is
in case this is a better copy?
My board!
Um,
My board!
all
My
right.
board!
Okay, cool. Which one's you on the right or left? Do you know? The green?
Eric is the green and I'm the white.
Okay, cool. We
Okay,
should take
cool.
north side up, question mark. That's you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go back out. And in the afternoon, let's go with the,
Let's go with what?
okay, let's keep going down. Oh, let's go Ruby left. So you're coordinating a little bit
Yes.
on the mountain in real time, correct?
Yes.
And then, sorry, James, I'm testing you out here.
Yeah, James
Moses
is
wants to know
thrilled.
if you are still skiing and where.
James
All
loves
right,
it.
so it's 229,
Mm-hmm.
and this is, no one's thinking lawsuit yet, right?
No.
And that's you on the left with the G, and it
Yes.
says, can you read it?
It says, I came in. That guy sort of hurt me. I'm going to get a massage at 3. Gigi is here if he wants to come.
Okay, Gigi was helping with the kids?
Yeah, Gigi was our babysitter.
All right. Did you go in earlier because you had been hit?
I did, yes.
Did you personally pay for a ski pass at Deer Valley?
I did.
And was it a full day pass?
It was.
This is going
And
to
was it,
her damages, whether
Is
she
the
had any lost
monetary difference
money.
between the full day pass and the half day pass more than $1?
It is.
So negligence, you have to have a duty, a breach of duty, and damage. So you
Ms. Van
have to
Orman
have
kept
damage
saying
to have
when
that
you were
negligence.
allegedly hit. Were you hit?
I was hit.
The definition of an assault is an unauthorized touching.
Oh gosh.
Did Mr. Sanderson touch you in an unauthorized manner?
Yeah, it's why are we going there? This is
You
not
may.
this is not relevant. I think trying to call the collision on the ski slope an assault is a reach. And I think with everything else in the testimony, it could very much backfire. This was a collision on the ski slope. It's just it's a little heavy-handed. They also got very bent out of shape about calling it a hit and run when she left. So I think going towards this is an assault is
And you should disregard the question.
yes, is really too far. Really
Did
too
he
far.
touch you without your permission?
He ran
He
into
did.
her.
The sexual part, by the way, that's just for a split second. You're thinking, what's going on here?
Yes, I was trying to put together what could possibly be happening
I
behind
imagine
me.
when you are a celebrity like Gwyneth Paltrow, people don't just touch you out of nowhere.
A scream.
Most
I think
of the
there are a
time.
couple witnesses that said they heard some noise.
You don't just
Yes.
have people.
When
Nobody
fell.
should just
Is
have
it
people touching them,
impossible
but I imagine
you
it's.
let out a noise upon being hit?
I think it's impossible that I let out a noise upon being hit because it was a very slow move. It wasn't an impact. The impact came when we fell on the ground. So it's very possible that when the impact was made, I screamed. But I do not recall making a sound until we were falling or on the ground.
Okay. So a collision, when I think of two skiers hitting each other, I think of a hit.
I'm
And then
glad to know what you
a
think
sort
of.
separation between the two.
Yes.
Is that what happened with you?
No, this was very strange. It was a slow in between my skis with his skis, and then like 1,000, 2 1,000-ish, and then a fall.
The defense has prepared an animation exhibit that will be shown next week. Have you personally reviewed that?
I have.
And does it accurately state
I'm
what you
interested
believe
to see
has
their-
occurred that day?
Yes.
Now, it's
The
not
plaintiff was
precise in
kinda
the sense
smiling.
that it's not actual video of the event.
That's
Right.
interesting.
Um,
I'm interested to see their reconstruction.
It
Gosh,
does
we
a
live
good
here
job
now. Okay,
of sort of setting the stage,
spring
Yes.
break in
animating
Utah,
what occurred.
y'all.
There needs to be some clarification as to what part of the animation he's referring to.
Spring break in Utah, y'all.
It's sustained as to vagueness and
Sure.
therefore relevance.
Sure. Have you seen the animations?
I have.
All right. Not every witness
It's a good
saw
question,
everything.
Kathy.
Fair to say?
Fair.
All right. For instance, you didn't see anyone in front of you, but you felt someone behind you.
That's fair,
Yes.
Paige. He
So
was
you wouldn't
ziplining.
possibly know, for instance, where Sanderson was coming from.
No, he was behind me.
I'm trying to satisfy the prior.
Objection leading.
Sustained?
It's Cross. You called the witness. It's Cross. It's Cross. Technically, it's Cross.
Does the animation fairly represent your story?
It does.
Miss Meggs, that must have been fascinating. I bet you have great stories. Can't say that I would have never have lied to protect
One
a guest
thing
I
Craig
hosted.
Ramon,
And I don't think the Deer Valley ski instructors would
said
either.
is
That's what
that
they're arguing.
Mr.
But I don't
Sanderson
think
was out cold
that
for
she
2 or more minutes. Do you recall that testimony?
he said more than that.
To be honest, he's said so many
Different
different minutes,
things.
so many times, I don't recall exactly.
There were a lot of different
All right.
stories on how
Assume
long he
that
was
he said
unconscious.
minutes, that
Okay.
he was literally unconscious for minutes. Did you observe that?
That Mr. Sanderson was unconscious for minutes?
Yes.
No, he
Or-
was not.
Or unconscious at all?
I don't know. Based on what I've heard from the doctors, you can be unconscious for a split second, so it's possible he was for a split second.
So, where were you as you go down the hill?
On the right side of Bandana,
Was there a reason you were there?
I just tend to try to, especially on a crowded run, I was trying to ski, a little bit to the side and make turns.
Were you being an aggressive skier? Like, I'm gonna go
No.
as fast as I can to get
This
down.
is a green run with lots of families. Absolutely not.
It's a green run, but it's not a bunny run, right? It actually.
Lots.
I mean,
She said lots of
it's one of your
families. She would
favorite
probably
runs?
be more
It was
looking
one of
for
my kids' favorite ones. They were learning.
Gotcha. Because it comes down quite a
On
ways.
those runs, you got to be
It
mindful of
does.
kids.
It's a nice long run.
And was this toward the top? Do you recall?
It was toward the top, but not at the top, if that makes sense.
Would you have
Y'all,
observed?
half of the lawyers I know are
First of
messaging
all,
me
did
about
you
these
personally
lawyers.
look and see Mr. Sanderson
On the ground?
after the event?
Yes.
And was he unconscious when you saw him?
No.
Then they're saying Eric Christensen, the Deer Valley person, came over. Did you observe that?
I did.
And they're saying that he yelled aggressively toward Mr. Sanderson. Did you observe that?
He did not yell at Mr. Sanderson, no.
She did, but I can actually understand why
He's
she
gonna
did in her
testify
retelling of
on
events.
Monday.
Okay.
From your interactions with Mr. Christensen, is that consistent with his personality to be aggressive like that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for character evidence.
Sustained.
It's a good objection.
How many times before had you interacted with Mr. Christensen?
Well, it's a while back now, but I know that we had him teach my son Moses on at least one other occasion. He was always incredibly kind, very patient. My son was a beginner and frustrated that he couldn't ski better faster, and Mr. Christensen was incredibly patient and sweet with him.
Music to my soul.
He's a high school art teacher, I guess, on the side, or
Yes.
one of the other.
He makes
Would
pottery.
calling it an assault be a slippery slope? Yes.
There was an early comment about a hit and run. Did you hit and run?
Absolutely not.
You had that stricken from the record, and
Deer
now you're
Valley was
opening the door
dismissed on
again.
that.
Counsel, what the fuck?
It was a prior party and was dismissed. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
I think there was an allegation that Eric Christensen
I think it's fair that she said it's
did some
possible
funny
it makes
business
her look
with the paperwork to protect
like
you.
she's not
his
hiding
paying
her
client.
testimony or being
Objection, Your Honor.
evasive.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Did you expect Eric Christensen to falsify his paperwork?
Of course not.
I don't think it, in a legal sense, opened the door. This attorney made such a big deal about saying no one can raise
Agent
that
and
word in court, and then
representative
he
in the
goes and
legal
does it
world,
again.
I can tell you is a little different maybe than in
It's
the acting world.
very
Right.
frustrating.
This idea that when Eric told me to leave, I felt okay to leave.
Yes.
Just comment on that. Was that a cover-up?
Is there a question?
No, certainly.
Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
Was Eric Christensen your legal representative on
Counsel,
the mountain?
why are you not asking questions?
Overruled on that.
Just ask
Go ahead.
questions.
No, he was not.
She looks annoyed with her lawyer. Or maybe it's just me reading into it because I'm annoyed with her lawyer. That's very possible.
Did you
I
stick
might
around
be
for a while after the
projecting my
closing?
I
annoyance.
did indeed.
She's gonna look at him and just be like, "Can we land the plane? Can we land the plane? Can we?"
Going back to the $1, Eric Christensen, you had paid Eric Christensen to take
Oh gosh.
to
Asked and
teach your
answered.
son how to ski that day for the full day. True.
Yes.
And was his
How
attention
is he
diverted as a
not
result
able
of
to
your
ask
collision?
questions?
Yes, for a while.
And that $1 of damages, does that also take into account that fact?
I haven't quantified, if you break it out, what a Deer Valley ski instructor makes per hour, but I think it's more than $1.
The comment was the word symbolic was used, but did you in fact lose $1 or more as a result of the collision?
I did.
Did you hurt yourself? I'm sorry. Did Mr. Sanderson hurt you by hitting you?
He did.
And please explain.
Well, when we fell over, my right knee felt like it had been overstretched and my back hurt.
All right. And you got a massage but did not seek medical care. Is that what I understand?
I did not.
Eric Christensen's going to testify on Monday. He's going to say words to the effect that he heard and turned. Ramon similarly said that, didn't he?
I believe he did.
He wasn't focused just on Terry right before the incident. He heard and turned and saw them a group go down, correct?
That's what he said.
Sustained.
I don't know why he's not ready with the questions.
the
I was
jury
trying to grab
remember
that one.
then.
I feel you. I don't know why he's not ready.
That wasn't even a question.
It's a
The
comment.
question, the answer, and the comment afterward are stricken. You should disregard.
It's just,
Moses and Apple are coming, and Brad on Monday morning.
They are.
yeah, Moses was definitely uphill from her, it seems. And they're saying that she was looking uphill at Moses. She says she wasn't.
Missing school to do it.
Who cares?
Apple will be missing school, unfortunately, and
Okay.
Moses will be on spring break.
Okay, counsel, why aren't you prepared
You've
with
heard,
questions that help
next
move
week
your
you will
client's
hear
case
from our
forward?
experts, but do they 100% support your version of what occurred?
Objection! Where's the objection?
Yes.
And I said your version of what occurred, but I do mean to say what occurred. You know what occurred, right?
I absolutely do. I was there.
When they say, did anyone witness this? And Mr. Sanderson doesn't really remember things. You remember things, don't you?
I do.
She didn't have a
Stay.
head injury.
Were you knocked out?
I was not knocked out, no.
Do you have memory loss of the event?
I do not. I mean, it was a long time ago, but.
That's fair. One moment, please.
The questioning is so painful. It feels as if he is not ready to just walk through it. They knew she would be called this week, so it's just really frustrating to not.
Quick thing, we're going to bring up a Deer Valley receipt that actually shows
for damages.
the amount paid.
Okay.
Any objection to this exhibit? What is it? Which number is it?
I mean, I guess he could
Any
call her back to
objection?
the stand. I just
Defendant's
don't
Exhibit
know.
85 is received.
I wouldn't want to call her back to the stand because I wouldn't want her to be cross-examined by the other side. So I think they should. Oh, is the bailiff telling people not to be on their phones? Yep. I've seen people texting and stuff in this courtroom quite a bit. I'm not surprised that we're seeing the court security telling people not to. They're proving damages, right? Because there has to be a duty, breach, and then damages, and her losing the money for a half-day skiing is part of their damages. They should have been ready. Lazy B said, Emily, my dad told me about you. Grateful because I love listening to you. This is only my second day here. Looking forward to more
Turns out
trials.
we don't need to. So there's been no objection. And James, would you
Thanks,
bring that
Lazy
up?
B. Kelsey
There's
said,
an
be nice,
address
she's
there,
nervous. This
maybe
was from much earlier in the
so
day.
D85, move for admission if we haven't. And then, is this your actual receipt from Deer Valley?
Yes.
And it's in that binder in front of you if you need to look
Okay.
at it.
What number is the
Yes,
exhibit?
let me come get that.
These are the ski lessons.
85.
Skiing's expensive. Morning private Moses 555. Full day private 16
Thank
something
you.
something. Okay.
All right. It's kind of hard to see.
I can see it.
They're arguing.
The tab between the four of you for a couple.
Alex on Wheels. They're
4
arguing
kids,
she was
couple
looking
days,
uphill, and that's why she hit him because he
nearly
was down.
$9,000, eh?
That's what they charge.
I think again, there's this assertion that because you were paying Eric Christensen, you expected him to lie for you.
I would object to
Do you-
that.
Mischaracterizes
Yep.
questioning, insinuations, or evidence.
Overruled.
Wait,
the
go to the
jury
bottom where it
recall
says-
the evidence, or the
at the-
questioning and the answers before.
At the bottom of that, it talks about the accident.
All right.
Can we
Does
pull that
mean-
back up, please?
I don't.
You can answer.
Ah. So,
Did you expect Eric Christensen to lie for you?
Absolutely not.
Because but he was on your payroll, wasn't he?
but this is
No.
what Deer Valley charges. So, anytime you go and you ask for a private instructor, that's the fee, unfortunately.
But at the
Okay,
bottom,
we'll let
it talks
Eric,
about the collision.
talk about this on Monday.
Okay.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
they're done.
Ms. Van Orman?
They're done 15 minutes before.
I will be quick, and I promise that actually will stay the case.
Will it?
If I can find my glasses.
Let's see.
All right.
No, we'll get into it with
Just to follow up on a
Christensen.
couple things you were just asked about. You were shown the text message, I think that's on that board there.
Yes.
And counsel had asked you, that text message was made before there were any lawsuits going on, right?
It was.
Okay. So are you aware that Mr. Ramon reported to the ski patrol that you hit Terry in the back about 10 minutes after the crash?
I don't understand the question.
That's not in evidence.
Are you aware that Mr. Ramon, about 10 minutes after the accident, reported to ski patrol that you struck Mr. Sanderson in the back?
I don't think so.
Okay. If that report was made, 10 minutes after the crash, that was long before a lawsuit was even contemplated as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned about keeping a low profile. You like to keep a low profile
When skiing.
when you're skiing. Correct. Does screaming at the top of your lungs profanities at Mr. Sanderson when he's on the ground keeping a low profile?
She was pissed by that point,
After an
counsel.
incident like that where you feel hurt and violated, unfortunately, adrenaline can take over and emotion as well.
Okay.
She was mad.
And counsel had asked you about touching you without your permission. I just want to make clear, as we didn't do the little
You tried.
dance. Thank you. Yeah, the little dance.
You tried.
But when I tried to reenact it with myself, which is, I'm sure I'll get.
Were you
crap
dancing
for
by
that later from my
yourself,
children.
client?
It was
counsel?
the front of his body that you believe touched you, right?
Yes.
Not his arms, not his hands.
Correct.
Okay. And when you guys fell to the ground, you landed on him. He did not land on you.
That's right.
Okay. All right. You screamed when you fell?
She didn't
What
say
I
that.
remember, the first time I remember yelling was at Mr. Sanderson after the accident, but it's possible that I could have yelled when we were falling.
Okay. And then you've described and you've kind of put with your fingers how Mr. Sanderson's skis went in between yours.
Robin,
Do you
there
have
is
any
no
explanation
GoPro.
how somebody, if you're moving, because you were moving, right?
Yes.
He's moving.
Yep.
How somebody could, I'm just going to call it thread the needle, stick. How can somebody, as they're moving
Sanderson's
down
laughing.
this hill, have the ability
plaintiff is
to put their
laughing.
skis in between yours when they're like
And dude in the
18
back
inches
was
apart?
napping.
I don't know, but that's what happened.
Okay. You testified that this was a crowded run.
There were people on the run.
Okay, but you've just said when I asked you questions earlier, nobody was in front of you.
Nobody was directly in front of me, no.
Okay. Were there people in your vision in front of you?
There were people on the run.
Okay. It was crowded.
It was
busy?
I think it was moderately crowded on that day.
Okay. And some of the people were your daughter and Carrie Oakes down below, and your son and Eric Christensen to the left and up a little bit.
I believe so.
Okay. And you've mentioned that Mr. Christensen was kind and patient with your son.
He was.
Okay.
Very much so.
All right. You did pay him a lot and tip him well.
I paid Deer Valley Resort. I don't know what the resort pays their instructors, so that would be a question for them.
Do you tip Mr. Christensen well?
I hope so.
Me too. But I would hope also if you're going to use this, you'd had him as an instructor before, right?
Yes.
Okay, you would
I don't
expect him
need
to be
severe
kind
weather
and
right
patient
now.
with your son.
Nashville, chill.
Well, he was kind and patient the first time, which is why we asked to have him again.
The second
Okay,
time.
great.
Right?
You said that you stuck around, but while you stuck around, you never asked Mr. Sanderson if he was okay.
Correct, because he had hit me and
she
I
was
was very
pissed.
upset.
She's made it clear that she's pissed.
All right.
I can't wait for
Still
the
didn't
plaintiff to
think it
take the
would be
stand either.
appropriate to ask somebody if they're all right?
Mr. Christensen asked if he was okay, and he said he was. Meaning Mr. Sanderson.
Oh,
I
ew,
think you said
counsel.
that he mumbled it.
You can't
He
fix
said,
her
"I'm
testimony
okay."
from counsel table. What is happening in this courtroom? Good Lord. Did
You've
you
been
hear her
asked
lawyer
a
said
number
he
of
meaning
questions
who?
About
Wild. Most judges wouldn't put up with that.
You were asked in your deposition, were you not, to your understanding, you're making a claim for the sum of $1 as a symbolic loss, right?
Yes.
And you said correct. Yes?
That's right.
Okay.
Because the actual loss was more. That's
I
what she's
also
saying.
asked you in your deposition, are you telling me now you're making a claim for more than the sum of $1? Do you remember what your response was?
Isn't this outside the scope of cross?
You said no. That's not the case,
Is it
though,
not
is it?
outside the scope of cross?
It's a yes or no.
Move to, that's an
Outside the
improper
scope?
question. She gave the answer.
Overruled?
Are we inside
It's
the
a yes
scope?
or no. Are you making a claim more than $1 in this case?
Now I am, yes.
Thank you. No other questions.
Oh, we might be done. We might finish up today. Gwyneth might be done today. Y'all, we might have made it. That means at the beginning of tomorrow, we could see
What's changed between now and when I took your deposition in 2020?
Wait, why are you asking more questions? You
What
said
do
you
you
were
mean?
done.
Well, in 2020 you said,
Objection.
no, I'm not. Now you said, now you are. What's changed?
Well, you're making so for me, as I said, there's a delineation between the $1 that I would receive and the lawyer's fees being reimbursed, which is not to me.
Okay, so then now you're not changing your position.
No.
Okay, so you've always been seeking more than $1.
At the time of the deposition, I was seeking $1 for myself. And I don't recall at the time of the deposition if we were also asking for the lawyer's fees reimbursement.
Well, I'll represent to you that that was pled in the counterclaim. I could show you a copy if you'd like.
I have a
sure
copy.
You could.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with
That in the
This
counterclaim,
trial's not
that you
normal.
sued my client and how I got involved on
This
this
is
case,
wild.
that
Yes.
you had asked for $1 plus attorney's fees.
I am asking for $1 plus reimbursement of attorney's fees, or that they're being paid.
And you've done that from day one since you filed the counterclaim against Mr. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're going to pull up P3, which I think has been admitted. It's the Deer Valley report by Eric Christensen. And for Gwyneth.
Yeah, I'm hoping they move on. Wait, Kathy et al., I did not see that at all. If it happened, I'm sure somebody will clip it onto the internet and we will see it.
I'm going to just show you D3.
Yeah, lawyers cost
Okay.
money. I don't think anyone's shocked about that. It's me, Cade, said nothing about this is normal. I think what we need to remember is court is never normal. Court's unpredictable. It's why we like to watch it. This page flipping ASMR is not doing it for me. Court is unpredictable, and we get to see peeks into different courts all across the country. And that is something that is illuminating. So, I mean, the most normal trials happen in a day or two in a courtroom without any big parties involved and no television
Did you see
cameras.
this
So I
on the
guess
first day of testimony?
once you put TV cameras and start watching it,
And James, maybe
it's going to be
do the
interesting.
top third.
We were close.
This is Christensen's report.
Yes.
Excuse
It
me.
says male skier took her out from behind. Is
Yes.
that what happened?
Yes.
This report is accurate?
Very.
I didn't see it,
super accurate?
but heard her scream as she went down. Do you dispute that?
I don't.
She said she didn't remember.
I
screaming.
skied directly to her. Did he do that?
He did, yes.
The man was behind her. Both were in discomfort. Is that all true?
Yes.
During lunch, she talked of being stiff and sore. Is that a true statement?
It is.
Can we go to the second, third now, please?
Why didn't you just ask her about this when you examined
I'm glad
her?
you can see it on your monitor. We had a hard time getting those going.
Thanks for the commentary, counsel.
All
I
right,
guess.
I'm going to look here. It says on the right there, a patroller came by to check on everyone. Do you have a memory of that?
I don't.
All
Yes,
right.
I'm afraid.
And then the bottom third, please.
The female lawyer is Plaintiff Terry Sanderson's attorney.
This goes beyond the scope of
There it is.
my redirect, cross, etc.
There's the objection.
Your Honor, I'm addressing this because she was asked additional questions about sort of who hit to. First thing male skier stated was that she, meaning you, appeared right in front of him. All right. Did you hear that?
No.
Do you dispute it occurred?
No.
Thus admitting he was the uphill skier.
He was.
She never saw him because he came in from behind.
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Sanderson?
We were
in front of you?
we've been on 1.25.
Did you have a lash in your
but yes,
eye
it feels
or
like this
otherwise have some
lawyer is on slow mode.
eyesight problem?
Nope, I still have 20/20. I need reading glasses though.
Were you blind in one eye and limited in the other?
No.
I mean, I need reading glasses too. It happened somewhere after 40. That's not true.
All right.
I needed reading
I
glasses
think
in law
there's a
school, then I got a
reference
bit
here
better, and then
that given
again.
your height and Mr. Sanderson
relative height,
less height, less being less tall, that somehow you couldn't have felt him against your back. Can you just comment on that?
Well, he was uphill of me, so he was higher
body,
than me.
and I have a body, and I felt his
he pressed
body.
whatever of his body against my back when his skis slid between mine.
Were you standing still when the skis came between you?
No, I was gently skiing, and he kind of gently skied right into me.
Does that mean Mr. Sanderson was going faster than you were going?
No, it wasn't an impact.
Okay. Well,
until we hit the ground.
To come up upon you.
Yes.
I guess he had to have been skiing a little faster than you. Fair?
I don't know because he was behind me, so I don't know what he was doing.
All right.
She didn't know what he was doing, and
Ramon
that's why she was
said
so mad.
That Sanderson had his head downhill, spread eagle, out cold. Did you observe
facing
that?
the snow.
No.
Was his head downhill?
Your Honor, objection goes beyond the scope.
I think you're going beyond the scope.
He is. He
Your
should've
Honor,
asked
she
these
asked
earlier.
about, I'll move on, but she was asking about where people were.
She did ask for people landed in her redirect,
She
or
did.
recross, so you can go into that.
Thanks. So you heard Ramon say spread eagle,
The purse was
head
kinda cute,
down,
though.
right?
I did.
Out cold.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have noticed if he had been spread eagle?
No video.
First, just comment on that. Yes or no?
Objection leading.
Sustained?
Just comment. Like, I did see him.
Oh shit! Just ask a
spread
better question.
eagle,
It's not
or
her
he
job to
did
fix
not.
your questions. Just
I'm trying to be as broad as I can on that.
ask a good question.
Okay. It is. That is true. Was your head, when you came to arrest, downhill?
Bring the whiskey.
Both
time.
of our heads were in the same direction, uphill.
Time
So
out.
Ramon said they were
Bring
both
me the whiskey in a
downhill.
bathtub.
That is
I'm
incorrect.
exhausted.
The expert today even said it was impossible for him to get lift off, and so that's just not what happened.
The comment was that you cursed at him. Why didn't you say, pardon me, sir, I think you inadvertently ran into me? Why didn't you do that in a nice, calm manner?
Again, I felt violated. I was upset. I was worried about my knee.
She means
my
her
back
space
hurt.
was violated.
It felt violating to have somebody press their body against my back. I was full of adrenaline. I was really upset, and I'm sorry that I
And she
cursed.
could have been hurt.
I think Ramon said something like someone gave him the stink eye. Your Coldplay buddy, who wasn't your Coldplay buddy, but
The Coldplay buddy that wasn't the
gave him
Coldplay buddy?
stink eye or something to that effect.
I don't
like
remember that.
A mean look.
I don't know who that would have been, and I don't remember.
Brad probably wasn't too happy that someone had hurt his girlfriend. Is that?
Objection beyond the scope.
Who's
I'll let it
objecting?
go.
Why is
hit who?
in unison?
Objection asked and
Oh my
answered.
gosh.
I want it.
What a waste of time.
Sustained.
3 words, Your
Oh my
Honor.
God!
Asked and answered.
Those are the 3 words, asked and answered. Counsel, that's what you get.
Let it go.
Those are the 3 words, asked and answered. Those are your 3 words.
It's 5 o'clock. We're done.
Woo!
Thank you. Members of the jury, let me just give you the same instruction that I have given you a few times. So we're recessing now until 9 a.m. on Monday morning.
We've made it.
And so you'll be on your own over the weekend.
Green eggs and Sam,
Before
I'm
we
gonna answer that in a
recess, I
minute.
need to remind you of the following instruction. Please do not discuss this case with anyone, including other jurors. Please do not attempt to learn anything about the case outside of the courtroom, including from other jurors. Please avoid radio, TV, internet, and newspaper reports on this case.
Avoid the interwebs.
Please keep an open mind throughout the presentation of the evidence, and please do not form or express an opinion on this case until such time as it is finally submitted to you for deliberations. And the final instruction is have a great weekend.
Thank you for that instruction, Your Honor. We will take that to heart. We're going to bring the whiskey. She stood for the jury now, and I'm glad. These lawyers are fucking
You can
exhausting.
step down, and you can leave too.
She's like, and I intend to. Peace out.
Yes.
Your Honor, we may call our client in our case. Any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
You can call her if you need to.
I mean, I don't know if they have an objection, but it would be proper because you're limited by the scope of cross before.
Thank
You're
you.
limited by the scope of their direct.
Can we sit for a minute? Because I'm not quite
Sure.
done.
Oh, can we sit for a minute? Because I'm not quite
Is there
done.
anything we should address before the weekend? I know there's a brief that's due by the defendants by noon on Sunday.
That's right.
There is one other thing we should probably talk about is timing.
Sorry.
We need to talk about timing on witnesses. I know
Yes,
that
that's
you
what I
got.
wanna talk
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Let's
Okay,
talk.
great. Let's talk. Let's do
Anything
it.
else for the court?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So how are we going to, in theory, they were supposed to arrest today.
They're
I'm
not.
complaining. I mean,
You
there's
shouldn't.
one more witness, as I understand it, which is Terry
Sanderson.
Sanderson.
Monday's going to be
Can the
interesting.
Plaintiffs confirm?
Cancel my day.
Yes, that's correct.
We're all
Okay.
here
All right,
now.
So on Monday morning, we'll start with Mr. Sanderson.
Delightful. What?
Okay.
I need to be heard on this.
Okay.
Oh, you've got a
Sorry,
witness
I
coming
can't say
in.
no to you, Your Honor. We have
Correct.
7 witnesses lined up because there was no question that plaintiffs were going to rest on Friday. So
They didn't say that yesterday, I don't think.
7 people are all lined up back to back.
You said that
And,
on Wednesday and
Mr.
Thursday.
Sanderson's here, and
He's not going anywhere. Oh,
I
fair.
didn't expect them.
They're asking to go out of order.
We sort of flip-flop this in a way because they've heard from plaintiff, they've heard from the defendant before. We've never even heard from the plaintiff.
You could have stipulated that they couldn't do that, and you
But,
didn't. So calm down.
I have back-to-back witnesses Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, which leaves
That's a
Mr.
bummer for you.
Sanderson to testify on Thursday
or
next week.
you have to bump your witnesses
It is
and
possible that almost all of these people have flown in from out of state to be very precise on timing.
reschedule. Hopefully the weather
And,
doesn't mess with that.
I don't think we should be punished. I think I raised this several times, like I need to set up our witnesses.
Your needs are
And
very
I'm talking about
prevalent
16 witnesses,
in this court.
Very busy physicians out of state. My client's family is coming in just for this.
You talk about it quite a lot.
And then leaving. So, I'm not critical. We are where we are, but I made it clear multiple times that
I don't think they've flown in yet.
and I don't want to be limited in my time for Mr. Sanderson.
And Your Honor,
So what's the request?
To call his witnesses out of order.
That
That's
we
the
work witnesses out of
we
order?
work in Sanderson.
Why can't
when
he
we
just say the
can.
words out of
All
order?
right.
Hi, George.
And what's
I'm sorry.
the plaintiff's position on that request?
Object to that.
Hi, Georgie.
What do you propose
We
happen?
have a case.
Want to say hi?
We'd like to have it finished so that we can rest appropriately. Terry
No?
Sanderson is an important part of that case.
Right.
We have a right to put
You're
him
out?
on. Now,
All right.
I don't want to throw stones here, but there's a lot of reasons why
Yes.
this took longer than it should have.
Yes.
Okay? And it's not our fault. We
It's not
worked
all
as
your
hard
fault.
as we could. So, I think we take Terry Sanderson on Monday. We will
They
have him
rearrange
for
their
about an hour.
witnesses.
Yeah, I'm taking his direct, and I will commit to the court.
He's
that
a former
we will be done with direct in an hour.
optometrist.
Okay.
And
Why
so
is
I
his
think we
mask
do
on
that,
inside
and
out?
we fit him in as we can. I mean, we had problems too. You know, we caught a witness short.
They did.
Downtown, that happens.
And after that witness, then you'll be
Hi,
resting?
Georgie.
Yes.
Okay.
So this puts me in a bad position, Your Honor, with my witnesses.
Okay, well, that's
I raised this multiple times.
being a lawyer's hard, boo-boo.
We're going to rest on Friday. We're going to rest on Friday. We're going to rest on Friday.
Okay, Muffin, you've taken your time too, though.
Some of these are Deer Valley people.
Chat, we
This
know
is
the
the
defense
best snow
attorney has a
year
cough.
in 20 years.
It just is.
They're losing income by coming. And
As my 11-year-old would say,
some of
this
them,
sounds like a you
for
problem.
instance, can come during a 2-hour window. That's how tight it is.
This sounds like a you problem.
Is anyone in the 9 to 10 window?
Yes.
He says he has
So
7.
it goes, Moses is probably going to go this way. Moses,
Move her
Apple,
family around then.
Brad,
Move the
Eric
family members
Christensen.
around and then call the Deer Valley folks. The family members seem to be much more flexible. So the Deer Valley folks,
Whitney Smith, Steve Graff.
George, you just,
Right now, we're not calling Carrie Oakes, and she's not under subpoena.
George,
And why can't the family members be called later?
that's
It's true
exactly
that
what I said.
Carrie Oakes, actually, I don't
George,
think we've made a
your
final
nails,
decision
buddy.
on. Your question once more, I'm sorry.
Why can't the family members be called later?
Bing, 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 bing.
They're missing school. They're taking flights in, flights out. I
Sir, they are
promised them
taking private
they'd
jets
be on
in and
off
out.
that morning.
Well,
And I did that on some good
Muffin.
faith basis here that we're
George
going to
just
start our
murdered my-
case on Monday morning.
Okay, well, here's my ruling, is that I agree with Mr. Sykes.
They get to
Plaintiff has their
finish.
case, they're entitled to put their case
Yep,
on.
you've got to deal with your
What we're-
scheduling
What
yourself,
I'm hearing is
buddy.
that there's one more hour before they rest. You don't have to cross-examine the plaintiff at that time. If you have witnesses that you need to put on right away, you can call the plaintiff in your case.
Very fair.
And it sounds as though, well,
It'll
you'll
handle-
have to
you'll have
make
to
some
deal with
adjustments
it.
for that 1 hour. I think
It's an
a
hour.
reasonable way to look at it.
I agree with the court.
Sure. I mean,
Scheduling
I've
is a
ruled,
nightmare.
It's something related to what.
Scheduling is a nightmare, but it's something these lawyers have to work with.
It
And
was
this,
our understanding Carrie Oakes was subpoenaed by the defendant.
Yeah, we were counting on that.
She's a very key witness, and we understand she's subpoenaed.
oh, now they're
We were
mad.
counting on her being called. During the
Called
verification
when?
check.
Oh, okay.
There's
Well,
no
I don't
subpoena.
think he's outlined all the witnesses he's calling.
Oh, he just said, Your Honor.
That he's not sure if she's been subpoenaed.
I know she has not been subpoenaed.
Well, you've got the weekend to subpoena her.
Good luck.
Well, we relied on them.
On
we didn't
who?
want to have to call her, have her here twice. We relied on their statement that they would call her, and that's the problem.
We coordinated with their counsel
Yeah.
too to that.
Yeah.
And they
If she's
relied on
unavailable,
you.
Then we'd ask to read her deposition.
And they relied on you.
That over the weekend, get her here, and if not, we can do the deposition.
That really is, because we relied on that. We relied on that.
Oh,
I
shit.
don't represent Deer Valley, just so you know. Deer Valley has a lawyer. He's been involved through the whole thing. You've seen my correspondence with him. You can
Blame it
show
on the
me
Deer
any
Valley
emails.
lawyers.
I'll stand by whatever
Oh,
I said.
shit.
Yeah, I don't
But
think,
I don't control these people.
it's Friday afternoon, past 5 o'clock. I only want to hear what I absolutely have to hear, so that I can prepare for Monday morning.
Can I just say one last thing?
The judge is like, I would like to get the fuck out of here.
Carrie Oakes is in the case, going to be heard on.
Right over my head. Hear about it formally, rather than, I guess, just comments flowing back and forth, lawyer to lawyer. I'd like to hear about it. I'd like you to lay out what is the issue.
I'd like you to
what
act
do you want
like
me to
lawyers
decide,
in this
and
courtroom
what are
right
the-
now.
What are the facts that support that?
Fair request, we'll do that. for you.
Reasonable
I want
request.
to put one thing on the record.
Oh,
We
God.
have provided to plaintiffs highlighted testimony of Jenny Sanderson who's our witness on Tuesday.
I can't wait
March
to see
28th.
that. I guess we live here
So
next
have you
week.
provided the plaintiffs with your expected witness list for Monday?
I just outlined it.
He did.
Have you got everything you need over here for Monday?
I mean, he did it under his breath and snarky, but he did do it.
So the order might need to be jostled.
And then the other thing is that the parties are going to get together about redacting any personal information on the exhibits.
Thank you, Your
Well,
Honor.
let the judges have both sides, so we don't have to admit everything and take extra time. Let's just do one motion to admit all the exhibits, both sides. Fair enough?
If referenced.
Bring the whiskey.
Unless there's an objection, obviously.
If they've been referenced in the trial, not if they haven't been.
You guys work that out, and we'll address it maybe at 8:30 on Monday morning. Actually, I think I have a hearing at 8:30 on Monday morning.
Please don't. Oh, we'll get there.
I do. I have a hearing at 8:30 on Monday morning. So it'll have to be at 8 o'clock if there's anything that the court needs to address.
Oh. Ooh.
Okay.
Your Honor, do you plan to address that motion that we're going to send you some briefing on?
Do
by
I need
Sunday
to
noon?
before we start on Monday, or could it be done after hours on Monday?
I'd say
Uh,
after.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
not
think
one
you
of the
need to.
witnesses.
That's correct.
All right. We'll look at doing it after hours then. All right. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good work, everybody. We've done enough work for this day. And on this Friday, day 4 of trial, we have seen Gwyneth Paltrow testify. We have seen them bring the jury, bring the spice, bring the fire, bring a freaking shit show of things. Michelle, I have been streaming through parts of this. Is Terry Sanderson stopping to look at the camera? Wait, what is happening? What was just happening? What just happened? This is why I like watching people exit court. The plaintiff is leaving court. We are at the end of the day. It is time to bring the whiskey for me. I hope you all enjoyed today. I'm glad that most of the spice was reserved to the late afternoon when I was able to stream. I will be streaming next week as well. There will be some hiccups because I had previously scheduled engagements. But if you want to know exactly what I'm streaming, and if you want to know what is being released in the Law Nerd shop soon, you need to go to lawnerdalert.com. We have some things that you have been asking for that are going to be dropping in the Law Nerd shop. So lawnerdalert.com is going to make sure that you know when I am streaming and what trials I'm streaming. We cannot rely on YouTube to tell you. It just doesn't always tell you, and that's fine. The text crew does not work internationally, so we are making sure that lawnerdalert.com can get you there. And we are also working on some Law Nerd stuff for your phone. We have lots of fun things happening, and we have a whole bunch of new stuff dropping for you. So lawnerdalert.com is the first place you will see it. Laura M., will you stream tonight? My throat already hurts. I am probably going to rest my voice and go to sleep. I am quite tired. I'm still tired after Murdaugh. It was a very long trial, so I am probably going to rest. I adore Rob and Runkle. I just don't know if I can stream anymore. I might need a break. I streamed all day yesterday, and then we had a Law Nerds Unite members only last night, so it's been busy. Frankie's mom said, did you see Ben Chu talk about the Gwyneth Paltrow notebook hiding her face? I did not, but I'm not surprised if he thought it was annoying. It was annoying. I have an interview tonight. Thank you, Miguelina. I also have an interview tonight. I have and then this week I was also up in the middle of the night because I love doing every time like ITV reaches out or BBC reaches out and they're like, hey, could you do this? We know it's late. I'm always like, yes, because I love it so much. Melissa said, question, why is Kristen focusing on the money being symbolic? Because she's insinuating that Gwyneth Paltrow is not being honest. She's insinuating that Gwyneth is not really just seeking $1. She's seeking hundreds of thousands of dollars of legal fees. So it's not just that, oh, she's seeking $1, that there's more at stake here. She's not being as altruistic as she seems. But she didn't say, it's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. The fact that we didn't get that moment in court surprises me. I'm just surprised at this point. Bad Lady Vet says, question, and thank you for your service. Question, doesn't all of this trial media come at a greater cost than if she just paid him the $3 million if she was actually at fault? She has a net worth of $200 million. I believe her. I think her attorneys should argue that. Like, Gwyneth Paltrow is here in trial before you. This is in trial because she is telling you what happened to her. She is not here for a cash grab. Something happened to her on a ski slope. She got knocked over in this collision. He brought this case 3 years after it happened. He was ziplining and skiing or not ziplining and traveling and hiking, but he's saying that he can barely leave the house, but he's obviously traveling all over. He's sending links of his news articles and his press conference to his kids. He wants this attention because he had this collision and he thought it was cool that he ran into a celebrity on the ski slopes. I'm very interested to see that testimony when it comes up. Hopefully it comes out clearly. Bobbitt said, keep facepalming myself over these questions. Who do I sue for my concussion? Counsel. Green Eggs and Sam too said, how did this even go to trial? This went to trial because neither side is going to bend or yield on who is at fault. They are fighting over who's at fault. And look, it's kind of like watching your kids fight if you have multiple kids or family members fight when they're like, no, you're wrong. And it's like, no, you're wrong. It's hard to make people yield when they're like, I'm in the right here. And I think Terry Sanderson believes that he is in the right, even if he calls this collision. But he's also the one who's had a traumatic brain injury and might not be able to accept that he contributed to that. They could both be at fault. The jury could find them 50-50. They're both at fault, and then everybody walks away and pays for this themselves, truly. So I think they both think they're right. And that's why we're here. Did I do we have questions? Did I bing? I think I summarized. I don't know. Live streaming is free flowing and my brain is kind of tired at the end of the day. I think we're good. Question, why would it matter how much Gwyneth Paltrow paid for her kids' ski lessons? This is a fantastic question. When we're looking at a claim for negligence, we are looking at a breach of a duty, a breach of a duty, and damages. So she has to have some damage in some way. She didn't seek medical treatment. She went and got a massage. Look, if I fall, which I try to avoid, and unless there's ice, I'm generally pretty good at it. But I've had back problems. I've had other orthopedic problems. It fucks my shit up. Then again, being out too late at night could fuck my shit up if I sit weird because my back is just not great. So I can understand how angry she was after a fall on the slope, not knowing how it might impact her, but she has to show damages, and showing, hey, I lost the rest of the day on the slopes, is fair. Like, this is actually there's actually some monetary damage here because she couldn't keep skiing. That she has to show some damage. If she had continued skiing, I don't think she could have countersued. She would have just had to say, hey, I'm done. Or, hey, I'm defending myself, but I'm not countersuing. So the attorneys have to show something. So that's why it matters. Well, part of why it matters at how much she paid for her kids' ski lessons is to show they were trying to get to the front of the line, and they're wealthy or what have you. I think it's kind of trying to shame her or trying to insinuate that these instructors were going to lean towards her side. And that's why the report from the ski instructors is wrong, because she paid them all this money for ski lessons. Like, oh, well, of course they're going to side with the person. Of course they're going to side with the person that paid $9,000, right? So that's part of it. I saw somebody ask, what about the earpiece for the lawyer? I was joking about that. That was sarcasm. The lawyer doesn't have an earpiece. I was joking that the lawyer had an earpiece. His team was passing him notes up to the table, just like we saw during Depp v. Heard. Michelle said, when you ski, sometimes you hit people. It happens. Not sure why it needed to go this far. Get over it. 9K is too much. It needed to go this far because neither side is willing to admit that they are liable. And he decided to sue 3 years after the incident. So, Jacob S. said, so far I find his daughter shady and Gwyneth very believable. I thought she came across well in her testimony. I don't know how you thought she came across in her testimony. I thought she came across very well in her testimony. He got a TBI, then went ziplining and traveling. And his daughters are saying that his life is so impacted that he can barely leave the house. That's how they portrayed it. But then he's traveled international quite a lot, and he has had other chances to go and travel and be active. I think he's impacted. I don't know if he's as impacted as they say, and that's the part of all of this. But I think he is impacted. I think it's clear that he has a brain injury. I think it's clear to me, at least, that he has post-concussive issues that have been a shift for him, but it doesn't mean she caused it. So that's really the heart of all of this. But I do think he's been impacted by this event, and it's probably why he can't let it go, or part of why he can't let it go. Coffee Mom said, "Wamp, we are not professionals." No, we're always professionals. Sometimes we just say it more sarcastically. And then it works both ways. Music to my soul. After seeing the Murdaugh trial go 3 weeks long, I'm amused to hear the defense complain that the plaintiff is going like a couple hours over expectations. It's literally like 2 hours that they're going over. I know, isn't it funny? And part of that is because they lost an hour, to be fair. They lost an hour due to Owens making an issue out of something. So, you know, Owens needed to make an issue out of it, he thought, but they did lose a full hour to hearings off the record. And they've done that a couple times. Lawn Lumber, good to see you. This is just for your reaction to the idea that court might begin at 8 a.m. on Monday. I mean, what's ridiculous is I'm still an hour behind and I'm still like, fuck no, please no. The thing I appreciate about East Coast trials is they get done earlier in the day. So I feel like it's not eating into the evening. But the thing I appreciate about West Coast trials is that they start later in the morning. The Depp Heard trial was like just right. It was like Goldilocks. It was just the perfect blend of court doesn't start until like 9, and then Fridays are off, and then court wrapped up really well. The judge was calm. Depp v. Heard had a reasonable flow to it, but I also knew going into it how long it would be. Sort of, because I thought I was just going to do Depp's testimony and Heard's testimony, and then I had a business trip in the middle, and then y'all are like, how did you leave me alone? And I'm like, okay, fine, we're back. So I know that we answered that. I'm going to try to get to questions as best I can and then wrap, because as I said, my throat, I can feel it. So, I mean, the pacing of Depp v. Heard, I never thought we would miss a lane, but the pacing of Depp v. Heard was interesting, right? And the difference in testimonies today was really interesting. I felt like Gwyneth Paltrow's testimony didn't feel evasive. It didn't feel like she was trying to hide anything. It felt like she was being very forthcoming with her testimony. I'll be interested to see. Georgia Freckles in the chat said she accused, hold on, I want to grab this and I don't, wait, that's not what I was trying to grab. That's something else. That's definitely not what I was trying to grab. Where is it? Okay. I don't think she accused him. I think that's not, or at least that's not what I took away from it. What I took away from it is she had the experience she had and then filtered that experience through what the fuck is happening here. And that is something that went through her mind. I don't know what her past is. I don't know if she has had past traumatic experiences like that. But she very explicitly said this was not that. It was the first thing she was processing through because she heard somebody hit her and then make a groaning or grunting. In my mind, I have to wonder if that was him hitting her, and then if he didn't see her because he has eye issues, if he was like, ugh, like in running into somebody, not in a weird sexual way. I should never have grunted on the internet. Fucking hell, that happened. But okay. But I wonder if it was more of a like an impact, and then she was very much like, oh shit, what is happening? I also imagine when you are in that class of celebrity, it's very unusual that someone outside of your circle is coming up and touching you. I imagine that she has people around her commonly, and having people around her commonly, she is not used to people just coming up and touching her. So I wonder if this is her filtered through her experience, him filtered through his experience, and him groaning when he ran into her because of the impact. That's what I think. But she clearly said it was not that, but that was like what she thought in her mind. So again, these are experiences filtered through people's experiences, right? So with all of that, with all of that, I don't think she accused him of that. I think when she said what her first thoughts were and why she was so mad, I think she was explaining it. And she said that that was not what she was accusing him of. So with all of that, it was just, I don't know, I can imagine she's had quite a lot of uncomfortable circumstances in life just being in the public eye. I am going to sneeze. It also struck me that she said she froze. And so there are a couple things that struck me in the way she testified, but she said this happened and this is what I heard and this is what my brain was thinking and I froze. Somebody caught an edge and then we fell. So I will be interested to see what the rest of the testimony is, but that's how I took her testimony. So thank you so much, Ginger. Congratulations on getting your cast off. I don't know if was she a Weinstein accuser? I didn't know that. I did not know that. Or if I did know that, I did not remember it. But if she has had past experiences like that, I wouldn't be surprised. The freezing makes sense when she saw those skis and froze and then caught an edge and flipped and landed and all of it. So I can understand where she's coming from and understand how she's filtering what happened. And I think she did a good job of explaining it. So I think she did a good job of explaining it. Stacy said, I nominate Sherry O'Terry to play plaintiff's attorney on SNL. I think that would be pretty good. I almost feel like even Brooks was a better lawyer. Brooks, you could see where he was going with his point. Oh my God, this sweet kitten. If no countersuit, can she sue for lawyer's fees? No. So if no countersuit, no, she can't get lawyer's fees. Question, if they call plaintiff on their case, if they called plaintiff on their case, they would have been able to lead the witness, right? Who called plaintiff? Here's what I think the question means. Like when the other side, it depends on the rules of this courtroom, but when the plaintiff calls Gwyneth Paltrow, they can't just cross-examine her. They have to ask open-ended questions. Then technically her lawyers should get to cross, but because there's a counterclaim, they weren't letting him do that. Michelle Brannon said, question, is it legal of the lawyer to be fed what they say in earpiece? No, it's not. It's not. I think he was absolutely joking. So Laura said the essay thought only crossed her mind for a fleeting moment. I think she made that really clear, or at least for me, she made that really clear. So question, do you think the plaintiff's lawyers have kept him out of the courtroom because his conduct, smiling, laughing, could harm his impression with the jury? So there's a few things. One, we know he is someone that has had a traumatic brain injury, so that can also change the way people can deal with stimulus, lights, sound, and other things. We know that his lawyers told the jury it was very hard for him to listen to the testimony about how he's declined. So we also know that he's had some physical injuries. So I don't know if he's able to sit in court for long periods of time. So they told the jury. I don't know how the jury will take it. We'll see. But yes, it could be part of it that they don't want him perhaps having reactions that the jury might read differently. And they haven't seen him testify yet, so they don't have a sense for his quirks. So it's possible. It's very possible. IMO, no one is getting the money at this point. It's very possible. They could come back 50-50. They could absolutely come back 50-50. Stardust in the chat said, is there court tomorrow? No, we come back here Monday. But if you want to be sure about that, lawnerdalert.com. I wonder if the jury will find it odd that Sanderson is in the courtroom only for GP's testimony. Any thoughts? I did think that was interesting to see that he showed up for her testimony. I don't know. I think I would have liked him staying out maybe until his own testimony and just not being there, but showing up to stare her down. If her counsel catches or picks up on it, I think they should argue he is obsessed with this case. And so he is there because he is obsessed with seeing Paltrow talk about it. So, Natty in the chat said, is Emily for Gwyneth Paltrow? No, I'm not for either. I want to see what happens. So no, I I think the plaintiff is at a disadvantage because we're almost at the end of the plaintiff's case, and I still don't have a super clear idea of what's happening. And the story that's made the most sense to me is her, but we haven't heard him testify yet. So I'm waiting to hear him testify. It seemed like her daughters were trying to cover a little bit. Their testimony, particularly the one today, the daughter's testimony came across as evasive for me, but the medical testimony is very clear that he was injured. And I think the doctor was very good, saying the only way this happens is by Paltrow hitting and landing on the plaintiff. But Gwyneth Paltrow said she landed on the plaintiff. So it's in line with her. So no, I'm waiting to see what happens. I don't know how this was caused. And I think the plaintiff is at a disadvantage. At the end of plaintiff's case, and they have one more witness, at the end of plaintiff's case, we should be able to say, oh, this is what happened. I see it. And then the defense needs to chip away at that. But if the plaintiff can't get you over 50% in the end of their case in chief, it's just going to get worse for them. And it's going to be more of an uphill battle. I didn't think Gwyneth Paltrow would testify as well as she did. So no, I came into this thinking it was an odd case to go to trial, and understanding that these parties are very much at odds about what happened. And Gwyneth Paltrow and her witnesses say it went this way, and the others say it went this way, and they're diametrically opposed. And I'm here for sassy lawyers. Like, these lawyers are interesting. Robin said Jenny wanted to stay private, family and lawyers sharing everything about her. Disgusting. There has been a lot of violations of privacy, and the judge seemed to rein that in a bit today. And I'm really appreciative that the judge did that. So, Christy Richardson in the chat said, question, isn't reimbursement of fees standard practice? It depends on the type of claim. So no, not all claims have legal fees attached, but it's not wild or uncommon, but it depends on the type of fees. I keep seeing the plaintiff smirking and smiling. It gives me a weird feeling. And again, he has had a traumatic brain injury. So they need to explain his responses to the jury, I think. I wonder if the jury will find it odd that Sanderson was in the courtroom. We talked about that, and then I pulled it up again. I keep thinking all this started with Mr. Sanderson's friend's interpretation of what happened, as Mr. Sanderson says he can't remember. I think so too, and we saw some illusion of that with the questioning today. Kimberly said, I wouldn't want to pay for defending myself from a money grab either. Why was the scheduling so important? Because they have to pay for it. And they're annoyed. And Owens has whined about everything. It's an hour. It's not that big of a deal. He'll deal with it. But he was just like, Your Honor, they're going over an hour. Okay. Michael said, I did not believe the doctor who said he could only break ribs by 4,000 newtons of force. I've had friends snap their arms in freak fall just from falling off a slow bicycle. And that's fair. We'll see what the jury's own opinions are. I just don't see how with skis in between hers, he ended up below her. That's confusing. They have a reconstructionist. I'm interested to see it, but I think it's the rolling to the side. That's how she explained it, but we'll see. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense either that he was, for me, it doesn't make sense either that he was face down in the snow for 10 minutes unconscious or 5 minutes unconscious and nobody did anything. So that doesn't make sense to me either. I was grabbed from behind by a man and got out of his grip by yelling and swearing. The fight instinct kicks in. Lynn, that is a very scary experience. Some people fight, some people freeze, some people flee. This makes me annoyed at the attorney. A lot of the things here makes me annoyed with the attorneys for sure. Kevin said, I turned my mother-in-law on to your channel, and I think she might be addicted now. Welcome to Kevin's mother-in-law. Happy to have you here. Like to see you all in the same chat. Miss Meg said, second Disney, no, we charge $6.50 an hour for a 6-hour minimum. Disney paid me $9.85 an hour to provide the service. Miss Megs, that's terrible. I know Disney charges just all of the money for the private tour guides that all of the celebrities paid for because you get to the front of the lines on everything and you get that personalized experience at Disney. Paying you $9 an hour makes me so sad. My kid has no filter. Occasionally he will ask people how much they're making when we do things. And I'm like, buddy, please. Family text that I live in Utah, debating on going up for closing because I'd rather watch with EDP commentary. You can always rewatch. You can do both. Susan said, unfortunately, her chapstick on Goop costs $500. Well, maybe it's so she can pay for ski lessons. Even though we now know that she is a minority owner of Goop, she is not a full owner. Lauren, I have no idea how these attorneys are being paid. Thank you. You're so helpful. That is my job. It's what I like to be here to do. I'm here for the sass. I enjoy explaining the law, and we'll see what the jury does at the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's their decision. I can see them coming to a 50-50 right now. I don't see how they're past how this happens one way or another just yet, but we haven't seen the plaintiff testify. Shandy said, I think TS fell earlier, was injured, disoriented, and making his way downhill when he hit Gwyneth Paltrow, thus the strange groaning noises. It's anything's possible, but we haven't seen evidence of that in court. So the jury's not going to be really able to consider that. She could have hired any lawyer out there. Why do you think she's... To be fair to everyone involved, when you hire a lawyer, it's very hard to know how they're going to act in court. You don't often see them in court when you hire them. They deal with depositions and they deal with talking to you and getting letters from people. So you don't always know what they're going to be like in court. I think it's very hard to know what lawyer demeanor is going to be like in court. LK said, Dad tried to teach me to ski when I was a kid, but stopped for public safety. I had hit 5 people at different times, missed another 3 and a dog. This reinforces my decision to never ski again. I understand that. I don't think I could sustain a ski fall at this point. I have been out of it for way too long, and I definitely don't want to hurl myself down snow quickly. Just no. The director of this movie needs to yell, God. What a huge cluster of disappointment in the court. It's very strange. And the judge has been very patient, but it is a very strange, I'm sure it's a very strange thing. And I wonder if the jurors are just like, what the fuck is happening? This isn't what it's like on TV at all. I received my Lawnard Pawnard and I have questions. Sweatshirts, they're so comfy, EDB. My favorite lawyer, love your insights. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome. We have more things coming to the Lawnard shop very, very soon. Very, very soon. So with all of that, make sure you go to Lawnard Alert. I am going to wrap up. My throat is, oh, no, I'm not. We're almost at 5 hours. We're going to ride out the next 30 seconds. Desiree said, you said that JDAH was very organized, but is it normal for witnesses to be this unprepared? They don't appear to know what they can say. It's very odd to me. It doesn't seem like the lawyers have had much time to talk with the parties, but also the lawyers' questioning is not clear. So it's not all on the witnesses. That's all on the lawyers. The witnesses seem to be struggling to parse what the lawyers are saying, and the lawyers are asking questions in a really weird and strange way. It's so odd because they've got all the depositions. They know. They just know. They just know. Octo's like, Emily. I know. Question. Isn't he responsible to wear a helmet? He was. They were both in helmets. Unfortunately, even with helmets, a fall with a rapid deceleration can still cause injury. And that's a really unfortunate thing. I don't doubt that this plaintiff is injured. I am still very unclear as to how that injury happened. And we will see. We will see from the plaintiff on Monday. So Gwyneth Paltrow testified today. Terry Sanderson's testifying Monday. I will be posting that stream in advance. If you want to know when I'm streaming, lawnerdalert.com. Don't forget to do the YouTube-y things here and subscribe to the channel. And you can follow me on social media. I will probably be there a little bit. And with all of that, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnerd. It is time to go. We're going to go rest this voice. Oh, and I have interviews, so I got to get going. Thank you all for being here. Bye. You can find all the Lawnerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.